The Indianapolis Motor Speedway opened in 1909, and in the 117 years since, the 2.5-mile oval has grown to the status of the greatest racecourse in the world. The legacy here is of speed, skill, and spectacle. Between these walls, the risk is great. Risk taken every year by 33 of the bravest pilots. Ray Haroon drove to history by winning the first 500-mile race, starting a lineage that has raced for over a century, from paving blocks to history books. Haroon's triumph came at 74 miles per hour. 110 years later, Helio Castroneves ran the fastest race ever at over 190 miles per hour. Helio's fourth win put him in historic company, the fourth man to win 4 times at the 500. And Helio today looks for even more. The first race was run in front of 80,000 people, most arriving by horse and buggy. Today, over 300,000 people will fill the world's most famous racetrack, making Indianapolis sport's greatest spectacle with time-honored tradition and fanfare. In the early days, the surface was a dangerous combination of crushed stone and tar, before Speedway founder Carl Fisher drove to nearby Petersburg and placed an order with the Wabash Clay Company for 3.2 million bricks, and the brickyard was born. Those same bricks from over a century ago now represent greatness, for only the elite can lay a kiss upon them. Last year, Alex Palou kissed the bricks, checking off another career accomplishment. Now the Spaniard that has dominated IndyCar for the last half-decade takes aim at a back-to-back win. By crossing the yard of bricks at the start-finish line, the greats of this age become forever connected with the past. From Foyt and Andretti to Dixon and Award, Unser to Malukas, Mears to McLaughlin. From past legends to current, to those dreaming of becoming one. At the end of the 500-mile path, a bottle of cold milk, a winner's wreath, a spot on an iconic trophy, immortality, and forever a spot in history as winner of the Indianapolis 500. Live from the world's greatest race course, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Ultimate Sports Media Network is so proud to present live flag-to-flag coverage of the 110th Indianapolis 500-mile race. It is a cool, overcast Sunday at the corner of 16th and Georgetown, one of the most famous addresses in all of sports. Today at the Mecca of Motorsports, the 500-mile passage waits again. Waits for a new winner and waits for more history to be made. History is made every single lap, every single turn around this great racetrack. And today, for the 110th time, 33 brave pilots are set to take off on a 500-mile journey where history waits at the finish. And hello, one and all, I'm Matthew Owens, and welcome to Indianapolis. Thanks for having us in for the race. Not just a race, it's the greatest race in the entire world. It is the greatest spectacle in racing. It is that and so very much more. It's 500 miles that have been around for longer than any of us alive can remember. It's 500 miles that have written and then rewritten the history books and the record books. Nothing in sports comes close to the Indianapolis 500-mile race. There is no other event on this planet, sporting or entertainment or otherwise, that will see as many people in a single day attend the event as the Indianapolis 500. The greatest spectacle in racing is just that. A grandstand sellout for the second straight year means this place will be close to 500,000 people filled. It becomes one of the largest cities in the United States today alone. And inside the arena, maybe alone in a crowd, 33 drivers set to take off on a history-making run. This is the greatest sporting event that America has to offer, that the world has to offer. And what a weekend, once again, that it gets run on once more, as on this Memorial Day weekend, this weekend of reverence and remembrance, we have a race that will never be forgotten. The 500 miles in Indianapolis is upon us again. I am so pleased to bring you on to our first 500 broadcast here on the channel, and I'm so pleased to be alongside Matt White today as well. Matt, it is race day at Indianapolis once again, and That's just great.
Certainly is. Good morning, Matthew. Hello, everybody, wherever you're watching around the world and or listening. Not too long ago now, what are we, just over an hour or so from go time here at Indianapolis, the 110th running of the 500, one of the pillars of the sporting calendar and certainly USN calendar.
What is it about this place and about this race, Matt, that makes this so special? Because there are so many people that love this event, but there are still so many people also that do ask the question, why are there so many people packed into this arena, and why are there millions others that feel the way they do about this event, that conjures up the emotions that it brings? It's an event that's been going on for well over a century. The tradition is the foundation of the race. And it's really something that you live. It's something that you feel. It's one of the rare sporting events that makes you feel every emotion possible.
And it is that and so much more. It is the emotion of the race, the emotion of the place, it's the history of the place, it's the tradition of the race and the place. It's family, whether it be actual close-knit family or racing family. And it's the families that come back on this Memorial Day weekend year after year and make this one of the staples of their calendar as much as it is ours. You know, if you think back to the late 80s, early 90s, it was huge. Over the last decade, perhaps, it has just grown exponentially. And it is one of, if not the biggest race on the calendar for motorsports, motor and wheel, as we like to call it, every single year.
It is just a beautiful event. It is beautiful, it is amazing, it is emotional, it is almost spiritual to come to Indianapolis each May and see the throngs of people, and then the race itself. It is the greatest race in the world, and when you win this race, you will forever be remembered. And you'll forever be remembered with your face in silver on this great, great trophy, and you'll kiss the bricks, and you'll drink the milk, and you'll wear the winner's wreath, but you'll never, ever be forgotten. It really is a chance for one of these drivers to live forever in immortality. As always, 33 starters today for the 500-mile race. Weather is a topic of conversation today. There is no doubt about that. We will talk about the weather as we go on throughout the day. It's always a part of the story when it comes to Indianapolis. Even if there is no rain in the area, today there is. More on that as we go on throughout the day. This field of 33, they are some of the most accomplished, some of the greatest race car drivers across the planet. They represent so many different countries. They represent 9 former winners of this race. There are 4 rookies in the field. They qualified last weekend. And let's take our first look at the starting field. The starting field is once again lined up in its traditional 11 rows of 3. We'll start at the back and move forward. The last 2 starting spots on the grid are held by drivers who each had their qualifying times disallowed. The 33rd starter is Jack Harvey from Bassingham, England, starting his only race of the year. The full-time IndyCar broadcaster finished 9th at Indy in 2020. In the middle of the row is rookie Caio Collet from Brazil. Driving for the legendary A.J. Foyt, Collet qualified 10th fastest last weekend, showing apparent speed in his car. On the inside of the 11th row is Idaho Stingray Rob, who was always destined to drive fast cars. His parents loved cars, naming him after the Stingray Corvette. In row 10 on the outside is rookie Jacob Abel. From Louisville, Kentucky, the same hometown of 1985 winner Danny Sullivan, Abel failed to qualify for last year's race, but struggled back to make his first 500 run today. Another rookie starts in the middle of the row, Dennis Hauger. Hauger won 6 races and the championship in Indy NXT last year, earning him the nickname the Norwegian Nightmare. Hauger is the first Norwegian to start the 500-mile race since Gil Anderson, the pole sitter for 1912. On the inside is Graham Rahal, making his 19th 500 attempt, starting deep in the field yet again. His 28th starting spot marks the 5th straight year for Rahal, starting 20th or worse. Row 9 begins with the 4th race rookie, Mick Schumacher. The son of Formula One legend Michael makes his first run at Indianapolis, the same place where his father Michael won the U.S. Grand Prix at the Brickyard 5 times. In the center is Katherine Legge, attempting to make history today by becoming the 11th driver to attempt the Indy 500 World 600 Indy Charlotte double, and becoming the first woman to attempt the feat. On the inside is Florida's Kyle Kirkwood in his 5th 500. Kirkwood won the season's inaugural Arlington Grand Prix and sits second in the IndyCar Championship standings. Our first look at the starting grid and those back 3 rows, and one of the great stories of this year's Indianapolis 500, Matt, is that of Katherine Legge.
Yes, the first female to attempt the double. She'll be leaving here later on this afternoon and flying, driving, and whatever else to get to Charlotte Motor Speedway for what we hope will be tonight's Coca-Cola 600. We talked about weather here, but there's going to be weather in the air there as well. More on things that have happened in and around the Charlotte area as we go on that have happened throughout the week. We will touch on that. But yeah, great story for a deal that came together very late in the day, only a couple of weeks ago that this was announced. But it sounds like it's been something that's been rumbling along in the background for some time. So good luck to Katherine today. Let's hope she does make all 1,100 miles on her Sunday.
Caio Collet has had his qualifying time disallowed from last Sunday, Matt. That was a shame because he was slated to start 10th.
Yeah, really good qualifying performance last Sunday from the rookie. Brazil, the second most winning nation at this race. And he was going to be one of their top starters if he held on to his qualifying spot. So shame that he's going to be towards the back, but we know that car is fairly quick. So I have to wait and see how he gets on today. As you mentioned, the rookie battle is a very intriguing rookie battle going into this 500 race today.
Yeah, it absolutely is. Let's continue our look at the starting field. Continuing our look at the field, we pick up with row 8, where on the outside is Romain Grosjean, the former Formula One driver born in Switzerland, and the grandson of a former French Olympic alpine skier. Grosjean survived a frightening, fiery crash in 2020 at Bahrain and began his IndyCar career the following season. Starting alongside is 2-time race champion Joseph Newgarden from Tennessee. Driving for the legendary Roger Penske, Newgarden flew to back-to-back Indy victories, scoring both wins with last-lap passes, first on Marcus Ericsson in 2023, then on Pato O'Ward the following year. Along with his 2 Indy titles, Newgarden owns 2 series championships, making him one of the most decorated drivers in recent time. On the inside is another former Indy winner and series champion, Ryan Hunter-Reay. RHR drives a 4th McLaren entry this year as he looks to add his face to the Borg-Warner Trophy for a second time, 12 years removed from his thrilling win in 2014. In row 7 on the outside is Louis Foster. Foster rose up the Indy racing ladder by winning the Indy NXT Championship in 2024 and now drives full-time for the Rahal Letterman Lanigan team. In the center is another of the Arrow McLaren entries driven by young Californian Nolan Siegel. From Palo Alto, Siegel was admitted to Stanford University, but deferred enrollment to pursue a racing career. A career that already includes a Le Mans 24-hour class win and 2 starts at Indianapolis at the age of just 21. On Siegel's inside is former race winner Will Power from Australia. The winner of the 2018 race makes his first 500 start with Andretti Global after moving from one powerhouse team to another in the off-season. Although he's a former winner, Power has finished outside the top 10 in 6 straight Indianapolis races. In row 6 on the outside is Christian Lundgaard. He is the most recent winner on the IndyCar Tour, scoring his second career victory earlier in the month in the Indy GP. The McLaren driver from Denmark was a career best 7th in the 500 last year. Another of the 9 former winners in the field starts in the middle of the 6th row, Marcus Ericsson. He became just the second Swedish winner of the race in 2022, then narrowly missed out on a back-to-back win the next year. On the inside is young New Zealander Marcus Armstrong, whose interests span from racing to food. Combining his two loves, Armstrong hosts the Screaming Meals podcast with other race car drivers, including former 500 starter Callum Ilott. The only one around here that likes food, Marcus Armstrong. Let's pick up a couple of the drivers that we just walked through on the grid, Matt, starting with Joseph Newgarden. He starts in the center of the 8th row. That's the 23rd starting spot. That's a disappointing qualifying run for Joseph, but yet it's better than his starting spot was for this race last year, which he still had a chance to win before mechanical failure. Yeah,
really difficult qualifying for the Newgarden squad, especially last weekend, but there was some shoots of light on Friday because they were very, very fast on Friday. So it looks like they've got a good race car under them, and let's hope that he can be in the mix again at the end. Of course, winning 2 of the last couple of races here at Indianapolis. He will be hoping for a third one, and he's going to have to go through 32 others, including his 2 teammates, to get there.
A couple of other former winners that we just listed there, Marcus Ericsson and Will Power, haven't really gotten a lot of publicity this month of May. Power in his first 500 with the Andretti Global team. The speed just hasn't seemed to be there for the 26. Same can be said for his now teammate Marcus Ericsson, who won the race in 2022. Those two, they know how to win this race, but can they win this race today in the car that they're in, because they haven't shown much speed, practice, or qualifying trim or race trim?
Yeah, it's been a slow fortnight really for the whole of the Andretti group. You throw Kyle Kirkwood in there as well, their other teammate. It's just not shown the ultimate speed. But as we know, you need to be there with 50 to go, and you need to be there with 20 to go, and you need to be there with 10 to go. So depending on how this race plays out, and we're about to find out over the next few hours, we may see the Andretti curse be broken by one of their drivers rather than by a family member.
Nolan Siegel attempts to become the youngest ever winner of the Indianapolis 500. It has not been a great start to his season as a sophomore in IndyCar, Matt, but he is one of the many McLaren cars in this race, as too is Ryan Hunter-Reay. A lot of people are looking at Hunter-Reay as maybe a sleeper. He ran well in this race a year ago with Dreyer and Reinbold Racing, and now by starting a 4th McLaren entry, most people are saying, well, that's an upgrade in ride, so why not Ryan Hunter-Reay, 12 years since his only other win?
Yeah, exactly. You have to feel he's in better equipment this year than he was last, where he was very fast. So he'll be in the mix if he can get through the early part of this race. He'll certainly be in the mix when it comes to go time at the end. And McLaren have been very speedy here over the last few years, but don't remind Pato O'Ward of that.
Absolutely right. In towards the middle of the field, now creeping closer to the front of the qualifying field. Let's continue to take a look at the starting grid. For row 5 on the grid, on the outside is IndyCar's newest daredevil, Christian Rasmussen. The Ed Carpenter Racing driver was 12th at Indy as a rookie 2 years ago, then an even better 6th last year. He then outdueled Alex Palou to victory at the Milwaukee Oval late last season. This year, Rasmussen led the most laps at the short oval in Phoenix before hitting the wall late while trying to take the lead away from Will Power, further proving that Rasmussen seems to be the next IndyCar Oval Master. In the center is Helio Castroneves, one of only 4 drivers to win the Indy 500 4 times. At age 51, Elio makes his 26th start in the 500, a quarter of a century after the first of his 4 wins, as he again tries to complete the drive for 5. On the inside is Ed Carpenter. Ed was born in Indianapolis and raised at the Speedway. He cherishes the history of the track he grew up at and would love nothing more than to become the first Hoosier-born winner of the 500 since Wilbur Shaw 86 years ago. On the outside of row 4 is 2-time race winner Takuma Sato. He became the first Japanese winner of the race in 2017, then doubled down with a great drive in 2020. Even a year shy of 50, Taku remains energized and focused. In the center is Rinus VeeKay, IndyCar's newest Flying Dutchman. VeeKay has always ran well at Indy, with 3 top 10 finishes in 6 starts. Today, he aims to join Arie Luyendyk as the only Dutch winners of the race. On the inside is Scott Dixon, one of the greatest IndyCar drivers ever. His resume speaks for itself, with 58 wins, 6 championships, and 1 Indy 500 title in 2008. But ever since his 08 win from pole, the Kiwi has been cursed at the Speedway, leading 530 laps, but a second win still eludes the Iceman. Moving to row 3, starting in the 9th position, is Scott McLaughlin, who has nothing but redemption on his mind. In the 2024 race, McLaughlin started from pole and led the most laps, but was left disappointed with a 6th place finish, a result much better than 2025, when he failed to get to the green flag after crashing on the pace lap. Today, it's win or bust for Scotty Mack. To his left is fan favorite Connor Daly from Noblesville, Indiana. Back with the underdog effort of Dreyer and Reinbold Racing, Daly tries for the 13th time to win the race he's led laps in 4 of the last 5 years. From 7th is Kiffin Simpson, the first driver from Cayman Islands to start the race. He's the youngest driver from the Chip Ganassi stables. Today's 7th starting spot is far better from his prior Indianapolis numbers, with finishes of 21st and 25th in 2 starts. Well, row 5, Matt, is a tremendous row. Rasmussen, Castroneves, Carpenter. What a loaded row 5.
Yeah, stories wherever you look there, as you documented throughout the grid. Start with Rasmussen. Captain Excitement, I think I called him during this race last year. Broke through to get his first IndyCar / oval win at the end of the season last year at the small oval at Milwaukee. And has been fast again during practice, mainly, of course, qualifying a little bit further down the field. So he'll be one to watch. Ed Carpenter, one of the hometown favourites, has been for many, many years, and he's got one of his team cars starting on the front row, which we'll tell you about in a moment. So it will be a great story for Ed, who, again, is another man that's probably not got that many starts left in him here to get a great result. And, of course, in the centre of that row, the drive for 5 is still alive for Helio Castroneves if he can break through yet again. The omen's there, 25 years on from the first one. It'd be a nice number to finish it off on if he can get the 5th one today.
His 4 wins line up in row number 5. Ahead of him in row number 4, Matt, there's a combined 3 500 titles, 2 with Takuma Sato, 1 with Scott Dixon, and a very fast Rinus VeeKay sits between those two. The stories that we have documented on our old platform about Scott Dixon somehow not winning this race in the last, what is now 18 years, it's just remarkable. It really does put you in mind of a modern-day Mario Andretti kind of curse.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 1. He could have certainly had 4, maybe 5 more if things had gone his way. Fuel, pit lane issues, that dramatic crash a couple of years ago, was that 2017? The experience in these 2 rows, Carpenter and Castroneves behind Dixon and Takuma Sato on this row, is just remarkable that all of those guys are starting around each other. Taku has been fast here again throughout the month, so he might be a man to look out for when it comes to the closing stages. And Rinus VeeKay, you never know really what you're going to get with Venus. He's very, very fast, but sometimes does go a little bit missing. Today is not a day to go missing.
No, for sure not. He's got a fast car with Juncos Hollinger. Row 3, you've got Connor Daly there. He's led a lot of laps around here, including leading the most laps in the 2021 race, won by Elio Castroneves, leading the most laps in the fastest 500 ever. He's led laps in 4 of the last 5. He's really quick again. This crowd loves him. They love all Hoosiers. We know the history with Hoosiers at this track. A lot of Indiana Hoosiers have won this race, but none in the last 86 years. We talked about Carpenter. What about Connor Daly's chances?
A great chance. Was, I think, a little bit disappointed with the way their qualifying ended up winding through last Sunday. But he's a Sunday man, as we like to say, even though qualifying last week was on Sunday. He's a race day man. He will lead laps today. There is no doubt about that. If his car is under him, he'll be at the front. He's got a very high-profile supporter in his pit box this afternoon, that being Daniel Ricciardo, former Formula One race winner, of course. So plenty of support near and far for Connor. And, let's hope that he has a good day.
And when the field takes the green flag, over Connor's right shoulder will be Scott McLaughlin. You heard the redemption story that McLaughlin is trying to finish today. It's hard to believe this is his 6th 500. That's incredible for me to think of. But the last 2 trips to Indianapolis has been heartbreaking, but in 2 totally different ways. You know Scott McLaughlin well from watching him in his days in Australia in the supercars. I know him as much as Scott McLaughlin, the IndyCar driver, but through the docuseries that IndyCar has come up with the last handful of years, I get the sense with Scott McLaughlin that he's extremely fun, but boy, when he puts the helmet on and he gets into the cockpit of a race car, at least to me, he reminds me of his countryman from NASCAR land, Shane Van Gisbergen. This man's eyes burn with purpose today, because from the disappointment of 2024, that paled in comparison to the disappointment and the embarrassment of last year.
Yeah, and he's said it himself, it's the worst moment of his life, crashing on the pace lap last year at the end of the front straight into the pit wall. And from the down of the year before, being on pole, race day didn't quite go their way, ended up P6, didn't even make the start last year. I think it would have been playing on his mind for 12 months. If he can get to see the green and get through the first lap, for the Yellow Submarine today, the second fastest of the Penske cars. Again, another man, if he can get to the end with fuel and good track position, will be in for a shot.
See if Scotty Mack can complete that redemption story arc here today. One more look at the starting field as we go to the first 2 rows. Our final look at the starting field takes in the first and second rows. In row 2, 3 brilliantly fast drivers all looking for their first 500 win. On the outside is Pato O'Ward, attempting again to become the first Mexican driver to win the great race he's come so painfully close to winning before. He was the runner-up in 2022, then again 2 years later, after being overtaken for the win in the last half lap. Then last year, he was close again with a finish of 3rd. In the middle is Connecticut's Santino Ferrucci, who has always shown great speed and skill in Indy. In 7 starts, Ferrucci has never finished outside the top 10, including 5th last year. Today, he tries again, driving for AJ Foyt. Starting from 4th is Meyer Shank Racing's Felix Rosenqvist from Sweden. The new dad drives perhaps the fastest car here, the car that was quickest in 2 of the 3 qualifying sessions last Sunday. Moving to the front row, the 3rd starter is Chicago's David Malukas, making his first 500 start with Team Penske. Malukas is the defending runner-up in the race, and despite never winning on the IndyCar circuit, he is considered one of the top favorites for the race today. In the center of the front row is Alexander Rossi, the 2016 500 champion. Rossi has his best ever starting position for the 500, but today he drives less than a week removed from a heavy practice crash that left him hobbled and bandaged. but Rossi has no plans to step out of his backup car. The pole position is owned by the defending winner of the race, Alex Palou. He became the first Spaniard to ever win the 500 a year ago, and he has certainly gotten used to being at the top of the pylon. Palou has won 23 of the last 91 IndyCar races and 4 of the last 5 championships. Already there are conversations being had about Palou being one of the all-time greats in the history of the sport. Today he could notch another all-time great accomplishment by becoming just the 7th back-to-back 500 winner. That's the starting field here at Indianapolis. Let's take a deep dive into those first 2 rows, Matt, starting with the 6th starter, Pato O'Ward. Many times at Indianapolis, you have a driver that through close calls and heartbreaking defeats becomes a crowd favorite. Pato O'Ward is certainly that.
Yeah, I'd like to make this comparison, but he's this generation's Tony Kanaan. Thoroughly loved at this place, and what an emotional day it was when he finally broke through to get a victory. Pato has been very close for the last few years, and again has a fast car and has a lot of support on hand. So yeah, it's going to be a very interesting watch to see what that McLaren does.
Certainly the cars also in that second row very fast in Santino Ferrucci and Felix Rosenqvist.
Yeah, Ferrucci, we know, goes brilliantly well here and has done for many years. So it'll be, again, he'll be in the mix. And as you mentioned when we were doing the grid run through there, Rosenqvist has been super fast all week and all couple of weeks. And again, was a little bit disappointed to miss out as the track changed throughout the day on Sunday last week, and put him back on the second row. But he will be a contender for absolute doubt, no doubt about it at all, on Rosenqvist.
Front row, Matt, David Malukas, the last driver to win their first ever IndyCar race at the 500. The guy that starts right next to him, Alexander Rossi. That's 2/3 of the front row.
Be an amazing story for Roger Penske and the whole of that Penske team if David Malukas can pull off a win today. He was my pick to win this race last year, and he wasn't in a Penske car going into the season. Now he is in one of the best pieces of equipment on the grid. What will we get from little Dave this afternoon?
Rossi to his inside. He just hobbled up the steps to the stage on the front straightaway for driver introductions, Matt. He is playing hurt today through that practice crash on Monday. A week ago tomorrow, wrist and ankle giving him some problems, but he was never going to step out of the car as long as he was cleared. He has been. It's a backup car. It's still very fast, starting from second. Former winner of the race, of course. That was a decade ago now. Can Rossi do it again?
Yeah, can you believe that? It was 10 years ago. The most, I think, problem for Alex is today that he's lost the car that got him onto the front row. That was written off in that crash on Monday when he crashed and was then crashed into by spinning Pato O'Ward, who also is in a backup car. But yes, the cast on the right boot is going to give him some discomfort and whatnot throughout the race, and I'm sure it will hurt tomorrow, but it'll be hurting much less if he wakes up tomorrow and sees the Borg Warner Trophy at the end of his bed.
And then, of course, the pole sitter, Matt, because of course it is Alex Palou.
We all turn up for an IndyCar event and Alex Palou beats the brains out of everybody, and it happened again last Sunday with a tremendous qualifying effort in both the Fast 6 and Fast 12 sessions to go top. On Chip Ganassi's birthday, he will roll off one of his cars from the pole position.
So that is our first look at the starting grid, and we're only moments away from opening ceremonies at Indianapolis, which is always spine-tingling, emotional. It brings out every emotion possible. Unfortunately, some emotions from earlier this week, Matt. This is the picture that we saw on Thursday of this week. It is impossible to believe that we now live in a world without Kyle Busch.
Yeah, a super fast moving story from Wednesday into Thursday. And what can we say that hasn't already been said by everybody in the last 48, 72 hours? What an incredible man and incredible driver he was. And the was word is strange to use. And just heartbreaking for Samantha, for his kids, for Kurt Busch, his brother, of course, Cup winning Cup Series and Indy 500 starting brother, and all of the families at Joe Gibbs and Richard Childress and everybody in the NASCAR world. We're thinking about them all up there in Charlotte today and have been throughout the weekend, where they've had some stuff thrown at them in terms of weather and whatnot, because of course they have this weekend. But yeah, it's just an incredibly sad story. And just to think in the space of a week, he'd won at Dover in the truck race last Friday afternoon. He didn't get to see the next Friday afternoon.
He's the winningest driver in NASCAR history across the three divisions, trucks, O'Reilly, and Cup. 234 wins in NASCAR. It's just a staggering number that will never be reached again. 63 wins in the NASCAR Cup Series alone, twice a champion. You mentioned his brother Kurt, Rookie of the Year at the Indianapolis 500 in 2014. Kyle had dreams of running the Indianapolis 500 in his life as well. In fact, over the last handful of years, there had been plans in place for Kyle to run the 500. It never came to be, but it was something that he had not given up on. He really wanted to try the Indy 500 in his lifetime. He also wanted to try the Indy Charlotte double, which Catherine Legg is, of course, attempting. I just... staggering news. And it just another reminder how fragile life is and how precious life is. And a lot of those emotions come into play on this Memorial Weekend as well, as we go trackside for opening ceremonies.
To deliver today's invocation, please welcome Indianapolis Archbishop Charles C. Thompson.
Let us pray. Almighty and loving God, you are lavish in bestowing all your gifts, and we thank you for the favor you have shown us by gathering us together for the 110th Indianapolis 500. Bless the drivers, their teams, and the officials. Cover them with your protection. Help them overcome adversity and reward them for their perseverance. We ask for comfort in this time of need for the friends and family of Kyle Busch. Bless all who have journeyed here to witness these cars testing the limits of speed and achievement. Unite us in appreciation for our freedom and the many sacrifices that make it possible. God bless those who have died for our freedom. God bless all those gathered for this, the greatest spectacle in racing. And God bless America.
Let's try and do some.
Order. Pause. Right. Face. Stand by. Ready. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Aim. Fire. Ready. Set. Pause.
beautiful for spacious sky, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesty above the fruited plains. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown the good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea. Oh, beautiful for heroes proved in liberating strife, to more than self their country love and mercy more than life. America, America, may God thy gold refine, to more possess be nobleness and every gain divine, and crown the good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea, from sea to shining
America the Beautiful was performed by Indiana native, featured on season 24 of The Voice, Ephraim Owens.
In the silence and in the sound, in the air and in the earth, in what was and what's yet to be. History is more than what's happened. It's the record of what we've achieved and the chronicle of what it cost. Places like this make that cost real. This year, as America celebrates a milestone, we honor 250 years of self-determination, innovation, inspiration, and of sacrifice. And one way we commemorate is with 500 miles of speed. It's here, in one of our greatest traditions, loudest displays, boldest proofs of what it means to be free. This day and this place, this sport and this spectacle, it's paved with their victory and honored by our memory, bonding us, connecting us in the glory of sound and the import of silence.
Now, to honor America, please stand and remove your hats as Grammy-nominated platinum recording artist Jordan Sparks performs our national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
I am so proud to say that this is my 11th Indy 500 on commentary on some platform. And Matt, that's the moment that never gets old.
No, indeed. So you guys do it the best out of anyone, especially in a birthday year. In a world and a country full of divisiveness, let's hope the only thing people can fall out about this afternoon is who they want to win the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500.
Now it begins to get really real for those drivers on the main straightaway, Matt. There's a crowd of nearly 500,000 people surrounding this arena, and the front straightaway that was filled with people a few moments ago. Some have left, some are still there, packed in around the race cars. The driver's mind at this point has to be indescribable.
Yeah, they've done all they can do now in terms of pre-race preparation, planning, strategy calling, all that kind of thing. Now they've got to go out there over the next 3 hours or however long this takes, short or long, depending on what the weather does today, and get things done safely and speedily. And now that that one of the best 5 minutes in all of sport, and there's no sport involved in it, is done and out of the way, we can actually focus on the sport.
Let's talk about the weather. Again, it's always a story in this race, even when rain is not a factor. Rain is a factor today, Matt. The question is, will it rain before 500 miles are complete? We had sprinkles earlier in the morning, nothing that we certainly didn't lose the racetrack. The track is ready to go. We are on schedule for an on-time start. But if you've watched the forecast all week long, good Lord knows I have.
Like we have.
The radar is showing a cold front bringing in pretty heavy rain from the west, starting at about the St. Louis area, and eventually it will rain in Speedway, Indiana today. We just don't know when, and we just don't know how hard it will be. Current forecast shows between 3 and 4 o'clock. That's cutting it awfully close to getting 200 laps in from a 12:45 green flag.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, and keeping a tab on it, and I'm sure our friends at Fox will help us out with that throughout the afternoon. Northern and Western Europe is being smashed by the sun this weekend, It is melting. The eastern seaboard of the United States is not being helped out by rain. Perhaps some coming here at some point here this afternoon here to Indianapolis. We know that Charlotte has been affected already. It's a wet race in Montreal later on this afternoon for the Grand Prix as well. So weather up in various types of places causing havoc with minds and bodies.
Yes, no doubt about that. So weather is a factor for this Indianapolis 500, as it always is. We will wait to see how big of a factor it will play. When this race starts, the sun will not be shining brightly. It will not be overly hot, as we've seen in years past. Temperatures high 60s, low 70s. Very cloudy, very overcast. Hopefully the rain will stay away so we can get 200 laps, 500 miles in today for the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. We are so very excited for this race. It is the biggest race in the world. It's the greatest spectacle in racing. It's given all of these titles for very good reason, because there's nothing like Indianapolis. And the 500-mile race is something that no one can really describe. It's almost an indescribable event. The emotions of it are absolutely incredible. And we are so excited for this 500, our first on this channel. We pour our heart and soul into this race every year, and so do the competitors and the fans.
It sounds like there's some tears in your voice right now.
Well, you just don't know what Indy means.
The words, the emotion, the place, they live forever. But do you really know what Indy means?
Gentlemen, drivers, start your engine.
It means so much more than the human mind can fathom. It is the culmination of lifetime dreams, history, tradition, reverence, and spectacle. It all comes together to form the single greatest day in sports. It is why nearly 500,000 people fill the seats and infield of the Mecca of motorsports. It is why 33 drivers come back year after year after year, suffer heartbreak, risk their lives, all in search for the greatest glory. It is why the moments that unfold here live forever, to never be forgotten, and form memories that invoke tears of joy and pain.
They touch. Little Al into the wall. Fittipaldi continues on. Little Al slams the wall. Here you see them. He's making a move. No.
There's an accident in the front straightaway. Great point. I don't know whether he can get through or not.
Oh, Ward, what a move to the inside of Ericsson. That won't stick.
Forward trouble. Oh, what a crash.
Sato taking a peek. Inside.
Hey, just at that moment, losing control of the car.
He is sputtering slow and he hits the wall. He hits the wall coming out of fourth.
I mean, this is extremely dangerous business right here.
Here we go. One more lap. 2.5 miles in the Indy 500.
This is the final lap of the Indy 500.
And Sam Hornish Jr. right on the tail of Marco Andretti.
Elliott to the high side and turn him on.
He's got it.
He's got it.
He's got it going through 3.
Who's gonna win it?
Here they come to the checkered flag. And the winner of the Indianapolis 500 is
Buddy Lazier.
Simon Pagenaud.
Daniel John Sullivan III. Emerson Fittipaldi.
Rick Mears.
Joseph Nikolai Newgarden.
Gil DeFerrin.
Dan Weldon.
California's Alexander Rossi.
Tom Steva.
AJ Foyt.
Elio Castroneves. That is Indy. And if you're not hooked, you just don't know what Indy means. what does Indy mean to you? I think the pictures tell the tale. 500,000 people are here. 33 brave drivers set to risk their lives for the ultimate glory. Today, across 500 miles at intoxicating speeds, the greatest race in the world takes place for the 110th time. The tradition, the spectacle, the fanfare, it's all here. And now the race is all that's left to get started. Matthew Owens, Matt White, back here with you. We are so pleased to have you here with us on this Memorial Day weekend. And Matt, the time is now. We get ready for, well, as we've talked about, just the greatest race. And one of the great songs as well. And one of the great traditions has been back home again in Indiana. Today we're all Hoosiers, and today we all celebrate with Jim Cornelison.
All-American Marching Band to perform Back Home Again in Indiana. Back home again in Indiana, and it seems that I can see the gleaming candlelight still shining bright through the sycamores for me. The new moon hay sends all its fragrance from the fields I used to roam. When I dream about the moonlight on the Wabash, then I long for my Indiana. And now for the most famous words in motorsports, please welcome the chairman of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, Roger Penske.
Welcome, race fans, to the 110th running of the Indianapolis 500. Today you'll be part of the biggest spectacle in any part of the world on one day with this great crowd here at Indianapolis and the ones watching around the world. Today we honor the 250th birthday of our country and also honor the men and women and the first responders in our military who keep our country safe and secure. Drivers, start your engine!
Most famous words in motorsports. This is the place, this is the race where those words were first spoken again here today as the Indianapolis 500 is ready to go for the 110th time. And for one final time, a look at the starting grid. Our Our final row's combined average speed is over 232 miles per hour, led by the defending winner Alex Palou. Alexander Rossi in the center is trying to become the first driver to win from that grid spot since Juan Montoya in 2000. On the outside is the defending runner-up David Malukas. He's never won an IndyCar, but he's among the favorites. The last driver to get their first IndyCar win in the 500 is the guy that starts right next to him. Row 2, Rosenquist, Ferrucci, O'Ward, all three finished inside the top 5 last year. Row 3, Kiffin Simpson in his best ever Indy starting spot. Connor Daly trying to make Hoosier history, and Scott McLaughlin starts his redemption tour from the outside. No one has led more laps in the history of the 500 than Scott Dixon. He takes aim at his second 500 crown from Row 4, along with Rinus VeeKay and two-time winner Takuma Sato. Row 5 is full of contenders. Ed Carpenter in his 23rd 500, four-time winner Helio Castroneves, and the new Oval Maestro Christian Rasmussen. Marcus Armstrong leads off Row 6, flanked by Nordic flag-flying Marcus Ericsson and Christian Lundgaard. Will Power, the 2018 winner, starts his first 500 with Andretti from Row 7, next to Nolan Siegel and Louis Foster. 3 combined Indy triumphs make up Row 8, with 2014 champion Ryan Hunter-Reay on the inside, Joseph Newgarden in the center, and Romain Grosjean on the outside. Row 9 is made up by international sporting powers, the USA, England, and Germany, with Kyle Kirkwood, Catherine Legg attempting the double, and rookie Mick Schumacher, the first to race the 500 under the German flag since 1923. The 10th row has Graham Rahal, 40 years after his father's famous win, next to a pair of rookies, Dennis Hauger and Jacob Abel from Louisville. And in the last row, it's the Idaho driver Stingray Robb, Caio Collet with good speed in his Brazilian flag-colored car, and the sharp-looking pit reporter turned racer, Jack Harvey. That is the starting grid for the 500-mile race. 200 laps to make up that 500-mile distance, 805 kilometers. This race started in 1911. That's 110 plus years ago. The race record was set here just 5 years ago by Helio Castroneves at over 190 miles per hour. Parade and pace laps underway, Matt, as we take a look at your keys to the race as we bring out Matt's whiteboard for the 500.
Thank you, Matthew. The start is always critical here. We saw a first lap accident last year in the very first corner, and many more down the years. You've got to manage your P's and Q's over the first few laps, and let's hope everybody gets settled into a nice rhythm over the first portion of the race. If you've got a fast car and you're towards the front of the field, do you want to lead the race? There's no point leading lap 106 if it's not going to win you the race at the end of the day. You want to be leading at the end. Do you then sit behind and save fuel? That's going to be a question for a lot of teams and how this plays out during the afternoon's action. 500 miles, the next closest is the Nashville 400.
There you
Sorry,
go.
that doesn't make...
The next longest race, Nashville, this year.
Oh, sorry.
400 miles.
Right, yes, this is 500 miles. The next closest is the 400 mile at Nashville. So this is the biggest race of the year for all of the things we've got to measure, plus the distance. And it's the pressure of the place and the race. History weighs heavy on the shoulders of these 33 guys around this racetrack today. The pressure is on the present. Who's going to come out on top this afternoon?
Just some keys to the race as we get ready for 500 wonderful miles here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We are so ready for this day. We're always so ready for this day, Matt. Now the pomp and the circumstance is completed. And now these drivers set off on parade and pace laps. A lap and a half away, it would seem, from getting green. With a grandstand sellout, overcast skies overhead, the world's greatest race course lies right in front of them. What this means, as I've mentioned, it's indescribable, it's insurmountable pressure, but the meaning is so great.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's why we keep coming back every single year, and this is the first of hopefully many on this channel for the two of us and the rest of the USMN team. You talked the show about sporting greatness. You can always will be called, forever called, a Super Bowl champion, an Olympic champion, a Stanley Cup winner, an Indy 500 winner. There's not many more things in sport that get in front of your name when you're introduced to a group of people or an audience. An Indy 500 winner is that. Plenty of people looking to grab their first today. Can Alex Palou continue to embolden himself in even permanent pen in the IndyCar history books, starting from pole? The field is getting lined up in their rows of three. They're coming through turn 2, which will be probably the most treacherous spot on the racecourse, as it always is every year. 33 cars in 3 rows for the 110th time at the Speedway. This is the one we've been waiting all year for to bring you here on YouTube for the very first time. Matthew Owens and myself, Matt White. The 24th of May, Memorial Weekend. Brendan Fraser is ready in the flag stand to give them the green flag. They're in turn 3 for the final. Pace lap, Matthew Owens. It's go time.
Kurt Signetti, the national championship winning football head coach at Indiana University, has pulled the Corvette pace car away. 33 drivers have already realized a dream of sitting in one of these race cars set to start the greatest race in the world. Only one of them today will realize the ultimate dream of winning the greatest spectacle in racing. Here is the Indianapolis 500. The green flag is waving, and the quest for racing immortality is underway for the 110th time. They're racing in Indianapolis, and Alexander Rossi doesn't look too injured on the start. He flies around the outside of pole sitter Alex Palou. Rossi shoots to the lead on the start.
All of the hybrid boost used off the start by Alex Rossi to go to the lead. He will lead down the back straightaway for the first time, but here comes Palou to try and get the lead back, and he will do. Behind them, Santino Ferrucci through to third on David Malukas. Through turn 3 for the first time, it is Palou from Rossi, from Ferrucci, from Malukas, the top 4.
Field sorting themselves out on the most dangerous start in the world's fastest rolling start. Alex Palou led the final lap last year. Will he lead the first lap this year? It's under challenge. Alexander Rossi slips to his inside. Rossi goes through, leading back into turn number 1. The winner from 10 years ago overtakes the reigning race winner.
Clean and green through the first lap, which is one of the things we desperately wanted to see today, and they've done it. Down the back straight for the second of 200 times in the long, drawn-out line of 33 cars. Not much movement going on. A little bit further back, though, Christian Rasmussen making a move on Kiffin Simpson.
Shocking that Christian Rasmussen is making a daring move in the early going. He overtakes Simpson. Up into the 10th position goes Rasmussen. Rossi brings the field off of turn 4, but once again at the yard of bricks, through the canyon of grandstands, Alex Palou slips to his inside. He claims the lead. 2 cars back, a change at 4th. Felix Rosenqvist past David Malukas.
Yep, so Rosenqvist, one of the fastest guys from last week, but didn't in the end qualify brilliantly. Trying to make an early mark. He goes up to 4th, ahead of the top qualifying Penske car of David Malukas. Palou continues to lead then as they head towards turn number 3. From Rossi, from Ferrucci, from Rosenqvist and Malukas, Daly, O'Ward, McLaughlin, Dixon and Kiffin Simpson 10th. He was not the man that Christian Rasmussen passed. I apologise. That was Renus VK.
Field up out of turn number 4, and again Alexander Rossi in the slipstream of Alex Palou. Breaks out of the drafting pocket to driver's left, and on the way to turn 1, Rossi reclaims the lead. These 2 former winners toggling the lead back and forth amongst each other in the first 4 laps.
Duking it out here, and to the point of who wants to lead and whatnot. I think both of them perhaps want to have a little shot in the lead. Notice early, though, in these early laps that the passes are being made into turn 1 and not into turn 3. Although Joseph Newgarden a couple of minutes ago taking it 3 wide down the back straightaway with Ryan Hunter-Ray and another car and making it stick on the outside. So a 2-for-1 move for Joseph.
Passing a couple of McLarens, getting around Hunter-Ray and Christian Lundgaard. So a double move by Newgarden, who started well back in the field. He's already climbed to 18th. Meanwhile, next time into turn 1, Alex Palou swoops past Alexander Rossi again.
So another lead change at the front. Yeah, the blue and white livery of Lundgaard catching me out there, as they're normally in the orange, but that's dedicated to Pato O'Ward, relatively speaking, this week. No changes in position as they head down the back straight away on lap number 5, and nobody dropping off the tail end of the chain too greatly either.
So a clean start, as Matt White mentioned. No incidents on the pace lap, no incidents on the first lap. Once again, Rossi darts out of the pocket, goes to the inside of Palou. He'll swiftly move past the DHL Honda on the approach to turn 1. Rossi and Palou changing the lead back and forth.
Yep, so Rossi back to the lead as they head down towards turn number 3. Now, what will Palou do? Will he sit in behind here? Looks like that's probably going to be the ploy. Isn't close enough to make a move, and does so as they head towards turn 3. So not much happening here on lap number 6 at the moment, but it is Rossi back to the front, although back in a little bit further back in the field. Newgarden continuing to make moves forward, passing his former teammate Will Power.
Joseph Newgarden picks up another place, as meanwhile at the front, Alex Palou tries to take the lead back again off of 4. He does, putting his nose ahead of Rossi. Behind them, a change at 3rd. Felix Rosenqvist in that very fast Meyer-Shank Racing Honda swoops to 3rd, overtaking Santino Ferrucci.
Super Swede, another of them, 2 of them in the field, and Felix goes up into P3, and that might leave Ferrucci a bit vulnerable here to Malukas as they head towards turn number 3. Dave pops out to the inside and takes the place. So Malukas, after that, a little bit of a shaky or nervous or tentative start, let's say, any objective you want to choose, is now moving forward up to 4th place.
In his first Indianapolis 500, driving for the captain, Roger Penske, of course, the man that owns this speedway. At the front, another change of lead. Rossi passing Palou on the way to turn 1. The question is, Matt, are all of these passes being made in anger, or is this Palou and Rossi choosing not to lead this 500-mile race?
Yeah, perhaps so. We'll have to wait and see how it all pans out. What will Rosenqvist do? Because he's clearly got a fast car. Will he sit in 3rd, or will he want to go further forward? We wait and see what happens. Into 3 they come. Looking back up the chain, can't see Joseph Newgarden making any more daring moves for the moment, so he's settled himself down after his fast start. Through 4 and to complete lap number 8, it is Alex Rossi in the lead, but for how long?
7 positions gained for Newgarden from 23rd to 16th in his number 2. Side by side at the front again at the Yard of Bricks. Palou flashes past Rossi. These two playing very nice with each other at the start here, Matt. And in this era, the close era, if you will, at the Indianapolis 500, it's always said you can make moves pretty easily if you're 1st, 2nd, 3rd. Once you get further back, 4th, 5th, and 6th, then you're in so much turbulent air, it's much harder to make those passes.
Yeah, and we'll wait and see how that pans out throughout the day. It's not a particularly windy day here at Indianapolis, but wind will play a factor, I'm sure, especially later on in the afternoon once the weather begins to close in. Out of 4, Palou leading. Will he get to the line in time to lead this lap? Here comes Rossi.
Rossi pokes out to the inside. Palou's nose was in front at the Yard of Bricks, but by the time they get to turn 1, Rossi is back through again, driving for Indiana's own Ed Carpenter. Alexander Rossi back to the front.
So the switch has happened again, and Palou will go to 2nd. These 2 former winners duking it out at the front of the field. Felix Rosenqvist settling in 3rd position. And then Malukas behind him, a little bit further back. This is Rasmussen. And I'm not sure if he was gaining or losing a spot there, but it was Castroneves getting past Christian Rasmussen.
So Castroneves moves up into the 12th position. Meanwhile, here's Palou again, easing his way to the inside of Alexander Rossi at the Yard of Bricks and into turn 1 to the south end of the speedway. Palou goes back to the front. 1st and 2nd, the Alexes, Palou and Rossi.
A bit further back in the order, Scotty Max just picked up a place on Pato O'Ward at turn 1, so up into 7th place for the Yellow Submarine. But the first 2 stay as they are. A little poke out there from Connor Daly from 6th position on Santino, but no real opportunity to pass down there into turn 3. But got a little bit of a fresh air on the nose. Palou leads through 10 laps.
Palou swings it up out of turn number 4. Will Rossi again challenge him for the lead here on the main straightaway? The answer to that is yes. He closes right in underneath the wing of Palou, darts to his inside, and completes the pass cleanly in turn 1. You can see the running order left of your screen. Palou leading. Rossi, Rosenqvist, Malukas, Ferrucci rounds out the top 5.
Yeah, and as we say often on these racing broadcasts, you won't get the radio guys out of us, so if you hear us calling the order, you can see it for yourselves on screen. Further up the back straightaway, move going on here. That is Castroneves being overtaken by Marcus Ericsson. So Helio losing a couple of spots over the last couple of laps. He slides back to 14th.
Castroneves driving for Meyershank Racing again. We know that they have brought a lot of speed this month, especially to the Felix Rosenqvist car that runs at the 3rd position. Another change of lead in turn 1. This is becoming an every lap festival here of changing the lead back and forth, Matt, between Palou and Rossi. Palou goes back to the front here.
Yeah, I don't think we've made it apart from the first lap through turn 1, have we? We've had a lead. We've had a change of lead. So it is every single lap down there. Perhaps the big grandstands on the front straight proving a bit of a windshield or something down there, because that's where the action is happening. No changes down at this end of the racetrack on this lap, though, and the field beginning to spread out a little bit more further down the chain you go.
Rossi was very close to the outside wall that time off of turn 4, may have had to lift out of the throttle just a bit. When he did so, Felix Rosenqvist closed in, but Rosenqvist does not try to make a pass this time into the south end of the racetrack. 13 laps, working lap 14, Matt. Now tire degradation will become a part of the story, because already we're about halfway through a fuel run.
Yeah, indeed so, and that was the first lap without the lead change on the front straight away with that Rossi moment in 4. So perhaps Palou has broken the spell with the Rossi moment, where we'll see this time around. Yeah, tyres will already be becoming a factor through this, only at lap 14, but they do go past very, very quickly here.
Rossi gets a good run this time out of turn 4, and he's going to close up right in on the rear wing of Palou. He'll ease over to driver's left, and Alexander Rossi into turn 1 reclaims the lead of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. So Rossi and Palou continue to change the lead between them. Top 5 behind stays the same in Rosenqvist, Malukas, and Ferrucci. Connor Daly in line 6th. Scott McLaughlin has picked up 2 spots off the start 7th. Pato O'Ward and Scott Dixon and Kiffin Simpson rounding out the top 10. Honestly, Matt, not a ton of movement in the top 10 here at the start, except for at the top 2 positions. But certainly passing is being made, as Palou's going to make another pass here on Rossi on the way to turn 1. Passes are being made because Joseph Newgarden shot up 7 spots in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, indeed he did. So there is some manoeuvre ability going on with some people through the field, as I've got a little glitch going on here at my end, but it seems to be sorted now. Sorry about that. So yeah, some people moving forward, a few people falling back. We expected to see Joseph Newgarden move forward, did we not anyway? But interesting that whoever is leading out of these front 2 Alexes at the end of the front straight, there is no defense going on. If you want to pass, just go on by.
Yeah, go on. How about Connor Daly riding back in the 6th position as Rossi's going to make another pass on Palou on the way to turn 1. Daly looks to be in a pretty good pocket of space here, Matt, going through turn 1. He's not directly behind Ferrucci. He doesn't have McLaughlin directly behind him, so Daly looks to be in a good, safe pocket.
Yeah, definitely some fuel saving going on for the guys that are a little bit further down the top 10 and beyond. Now, you would say, while these 2 former champions shuffle around at the front of the field, everyone else is sitting nicely in line. We haven't spoken about, have we not, the entry to pit lane here. Actually, hold that thought. It's lap 18.
Lap 18 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Alexander Rossi leads at the completion of lap 17. Alex Palou gets his way past. And the scoreboard, the famous scoring pylon here at Indianapolis, lights up with the number 18, and a tribute to Kyle Busch, who, of course, was twice a winner here at Indianapolis at the Brickyard 400. He, my goodness, beat the breath out of the field a couple of times here at Indianapolis, winning in back-to-back years, 2015 and 2016, and there's a hard crash in the back straightaway, Matt, 2 cars.
Catherine Legg is one of them. She hits the inside wall.
Ryan Hunter-Reay is the other.
Yeah, RHR facing the wrong way. So one of our sort of smoker picks for the day, coming from the back of the field, Ryan Hunter-Reay, and the double attempt is on pause for Cat Legg.
Caution is out for the first time. The yellow flies, the equipment rolls, the AMR safety crew immediately to the scene, halfway down the back straightaway, where Ryan Hunter-Reay, the 2014 winner of the 500-mile race, has crashed along with Catherine Legg, who is about 100 yards further down the straightaway, perhaps, than Hunter-Reay. Both cars coming to a stop in the middle of the racetrack. Oh, and this is so sad for Catherine Legg, Matt, who is attempting to run 1,100 miles today at Indianapolis and Charlotte. unfortunately for her, she will be in Charlotte much earlier than she expected.
Treacherous turn 2 strikes again. Both, I was going to say guys, but guy and girl out of their cars. Let's see what happened here. And it was Ryan Hunter-Reay that lost it all on his own, late in the corner as well. Like at the end of the sweets, that far around, he spins and ends up, oh, wow. I think Legg was trying to perhaps go on the high side and then perhaps got caught out by Ryan going back up the racetrack and just had to turn left and at 200 plus miles an hour. There's nothing you can do. There was a wiggle from RHR in the corner. He almost saved it. But that car got away from him and then, yeah, through the smoke, it was a bit of a natural instant reaction. That could have been a ridiculously massive accident. It was a fairly hard hit for Kat anyway on the inside wall as she spun.
Oh.
Yeah, just as Ryan was going up. Wow, what reactions from Katherine Legg.
Well, she had to think that Hunter-Reay was just going to keep spinning down, and then all of a sudden he quickly comes up right in her path. The wall to her right, she had to cut quickly to the left. And I know there's people going to be out there saying that I'm, that I'm glazing Katherine Legg here, but that is amazing driving to avoid, as you mentioned, Matt, what would have been an almighty impact. Out of the car and waving to the crowd.
Yeah, getting in the Chevy truck there to come back. She would have pile driven Ryan Hunter-Reay if it wasn't for her quick reactions there. Unfortunately, ends her race and damages her car, but the pressure is off now in getting to Charlotte if that race indeed does go off on time later on this evening.
So caution for the first time at the Indianapolis 500, just shy of the 20-lap mark, gives us a chance. Again, pre-race and the start of this race is different than any other race that we do. So apologies for not getting to all the comments in a timely manner. It does give us a chance to check the comment section here. Christian Malley, our good friend, says hi to everyone. Let's see. Matt says, happy Memorial Day, all. Redbox is with us from north of the border in Canada, says good afternoon. And Adam says hi as well. Glad to have you all with us here for the Indianapolis 500, where pit road will be open this time. And as we said, already so deep into a fuel run, which is expected to be a little more than 30 laps, so we were past the halfway point of a fuel run. You do have some cars staying out here, about 4 of them. We'll see if they come to pit road the next lap under caution or if they'll stay out. Meanwhile, leaders on pit road, Alex Palou, Alexander Rossi, David Malukas peeling into his box, nearly gets run into from behind by Santino Ferrucci. We talk about it every year, Matt. This is an extremely narrow pit road. The pit boxes are small as well. Pit road can be just as dangerous as the racetrack. Cars getting service, 4 tires and fuel, and away they go. Palou's going to win the race off. Rosenquist is going to be second off. Then Scotty Mack, the Thirsty Threes, on fire on their first pit stop of the day, and it's a poor stop for the 20 team with Alexander Rossi losing many places.
Yeah, indeed so. So not a great stop for them. Scotty McLaughlin has got a opening in front of his pit box, I think, or a opening that's just opened up perhaps from the guys running out of the race in this early instant, because he was shot out of that pit box, which is right under the pagoda, pretty much centre of pit lane. So that is a good start for them and might pay dividends for them throughout the afternoon as the clear up on the exit of turn 2 in between the golf course here at Indianapolis continues.
So caution out for the first time this afternoon in the Indianapolis 500. Katherine Legg and Ryan Hunter-Reay will be the first 2 retirements from the race. And as we talked about, that was Hunter-Reay, a former winner who we thought could really contend here today.
While we're under caution, quick one. We know we have been focusing here and not elsewhere, but quickly, a Premier League wide World of Sports update. Final day in the Premier League. Manchester United have won away at Brighton by 3-0, which pleases both of us. The champions Arsenal win away at Palace by 2-1. Man City lost at home against Aston Villa. Ollie Watkins at the double for Villa. West Ham have beaten Leeds by 3-0 at home.
Oh.
The game at Tottenham is still going. Oh. They are winning 1-0. Even if Everton was to score 1, West Ham are down. They need an absolute miracle here from the last few seconds of that game. But it's 1-0 at the moment with moments left. And Kinski's just pulled off a blinding save in added on time, by the way, for Spurs. So that's the only game that's yet to finish. Chelsea have lost away at Sunderland. Forest Bournemouth was a draw. Liverpool Brentford was a draw. So at the top of the table, that puts Sunderland into Europe by a point over Brighton and Brentford.
Oh, my gosh.
Sunderland and Bournemouth in Europe.
Oh, good Lord.
And Tottenham hanging on.
Hanging on by the skin of their teeth. It would be just their 10th win of the year, and it would be certainly the biggest.
And they're third at home. Only they're third at home.
And, of course, just a couple of weeks away from the start of the 2026 FIFA World Cup, which will be on these airwaves, Matt. Plenty of World Cup promotion through Fox Sports for the Indianapolis 500 this week.
Yep.
Has been fun to see. In fact, during pre-race, a very fun segment. Not sure if you guys got that over there of drivers of different nationalities counting how many times they can dribble the ball. And who was it that won it? I think it was... oh, goodness. If I'm not mistaken, it was Dennis Hauger. But whoever it was dribbled it 37 times, and no one else was close.
European pedigree there.
Yes.
With Dennis Hauger. Norway, of course, not represented at the FIFA World Cup.
Oh, yeah, they are.
Are they? Have I got that wrong?
With Erling Haaland, yes.
Okay. They're not on my list of games to do. As they are, I'm going to do them against France.
Yeah, yes,
so,
indeed.
That is why I missed them. They're in Group I.
Yes.
But yes, all kicking off in a couple of weeks' time
I.
with that opening game at the Azteca between Mexico and South Africa.
Group I is a wild thing to say.
Well, almost as wild as Group L. Under or over on more people watching and listening to us than being in some of the stadia?
Well. Oh, goodness. So it looks like Tottenham are on their way to safety. I can't believe the game's still going. This is showing 10th minute of added time?
Yeah, 101 minutes according to Sky's app, which I'm refreshing endlessly. And it has just been called. There you go, full time. Tottenham have survived. West Ham relegated along with Wolves and Burnley.
Wow. Came all the way down to the wire. And
Survival
Tottenham,
Sunday, as Scott are calling it.
Yes. Well, survival by the skin of their teeth, Tottenham. Count themselves lucky. I don't know what in the world they would have said, what they would have done with that billion-dollar stadium or whatever it is, and then go down to the championship. Would have been a heck of a sight. Christian in the comments, by the way, says, can't wait for United to be back in the Champions League.
Yes. To be decided whether Champions League football will be featured on these airwaves next season. Let's get through the World Cup first before we start.
Yes, let's do that.
In terms of other things next year. But you're pretty certain that our colleague Seth Eves will pop up and do a random game in the Champions League from time to time, even if we don't cover it fully.
Well, yeah, that's exactly right. There's still some equipment on the back straightaway keeping us under caution. Now, worth mentioning that every caution that we have today, obviously that slows the pace. And I'm not just making a Captain Obvious statement when saying that. I am building to the point of the rain moving in. Hopefully we won't have many caution periods today, Matt, and hopefully this rain will stay away long enough for us to get through 500 miles. But already, the time that we've been under caution here, we've been under caution for 6 laps. Normally, it's about 3 green flag laps to every caution lap.
Hopefully, whatever weather we do get will be, if we get any, let's say, put that at the front of this sentence, if we get any weather, let's hope that it's light and not what I saw this morning, which was thunderstorms.
Yes.
We don't want any of that stuff, thank you.
No, we're good.
We want sitting here waiting for a clock to wind down endlessly. We've already had one race finish under a clock today, and that was the truck race at Charlotte, by the way, which finished under a clock. So enough of that, thanks.
Yes, yeah, that's fine. No more of that needed. Of course, the O'Reilly race last night finishing under some controversial circumstances as well. I mean, my God, that was a 10-hour event for an O'Reilly Series race last night. So under the yellow flag here. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Let's hope that that's the end of any weather in the two big races on American soil today. Wouldn't mind a bit more rain up in Canada later to spice up the Grand Prix. It can stay there and just can't come south of the border.
Right, exactly. Of course, the Canadian Grand Prix later today, which is crazy to think about. And as you can see on your screen, we do have what turns out to be, looks like 5 cars that have not stopped under this yellow period. And with the length of the yellow period, Matt, might turn out to be a pretty good situation there, as Alexander Rossi, we mentioned he lost a lot of time on pit road, Matt, and they had a real issue on pit road.
Yeah, right rear was very slow, and he had a fuel splash. Oh, that's last year. But he had a fuel splash on his way out of the pit lane in this stop, but his race last year ended with him having to jump out of the car because it was a fuel splash, so that's concerning for ECR. Because he might not be in a position to jump out of the car as he did fast enough last year with his injured foot, let's say. But obviously IndyCar have done their due diligence on that one to make sure that he's going to be okay in case that was to happen. Looks like we're about to go back to green though, Grimes.
Restarts have been very chaotic here the last couple of years and have been quite controversial. Rinus VeeKay will lead the field to green, followed by Romain Grosjean, Caio Collet, and Jack Harvey. Those are the 4 that did not stop. Off turn 4, green flag in the air. The Flying Dutchman brings them to green, but immediately breaking to his outside is the Phoenix Romain Grosjean, who jumps to the lead. Rookie Caio Collet behind third. Side by side, further back at fourth, Felix Rosenqvist bravely sticks it round the outside of Jack Harvey and makes the pass, but there's a crash further back. In turn 1 in the wall, Ed Carpenter. Ed Carpenter from Indianapolis. The Hoosier has crashed in his 23rd 500 attempt. More chaos on the restart. And Ed Carpenter is out on lap 27.
Moving around in the cockpit seems to be okay. AMR on the spot almost immediately, as always. And we are back under the yellow flag. Hopefully Eddie's okay, but he's shortened up the left-hand side. Well, he has indeed slimmed fast that 33 car and shortened up the left-hand side of it. He's up and out of the car and seems to be perfectly fine, if not a little bit peeved.
I mentioned restarts, Matt. They're chaos here because the leaders are at such a huge disadvantage, or the leader is at such a huge disadvantage on the restart, so the leader doesn't normally go full throttle until they're out of turn 4. It jams everyone up behind them. It turns into total chaos, and Carpenter was middle of 3 wide going into the corner. And
yeah, it was all kind of things going on down there. In turn 4 it started, and he got squeezed down by Takuma Sato a little bit. Nothing really much Taku could have done. He was trying to take the corner. But 3 wide situation on not cold tyres, but lukewarm tyres, let's say. And it didn't take a lot for Ed to go spinning.
So Ed Carpenter out of the 500, former winner of the Freedom 100 here, and out of the car, he points the index finger towards Takuma Sato. Yeah, there's certain anger there, but as you mentioned, not really a lot Takuma could do right there.
No. He's got to turn into the corner at some point, otherwise he's heading down there in turn 1. So just one of those gnarly restart things, as you mentioned. They do get crazy here. The leader's at a disadvantage because everyone else at the rear of the field doesn't wait for their spotters to say go. It's green flag and the leader's gone, whatever. They're already on the hammer. Even before turn 4, some of them by the look of it, and there was a 7-car pack, which Ed was basically in the middle of all 7 of them, heading into turn 1 there, and unfortunately for him, he was the one that got spat out.
I don't think there was any contact there between the two.
No.
Just Sato turning down, but now ahead of that, Joseph Newgarden was doing something very similar. I couldn't tell who that car was to his inside, but Newgarden was cutting it very close with someone around the outside of turn 1 as well. I mean, these restarts really are, especially if you have enough of them, and we certainly don't want a whole bunch because that means there's a whole bunch of yellow, but these restarts, just like we say every week in NASCAR, it's kind of the same story here. You get everyone bunched up, not at full speed, it's the best time to make passes.
Yeah, exactly right. And you've got to make the opportunities when they come to you, but kind of also got to do it fairly safely as well. So
yes.
The speeds we're running around here, that's the most important thing. But let's hope that, and again, and it's happened before in 500s, when we have the first restart and it is a little bit mad, but then after that, hopefully it will quieten down anyway for multiple reasons, as if we don't want to spend 500 miles under yellow, and that brings the rain closer.
Yes.
Well, previous conversation under the last yellow.
Cars on pit road this time around. Jack Harvey is pitting, so too is Rinus VK, and then pitting again is Christian Rasmussen and Mick Schumacher. So VK and Harvey, Matt, obviously they'll go straight to the back of the field, but they stretch their first tank of fuel a lot further than the other guys that they were racing with.
But not as far, perhaps, as Romain Grosjean and Kyle Collette, who have stayed out.
Right.
Romain Grosjean is now going to be the leader of the 500. And he's one off. I was going to say it was one off last year for him, but back in the series full time this year, and now leads the way. Leads the way at this race, of course, carrying number 18.
Carrying number 18 and in the Joe Gibbs Racing font of the number 18. That change was made to the race car earlier in, just yesterday. They got permission to do that from Joe Gibbs Racing, and I'm sure the Busch family. You have that number 18 font for Romain Grosjean today, Matt. Also, you've got a change of font of Kiffin Simpson's number 8 as well, honoring the life and legacy of Kyle Busch, which we will, of course, do later tonight as a part of our Coca-Cola World 600 coverage here on the channel from Charlotte, a race in which Busch was a former winner of as well. Just to finish off the story that I was mentioning earlier, there were a number of occasions in the past that Kyle was trying to put together something to run this race, Matt, and attempt the double.
Yeah.
It was still, even as he got into his 40s, it was still a goal for him to run this race someday. Of course, his brother ran it in 2014 and was Rookie of the Year. You know, we've had great tragedies in IndyCar, and unfortunately, we're talking a lot about people that are no longer with us. It's a great tragedy that Alex Zanardi and Greg Moore never got to run this Indianapolis 500, and it's a great tragedy that Kyle Busch will never get the chance to try it.
Yeah, absolutely. They were talking about it at the desk in pre-race. Chris Mize, Danica Patrick, Tony Stewart, that it got very close a few years ago with Dale Coyne to run this race, and it fell over at the last hurdle, which is a real shame. And tributes will continue tonight on our NASCAR coverage of the Coke 600, a simulcast between the USM and JBM. Lap 32 is about to be put in the books, and the green flag is back in the air at Indianapolis.
Romain Grosjean in that number 18 takes the green flag, but jumping to his outside goes rookie Kyle Collette. They're 3 wide behind them. Alex Palou storming up the outside, passes Scott McLaughlin, passes Romain Grosjean in the south end of the racetrack. Palou jumps up to second, but the leader is Kyle Collette. The Brazilian flag colors flying in the wind at Indianapolis.
He will lead down the back straight, but he owes us a stop fairly shortly. Palou to second. Here comes Connor Daly to go to third place. If he can go around the outside of Roman and does so with much fresher tyres, It won't be long before Kyle gets past. Can he hold on to lead a second lap at the Speedway on his rookie start?
Around turn 4, Caio Collet leading. We talked about there's really good speed in that car for A.J. Foyt. He leads coming to the yard of bricks, but not for long. Alex Palou sweeps to his outside. Further back, Scott McLaughlin thrusting that yellow submarine to the inside of Santino Ferrucci. He makes a pass in turn 1 for 5th. It caught David Malukas out of the outside. He's wheel-to-wheel in turn 2 with Rosenquist.
They survived, but that was very close to contact in the middle of turn 2. It has checked Rosenquist up, and here comes Joseph Newgarden on his continuing surge from the rear of the field. He's through for the moment. Rosenquist sticks it down the inside. They do touch in the middle of turn 3, but they survive. Wow.
Joseph Newgarden not letting out of the throttle whatsoever. All gas and no brakes from our two-time Indy 500 winner. Jumps up to 7th position at the front. 2 moves made, including by Connor Daly. He gets to the inside of both Palou and Collette, and the crowd will rise as one. Connor Daly screams to the lead.
Hoosiers to the 4 at Indianapolis. Connor Daly leads. And now he's got the buffet a little bit behind him of the guy that needs to stop, which is Caio Collet in second. Palou to third. Grosjean again owing us a stop in 4th position. Then McLaughlin, Ferrucci, Malukas, Newgarden, Rosenquist, and Scott Dixon's first appearance in the top 10. But it's Connor Daly at the front at Indianapolis.
Caio Collette's going to try to storm up on him here. Daly's led laps in 4 of the last 5 500s, but he's not going to lead this lap because Caio Collette snookers it away from him with a big move around the outside of the exit of turn 4, much earlier in the straightaways than we've seen so far today. Collette leads.
Much earlier and in a different direction to all the passes we've seen today between Palou and Rossi in that first stint. Collette goes to driver's right through the canyon of grandstands to take the lead away from Connor Daly, and he's got a bit of a gap too. Further back, Penske on Penske. David Malukas looking in the rearview mirror and seeing his teammate Joseph Newgarden up behind him for the first time today.
Joseph Newgarden absolutely flying here off the start. He started in the 23rd position. He's jumped up into 8th, and now right behind his teammate Malukas. Meanwhile, at 4th, Scott McLaughlin to the outside of Romain Grosjean passes the Dale Coyne racing car in burnt orange and black. McLaughlin moves up into P4.
So Penske really coming to the fore. All 3 of their cars now inside the top 8 as we head towards the quarter distance of this race. But it is Caio Collet. Wowee, a rookie leading at the 500. I know it's early days and he owes us a pit stop, but what an experience this is for the young man making his 6th or 7th IndyCar start total and first one here.
And we knew that he could do something like this today. Here he is coming to the line leading. Connor Daly and Alex Palou closing in. They'll stay right behind the rookie. Santino Ferrucci squeezes down to the inside of David Malukas in turn 1, then backs out of it. Malukas holds on to 6th. Or maybe, was that Malukas passing Ferrucci? It was. Malukas up to 6th.
Yeah. That was Malukas going forward around the outside of turn 1. Mostly it was done on the front straightaway, but he completed the pass at turn 1. So Malukas moving forward. We'll see what Newgarden can do now, as he now sits in behind Santino. But it's Collette continuing the lead as they head towards 4, and at the moment not showing us any signs that he'll be coming into the pits.
No, he stays out another lap, and now the question is, could he make it to the 100-mile mark without pitting? He's across the line to complete lap number 37 here. Really stretching out this first fuel run is Caio Collet, driving for A.J. Foyt, the 4-time winner of the race as a driver, and a winner as the owner with Kenny Brack in 1999.
Out of 2. Daly not close enough at the moment to launch an attack on Collette as they sweep down towards the other end of the racetrack at turn 3. Daly second, then the 2 yellow cars of Palou and McLaughlin 3rd and 4th, standing out amongst the crowd here on the straightaway, amongst the huge throng of crowd. They've all got their eyes fixed on Caio Collet.
Yeah, and the car that does indeed look like a Brazilian flag, as we talked about in time trials, as Malukas jumps on Grosjean on the approach to turn 1. Around the outside, Malukas goes up into 5th, but that's a beautiful livery, Matt. Green, yellow, white, and blue. Talking about the World Cup coming up, Brazil always a favorite to win that. Right now, they've got their flag leading the field for the 500.
Yeah, they have. So Malukas continuing to make moves forward. He's up to 5th. Here comes Newgarden into turn 3, passing Ferrucci to put him to 7th. So Penske, after a real sort of down year, the last couple of years since Newgarden won, certainly last year they didn't have a good run. maybe they're building towards something here. Romain Grosjean will be the first man to make a green flag stop today.
Now, here is the downside of these drivers stretching it. Now, stretching it over almost 100 miles, Matt, that's a huge feather in their cap and could very well help them. But pitting under green, very likely to lose a lap or at least come very close to it.
Yeah, and he was fifth in the queue, was Romain when he peeled off of turn 4. So he's down and away. Looks like a clear stop for the 18 team. So he'll be rolling down pit lane, but I find it fairly going to be close, isn't it, by the time they get to out of the warm-up lane through turn 2, if he's going to be caught or not. Here comes our leader to make the same trip to pit road.
By the time he clicks across the line on pit road, Caio Collet will have completed 100 miles without stopping for fuel as he pits on lap 40. Lead turns over to Connor Daly. Meanwhile, in turn 1, Santino Ferrucci losing a spot for the 3rd consecutive lap. Felix Rosenqvist able to blast past him.
So now, with those two guys out of the way, or almost, because here comes Romain Grosjean coming out of the pits right in front of the leaders. Here comes Palou to the right elbow of Connor Daly to go back to the lead, and Malukas does exactly the same thing to his teammate McLaughlin, so a double change at turn 3. Palou to the lead and Malukas to 3rd.
So Palou leads it from Daly, Malukas 3rd, McLaughlin 4th, Newgarden in 5th as they race up out of turn number 4 when Collet pitted the last lap. Daly did lead a lap, so that's a lap led in 5 of the last 6 500s for Connor Daly. Romain Grosjean now leads this line. He's hanging on to the tail end of the lead lap. Caio Collet was ahead of him, Matt, so he should very much stay on the tail end of the lead lap as well.
You would think he'd be clear to pull away on fresh tyres, but we'll see. Everyone will want to try and stick. Palou will be loving that, actually, being behind Grosjean, because that means he doesn't have to lead. Well, he can lead the race and save some fuel as well by sitting in behind Grosjean. So that's actually worked out really well for the race leader. Palou luck yet again, I suppose.
And Collet is about half the length, maybe a little bit under half the length of the main straightaway ahead of Grosjean and Palou. Of course, remember, this is how Palou won this race last year, Matt, drafting in behind a couple of lapped cars ahead of him in the final laps.
Yeah, indeed so. So there'll be some memories of that, you would think, coming to mind here as we ride on board with the Fox cameras inside the helmet of Alex Palou. Great to see all the detail on the steering wheel, all the various buttons and dials and data being displayed there for him. He'll have his fuel number, his hybrid usage, all of that kind of thing going on in front of him, so he can keep a track of the buttons as we go throughout the day.
So we settle into a pace here at Indianapolis, 43 of 200 laps complete. Remember, if rain comes into play later today, the race is official when half the race is complete. So if weather comes into play, could be racing to lap 100. If that's the case, Matt, we're nearly halfway to that point.
Yeah, indeed. So we have to get to lap 101 as Malukas almost got right into the passenger seat in the back of Colin Daly if he was to have one. They were very close heading towards turn 3, but not close enough, had to back out of it and will sit in for the minute. Caio Collet, as you mentioned, out in front of Grosjean by about a second, maybe 2 on the racetrack.
Now, as we said, fuel window is a little bit north of 30 laps if we run green the whole way. Palou and all of these guys running at the lead with him, they pitted under caution on lap 20, I think it was, Matt, if I'm not mistaken. So they
21, I believe, yes.
Yeah, so they should more than likely be in at or around lap 50, maybe a little bit after lap 50, because we did have some caution laps in there, of course. But Collet and Grosjean making it to lap 39 and 40, respectively. I mean, they're hoping this stays green the rest of the way, because they've got a huge advantage on fuel now.
Yeah, if this does play out that way for the next hour and a half, then we're going to be talking about them in actual real contention if it stays green through that whole period. But we talked about how treacherous pit lane is here, and when the whole field is coming in for green flag pit stops, granted they won't all come at the same time, it gets very busy. We had the end of the first caution laps on that fuel run, and then of course all of the smaller length of caution for the Ed Carpenter spin. So I think it's going to be pushing maybe towards lap 55-ish by the time the leaders come back to the lane.
I didn't realize that we had an opportunity to hear from Simona Di Silvestro today. But
no, yeah, we could have done, yeah. In the Sky Studio in the UK, they've just gone back to being on Sky F1 as well, because the F2 feature race has just finished in Montreal. So the Indianapolis 500 currently on 2 channels in the UK right now on TV. As here comes Romain Grosjean to make a position for last on Kyle Collette in front of the leaders.
Yeah, last on the racetrack, of course, ahead of 3 retirements if you're just joining us out of the race. Ed Carpenter, Ryan Hunter-Reay, and Catherine Legg crashing. Legg and Hunter-Reay crashing together on lap 19, and Ed Carpenter on the ensuing restart crashing in a solo car accident in turn number 1. So yeah, that drafting pack made up that ground on Collette pretty quickly there, Matt. And as you just called, Grosjean around Collette, those two staying on the tail end of the lead lap ahead of the leaders, which is Palou, Daly, and Malukas. 3 Penske cars now run 3rd, 4th, 5th. Newgarden has now gained 18 positions from the start.
I feel like Collette was perhaps told to breathe out of it and get in this queue, because he was clear by quite some way, and all of a sudden he was being caught by the rest of the train there. So Collette would slide in behind Grosjean. They've already saved a good chunk of fuel in that first stint. Don't go wasting your advantage by running around on your own, which is what they were basically doing there before we got back in the queue.
Mentioned Newgarden has gained 18 positions off the start. Connor Daly has gained 6 among big movers. And David Malukas is the biggest mover since the last restart. He's gained 5 positions up to 3rd since the restart. Christian Rasmussen running back in the 21st position, Matt. We've already been seeing him make some bold moves as we anticipated. Now remember, he's already made 2 pit stops. He pitted under both cautions, so they might be playing a fuel game there in the Ed Carpenter crew, in the Ed Carpenter Racing pit crew with Christian Rasmussen, who I think a lot of people have looked at as someone that has a chance, maybe an outside chance, to win this race because of what he has done on ovals the past couple of years. Out-dueling Alex Palou, of all people, to win that Milwaukee race last year. And then this year, I mean, clearing away the best car at Phoenix, should have won the race, got hip-checked up into the wall in the late laps by Will Power while trying to pass him for the lead. Obviously, that's a good oval program because it is Ed Carpenter Racing. They found a guy that really loves and knows how to run these ovals well with Christian Rasmussen. I'm a little bit surprised that they're trying to play a fuel game, if indeed that's what they are doing, which it does seem that it is. I'm a little bit surprised that they're playing that game and not letting Christian just try to use the pace that he clearly has on these kinds of racetracks.
Yeah, and his nous and wherewithal to go forward. Talking of ECR, the team boss is out of the race. If you're joining us late, and where have you been? Alex Rossi, of course, started on the front row, had a slow pit stop on the first round of stops, which is why he finds himself deep in the teens, as you can see on your screen there. Second round of pit stops for the leaders will be approaching within the next 4 or 5 laps.
Yeah, Rossi losing all of those positions, and he hasn't gained many of them back for the driver that did lead 5 laps early as he was switching the lead back and forth with Alex Palou. A quarter of the way through the Indianapolis 500, 51 now of 200 laps completed. And as you mentioned, Matt, this is best case scenario for Palou as he can lead this race all he wants to now, but he doesn't have to compromise the fuel number that he's trying to make because he's sitting here drafting behind Collette and Grosjean, who have switched positions again, by the way, which could be important. Again, if it stays green, those two are in the mix to win this race on their fuel strategy, so we could be watching a personal private battle between Kyle Collette and Romain Grosjean today, just as we all expected. Right now, racing ahead of the race leader, Alex Palou, running as the last 2 cars on the lead lap in 29th and 30th positions. Let's pick up the leaders in the southeast turn.
Yeah, and as Collette, as you mentioned, back to the front of the queue ahead of Grosjean, but of course they are hanging on to the end of the lead lap, and the last 2 runners, 3 cars out of the race as Palou heads back towards turn 3 with Connor Daly tucked in behind him and Malukas likewise at an equidistant in 3rd position. And there's a bit of a slightly bigger gap back to the next 2 cars, which are both, again, Penske teammates, Scott McLaughlin and Joseph Newgarden.
Now Grosjean here on the front straightaway pops out to the inside of Collette. Grosjean will make the pass. So these two at the head of the line acting as if they are leading the race just switching it back and forth between each other, playing that fuel game, just as we saw between Palou and Rossi at the start of the race.
Yeah, indeed so. So what a great experience builder this is going to be for Kyle Collette. Wow, he never thought he was going to lead 9 laps in the first quarter of his Indianapolis 500 debut, but that is what's happened to him so far today. And he sits in front of last year's winner Alex Palou as he gets out of turn 4.
And again, more than likely approaching the first set of green flag pit stops for these leaders as we now complete lap number 54. We were expecting kind of mid-50s, maybe closer towards 60 for these leaders to come to pit road. We're on lap 55, working turn 2.
Won't see any people like we see at one of our other big 500-mile races that we cover on the network, the Daytona 500, with hands out the window when they're scheduled to come to pit road today. Don't take your hands off the wheel at 220 miles an hour. That is one of the worst things you can do. But the teams will be ready when it is time, which won't be too far away as they come out of 4. Any takers this time from the front end of the field? Doesn't look like it.
You mentioned Scott Dixon up into the top 10. As ever, quietly, Scott Dixon making moves up into the 8th position for the PNC Bank Honda. So here he is sitting nicely in 8th. Talk about a fuel game. No one does it better than Scott Dixon.
Indeed so. You say that, but he is the man that's led the most laps ever in all Indy 500s as well. So he knows what he's doing at the front of the field as well as methodically, quietly picking his way through. And he's got a teammate in Kiffin Simpson tucked in behind him as well, who's come a long way very quickly in his short IndyCar career. Pato O'Ward now 10th for you McLaren fans.
Yeah, he has not really shown himself at the front here in these first quarter of the race, Matt, which is a bit surprising. Again, a backup car for Pato after colliding into the spinning Alexander Rossi in practice on Monday.
Yeah, and that was the same chassis that O'Ward has used here over those couple of near misses. And now it's in the bin, unfortunately, after that crash on Monday with Rossi, as you mentioned. So into the backup car, which perhaps isn't as put together as that other one was, whatever feel or Pato had with it. He was certainly getting on very well with it. The leaders come out of 4, about to start lap 58.
And still, none of the top 10 runners come to pit road this lap. Elio Castroneves, watch Matt, running in the 12th position. So he's made up a few places from his starting spot through the first quarter of the race. He's sitting solidly and somewhat quietly back in 12th.
Yeah, we'll always keep a check on that. He lost a few spots at the end of that first run, as we kind of were just glimpsing and talking about before the caution wave. So we'll see what Helio can do in this run as we edge further, closer and closer to pit stops. Are we going to see Alex Palou come this time? No, but as we said, he's going to get an advantage from sitting in between these two lapped, in air quotes, cars in front of him.
Back to turn 1 comes this lead line. Alex Palou, third in line, leading this race as we approach lap 60. It does look pretty certain. Never want to, assume anything, Matt. Does look pretty certain that we're going to get to halfway. Again, just keeping a close look at the radar as ever. You just never know when the rain may come, but the next set of pit stops here could go a long way in deciding this race if we do not make it the full distance.
Yeah, absolutely, because it'll be getting towards the next set of pit stops, which is around halfway, isn't it? They'll be coming, if they come in the next five laps or so. We have got one car in pit lane. Then we will be closing in on the next round of stops at lap 100. So that's going to be really exciting if we are in a position of racing the weather. The leaders up out of turns 1 and 2 again. Just trying to figure out who that was in pit lane last time around.
That was Idaho Stingray Robb coming to pit lane in the number 77 car, named for the Stingray Corvette by his car enthusiast parents. And now we got another car coming to pit road. That looks like Santino Ferrucci back from the 7th position, peeling to driver's left and coming to pit road. So among the first of the top 10 guys hitting pit road, Ferrucci at the end of lap 60, 150 miles down.
A couple of teams laid up in pit lane, so expect a few more takers perhaps this time around. Down the back straight they come. Polo from Daly, from Malukas, from McLaughlin and Newgarden, your 5. Rossi in the pit lane this time, along with Santino and Christian Lundgaard. And we're going to get a look at Alex Rossi starting. Let's hope they can get this cleanly away this time as they didn't on the first one for both tyres and fuel. Clean on tyres, clean on fuel, Alex Rossi away.
And more pit stops. Connor Daly, it looks like from second on the road, comes to pit lane. Meanwhile, those 2 cars ahead of Alex Palou nearly went side by side into turn 1. So on pit road, a bunch of cars here. Daly, Malukas, McLaughlin, O'Ward, Newgarden, Castroneves, Sato, all on pit road here on lap 62. It's a good pit stop for Joseph Newgarden. Good, clean, and quick. A little bit of a turn of front wing there for Newgarden. McLaughlin smokes his rear tires on exit. Again, it's a great stop from the Thirsty Threes. He might beat everyone off of pit road this time. He does. McLaughlin ahead of Daly, Malukas, and Newgarden.
Yeah, and then O'Ward next out of pit lane. And then it's Castroneves. So Palou stayed out from what was the lead, and he's in this time. Felix Rosenqvist also stayed out, and he's in this time, which leaves Scott Dixon in the lead of the Indy 500 yet again.
And it will be more laps led for Scott Dixon. Again, the all-time leading lap leader in the history of the 500. Meanwhile, juking and jockeying further back, coming up to speed, Matt, down the backside.
Yeah, it looked a bit like Talladega from a few weeks ago in the Cup Series when we had the groups merging. Here's the leader. Good clean stop by the looks of things for Palou and for Rosenqvist. He's in the pit box behind him. They are clear of the pit lane in just over 7 seconds.
Pit road, such a huge point of this race. You need to have fast pit stops. We've already seen what happened to Alexander Rossi under caution when he had a slow stop. On to pit road this time around comes Scott Dixon. Young teammate Kiffin Simpson to follow. Meanwhile, the merge coming off of pit road, Matt, looks like Palou's going to hold the lead.
Newgarden's got ahead of McLaughlin on the warm-up lap for those guys, so that's a change there from how they exited the pit lane anyway, but it does look like Palou is going to hold station at the front of the field. We'll check this all off again once everyone's settled down through this pit stop phase, but it looks like it's Palou from Rosenqvist and then Newgarden, which will be our eventual top 3.
Daring move on the back straightaway, too, from Pato O'Ward to pass Romain Grosjean. Grosjean and Collette have come back around to be in this lead group, of course. Coming out of pit road comes Dixon and Simpson. They're going to merge in here, Matt, and it looks like Dixon's going to gain positions. He was 8th when the pit stop cycle started. He might fall in 3rd or 4th.
Wow. He's going to be 3rd at the moment behind Rosenqvist, but Newgarden approaching quickly, so that might be a positional change by the time they get to 1. At 3, Malukas gets through on McLaughlin, and then behind them, I think that was Santino just sliding in front of Simpson. Sorry, it was Connor Daly sliding in front of Simpson.
So leaders back across the line, led by Alex Palou, but these are the will-be leaders. Mick Schumacher on pit road this time. That means we're waiting for 3 cars to pit. Christian Rasmussen is in now. So Rasmussen pits this lap from the lead. It turns it over to Rinus VeeKay and Jack Harvey,
who we know stayed out through the first caution and came at the second one, didn't they, those 2 guys? VeeKay comes now, juking and jiving between teammates, and Malukas gets through on Newgarden, and in the grass in the back of the shot, that was Grosjean getting past O'Ward.
So Marcus Ericsson also moving up in this cycle of pit stops too as he moves forward, the former winner from Sweden, Marcus Ericsson. Boy, Malukas isn't done yet. Here on the main stretch, he peels to the inside of Scott Dixon, makes the pass stick going into turn 1. Malukas was flying up that back straightaway, Matt. He was 235 miles an hour. Those are speeds you do not rarely see. You don't rarely see that under race conditions.
Love a double negative. But yes, absolutely. That was some pace shown out of the 12 car, and he now settles into 3rd place. Yeah, too many orange and black cars in this race. You were quite right. That was Marcus Ericsson with the daring move in the grass almost down the back straight last time. So apologies for that. We have cleared everybody now of pit stops, haven't we? So yes, we have. So Alex Palou now returns to the lead of the race.
Yeah, don't we have enough McLarens in the field? We don't need extra cars that are orange in color. With Ericsson running a totally new livery. Of course, one of the McLarens out of the race with Ryan Hunter-Reay. Speaking of pit road, I was hoping to get a chance to mention this, and of course Hunter-Reay crashing has kept us from being able to talk about a pit crew from Legacy Motor Club and NASCAR pitting Ryan Hunter-Reay this month at Indianapolis, Matt. And they pulled off a big upset in the pit stop competition on Friday here on Carburation Day, knocking off the 10 crew with Alex Palou. Of course, that pit stop competition did not get to complete due to rain, but members from the Legacy Motor Club pitting Ryan Hunter-Reay for the 500, and they never were able to make a pit stop during the race, which was quite unfortunate.
Getting a replay as Palou hits turn 1 in the lead of Santino Ferrucci's stop. And there's that wheel going. Yeah, it stays away just, but did they lower the jack on the air hose? Is that going to be a penalty for Santino for wheels outside the box? I believe that is why they are showing that, but at the moment we are clear. Dixon to the inside of Malukas.
And Ericsson further back with another daring move into 3, makes a pass on Simpson. Sorry to jump on you there, Matt. Goodness gracious, Ericsson's going crazy. Now that he's a part of the lead group, he's really feeling his oats. Meanwhile, Dixon loads up a huge run out of turn 4. He zooms right past Felix Rosenqvist and draws right up on his teammate Alex Palou. It's Ganassi on his birthday, 1 and 2.
Yeah, indeed so. And Scotty Dixon to second. I'm going to keep picking him in stage points every year at this race until he finally wins another one. And I've done the same again today, and this is looking fairly good for a big birthday present for Chip. And here comes Scott down the inside of Palou to turn 3. No problem at all. Into the ready to the race.
Scott Dixon has led more laps than anyone in the history of the Indianapolis 500. We've already talked about that, Matt, but he's also led more individual 500s than anyone before. He comes to the Yard of Bricks here. This is the 17th different Indy 500 that Scott Dixon has led laps in. This is his 24th start. He's led in almost every one that he's attempted.
It's an incredible record, and he will lead here as we are approaching the halfway stage. Still 30 laps to go, although that won't take that long. And from the high shot looking back up the straight from turn 4, looked a bit dark over the back of the grandstands in turn 1.
Again, it's that 3 o'clock hour that all the forecasts show that we need to be wary of. Well, we're approaching the 2 o'clock hour, just past 1:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Here's Palou, main straightaway in the slipstream of Dixon, pops out to the inside, makes the pass. Behind them for third, Rosenqvist defending from Malukas.
Yeah, he covered that off down the inside there to turn 1, did Felix. So 2 Chip Ganassi cars lead a former Chip Ganassi driver in third place. Malukas, Newgarden and McLaughlin lining up 4, 5, 6. It's all Ganassi and Penske at the front, apart from Felix Rosenqvist. The big guns have come to play in the biggest race of the year. Talking of which, Pato O'Ward here in 8th position, holding off Marcus Ericsson this time to turn 3.
Yeah, Pato O'Ward knows that halfway lap is only about 30 laps away, so he's going to saddle the horse and crack the whip. Moves up into the 8th position past Ericsson, who he's had close run-ins with here before. Dixon with a big swooping move into turn 1 to get around Alex Palou. The leader's lap, Romain Grosjean, just coming down pit road. Again, he and Kyle Collette are off cycle, and Grosjean this time, Matt, unable to stay in front of the leaders.
No, that's his second stop of the afternoon done and dusted, so he'll fall into the pack here. And probably would like a caution just about now, would Roman, and then he'd cycle back to the front, but we'll see what happens. The leaders through 3 and 4, past the snake pit, past the dirt oval down there on the inside of turn 3, heading back towards the front straightaway.
Kyle Collette running in the 19th position, still waiting on him to make his second stop. Palou reclaims the lead on Dixon in turn 1. And you do wonder, of course, I guess no real need to do it now, Matt. Still 27 laps from halfway. But gosh, once we break lap 90, 95, you have to think if you're towards the front, you're going to do everything you can to get the lead and just to make sure you're there if the rain does come.
Yeah, this might be the spiciest mid-portion to an Indy 500 we've had in many years because we don't know when the checkered flag is going to fall. And as we know also this Speedway, if it's just a light sprinkle, they can get it dry fairly quickly. Unless we are in monsoon conditions, there's still a chance we can get back going again later on as Dixon pounces on his teammate again to turn 1 to retake the lead.
So Dixon snatches the lead away from Palou once again. Timing and scoring on the left of your screen showing the running order here at Indianapolis. If you're not watching, if you're only listening to us, here is your top 10. Scott Dixon leading from Alex Palou. Third place running Felix Rosenqvist ahead of David Malukas. That top 4 separated by just 1 second. Then it's Joseph Newgarden 5th, Scott McLaughlin 6th, Connor Daly 7th, Pato O'Ward 8th, Marcus Ericsson Ericsson is 9th. Kiffin Simpson runs in 10th. Helio Castroneves, watch, he did drop 2 positions in the pit stop cycle. From 12th, he drops to 14th. Alexander Rossi trying to climb back after losing all those spots on pit road earlier. He is 15th. Christian Rasmussen in 17th, playing a bit of a different game in that 21 pit crew. Meanwhile, as I've done all of that, the lead has changed again.
Yeah, but Alex Palou back in front of Scott Dixon at turn 1 with another non-contested overtake, let's say. That will be different when we get towards the end of the race, of course. So Palou back to the lead, and the DHL pole sitter continues to lead the way.
So
As Kyle Collette stops, he was the other man on that alternate strategy, with Romain Grosjean. He's in the pit lane now.
And will he stay on the lead lap? Grosjean did not, Matt, and I don't think Collette will either, as Dixon goes right back to the lead, and they do overtake Collette. So it hasn't gone as well as it did the first time around for Collette and Grosjean.
Yeah, he was further back in the pit lane than Grosjean was when they passed him, so looks like Romain's going to get in front of Kyle once this all cycles through. It might come back to them later on. We'll wait and see. Dixon back to the lead, heading back towards turn 3, and we're just about on the longest green flag cycle. Well, we are on the longest green flag cycle we've had all afternoon at Indianapolis.
So Scott Dixon out in front of the field. All those years of talking about the Andretti curse, and of course that was more than just Mario, of course. It was the entire family, but Mario won here only once in 1969, and once he got kissed in victory lane by car owner Andy Granatelli, he never won here again and had races snatched from him in the most heartbreaking of fashions. Scott Dixon, since winning here in 2008, 17 years later, as Matt mentioned earlier, he easily could have had a second, a third, dare I say a fourth or even fifth win here since that 2008 win from the pole, Matt. We could be talking about him making a drive for 5. Instead, he's just trying for 2. And it's been so close in years past, as once again he'll slip past his teammate Palou on the way to turn 1 to reclaim the lead. Dixon's resume, as I said earlier, already speaks for itself. You're not going to topple Scott Dixon from Mount Rushmore of IndyCar, but it would almost feel pretty hollow if he were to end his career with only the one 500.
Yeah, indeed so, being that he's been so close as we talked about. So perhaps another one might be coming his way. Plenty of chess pieces still to move. We've still got over half of this race still to go.
Palou will pop out on him to the inside, going to 1. Palou gets back by. Palou has led the most laps so far here today as he leads through the South Short Chute.
So Palou back to the front. 3 Chip Ganassi cars inside the top 10 with Kiffin Simpson still down there. In 8th place, Pato O'Ward now, last time we mentioned him, he was 10th. He's up to 8th behind Connor Daly. So Ward just moving forward slightly as this, as I said, the longest green flag of the day continuing. He's starting to get a little bit more gloomy around the place.
Yeah, it's definitely overcast, definitely gray, still 20 laps from halfway, 21 to be exact, as we click off the 79th lap. And just as we do that, Dixon goes back to the lead on Palou, who has led 43 of the race's first 79 laps.
Out of 2, Dixon with 6 laps in his pocket in terms of leading to pad his lap leading stats, as we talked about. Rosenquist looking a little bit closer this time at turn 3, the back of Palou, but no chance to make an overtake. And much like Felix sort of did in that first run, we never got to see it wind through because of the crash. He's sitting nicely in 3rd place, just watching the leaders do their thing.
Yep, from Irish Racing, really fast car, obviously. When will he get to the whip and try to put that Meyer-Shank Racing Sirius XM Honda to the front? He hasn't yet, but Alex Palou has again, back to the lead, overtaking Dixon.
Yep, so another change of the lead there. Up out of 2 comes the field. I feel like they're a lot more compacted together this year than in previous in terms of this far into a run. But maybe that's just me. But there's a lot of fuel saving, of course, going on at this portion of the race. You can plan all you want for when you want to make pit stops, but of course, once the cautions fall or or not, as the case may be, that might skew strategy as Dixon launches another attack at turn 1.
To that point, it's only 4.5 seconds that separate the top 10. It's only 10 seconds that separate the top 20. Dixon back to the lead.
Dixon back to the lead, coming through 2. Rosenquist just sitting nicely in third, as I mentioned. Then it's Malukas, then Newgarden and McLaughlin in 5th position, the third of the 3 Penske cars. Through turn 3, no changes at this end of the racetrack again, but it looks like Palou might be shaping up for another pass for the lead.
Up out of turn number 4 come those Ganassi Hondas at the front of this field. Will Palou peek out on Dixon? Yes, he will. Dixon will give him plenty of room. Palou goes back to the front, 10 ahead of 9. Palou leads again.
Yeah, Dixon's wise. He doesn't need to race anyone this hard at this portion of the race, let alone your teammate. But getting towards, what are we, about 20 odd laps now, aren't we, since the pit stops? So still another 10 or 15 to go, probably, until the next round, which, as I mentioned, will bring us nicely to the halfway point.
And when everyone cycles through and all of these leaders cycle through this next set of pit stops, we'll be to halfway, Matt, and who will that leave in the lead? Caio Collet and Romain Grosjean, who will then be doing, those two teams will be doing an absolute rain dance of the ages down on pit road once that happens. Currently, Grosjean is ahead of Collet on the racetrack.
You've never seen anything like it in terms of the the moves being made to get the rain to fall. So we'll wait and see how that pans out. Marcus Ericsson now the top running Andretti car. And we've mentioned it in the pre-race. They haven't really had a great month, but on race day, looking a little bit better. And Ericsson sitting there at the back end of the top 10. Here's the leaders.
Palou to the inside of Dixon on the way to 1. Palou gets through. Speaking of those Andretti cars, Matt, have we mentioned Will Power since the drop of this green flag? I don't think so.
No, only about him being overtaken by, I think it was Newgarden, wasn't it, in the early laps. But other than that, no. That's the first mention of the man from Toowoomba all afternoon.
So Power languishing back in the 13th position. Kyle Kirkwood, who I think a lot of people expected to have a better month of May than he has, qualified very poorly. Really hasn't shown a lot of speed in that Sam's Club car either, running back in the 16th position. Again, 3 cars out of the race as we're going to have another leader change here on the way to turn 1. There goes Dixon, laughing all the way to the bank as he goes to the lead, PNC Bank as it were. So off to the lead goes not Tom Dixon. No, that's Tom Gaymore speaking down on the bottom left of your screen. That's Scott Dixon to the lead, Tom Gaymore talking about it.
Scott's long-lost brother. As the leaders approach turn number 3. And we'll see if Palou, again, with a bit of drafting help and a bit of hybrid, can perhaps retake the lead of his teammate here coming up out of 4.
Once we get to halfway, I do wonder if these two Ganassi teammates will continue playing nice with each other at the front here, because it's been all give and take. They're more than happy to let their teammate lead for 2.4 miles, and then by the time they get back to turn 1, they'll just let them back through. I just wonder if that'll be the same after we get through these next pit stops.
Yeah, indeed so. Once we get perhaps towards any weather, then it might, definitely change the way that they're racing, perhaps at the front end of the field. But at the moment, as you say, playing very nicely with each other.
Again, not to overstate the point, but we have to do our jobs, and right now the story is not as much on the racetrack as it is on the skies. We don't like it to be that way, but it is, as Dixon again reclaims the lead on Palou. Showers to the west of us, about an hour to an hour and a half away.
But a message from Uncle Bob suggests that they are weakening, those showers out to the west. So that's good news to some degree, although it might have been quite exciting to have a rain finish. But we do want to get all 500 miles in if we can.
Well, we'll see, because again, there is heavy rain coming at some point. So if we get slowed for, light sprinkles, and that keeps us from keeping going, heavy rain coming in at about that 4 o'clock hour. It's the 3 o'clock hour where the rain could start. 4 o'clock for sure is when we're going to get the heaviest of the day. And then past that, we're probably not going to go we're probably not going to go past that, whether the race is over or the race gets called, essentially.
Yeah, it's bang on 2 o'clock now, Eastern time in Indianapolis. So another 60 minutes or so before we're into that rain area. So we're going to be, what are we going to be? Probably, if we stay at this kind of pace, we're going to be into sort of lap, as Dixon again makes the pass on Palou to turn 1 on lap 90. We're going to be into lap sort of 130, 140-ish, aren't we, I guess, by the time another hour or so has gone by.
It's taken us an hour 15 minutes to complete the first 90 laps. So if you say you give us another hour 15, that takes us to 3:15 time-wise, and that would be, if we stay on this trend, lap 180. But we had 2 pretty lengthy cautions in those first 90 laps, too. We're doing a lot of math here. Again, we're just trying to give you the full story on what's going on. How about we cover the race on the racetrack? Sure, let's do that. Dixon across the yard of bricks leading. He will not be leading by the time they get back into the next 90-degree left-hand turn, Matt, because Alex Palou flashes right back by again.
Yeah, indeed so. So that's changed as the Fox camera's looking at the sky in turn 2. Sorry to come back to that. There was one taker at the back of the field coming in. Didn't quite catch who that was. If you're looking at the timing screen on our screen, you'll be able to see.
Stingray Rob again.
But Palou, yeah, he was the earliest on the last round, wasn't he? So that's not too unexpected. Palou continues to lead in turn 4, about to start lap 92.
Closing into the halfway point of the Indianapolis 500-mile race for 2026. In this, as we mentioned earlier, 250th year anniversary of America's independence. And on this Memorial weekend, the Indianapolis 500 once again bursting into life with a grandstand sellout. Matt, going to do huge TV numbers as it did last year. And a spinner, Will Power on the access road of turn 1 spinning. Caution comes out. We wanted to mention Will Power on the track. Now we have.
Fluid coming out from under the car for Will. 2 streaks of fluid coming out. He was slow on the front straightaway, and I reckon that's a blow-up. That's an engine that's gone goodnight, and he pulled down into the access road and then spun on his own fluid. Or lit the tyres up to make him spin on his own fluid, actually, suggesting that. But he did a complete 360 and brings out the yellow. So just as we were about to get to a set of green flag pit stops again, we're going to not have those. We are going to have a caution set of pit stops, which is not great for Stingray Rob.
Also not great for Kyle Collette or Romain Grosjean. They get trapped a lap down.
No, true.
So that has
But
not
that
gone
looks
the
like
way.
an engine that's said
oh,
goodnight.
No! Alexander Rossi up in
2
smoke.
Andretti cars within minutes.
Oh, Rossi up in smoke again. Oh my goodness, this looks so similar to last year. He'll carefully hobble out of the car limping, not putting any weight on that right ankle, which was banged up on Monday. Last year, the car was on fire on pit road. This year, thankfully, no fire, but it is in smoke.
Yeah, it's fiery, smoky again at the Java house. He's in the Carl Kirkwood pit bay. So thankfully into the waiting arms of other Andretti employees. But what a terrible couple of minutes that is for Dan Towers, Michael Andretti, and the whole of TWG.
Oh, dear. Alexander Rossi will not win his second Indianapolis 500, Matt, and we will go another year without a winner coming from the middle of the front row. Still, It has been since 2000 and Juan Pablo Montoya, the last driver to win from a qualifying position of second.
In his final start before he left to go to come back to Europe as such and go to Formula One. For, of course, coming back and winning here again. Will Power's spin on his own fluid down there in turn 1, on the access road of turn 1, brought out the caution, and then Alex Rossi, almost immediately as that was happening, Alex Rossi was slowing into pit lane with smoke coming from the back of his car too. So 2 Andretti cars out of the race within a matter of seconds of each other. It's the 2 Ganassi cars that continue to lead the way. Scott Dixon is your leader under caution.
And again, I feel like we do have to preface the comments by saying not to belabor the point, but this slows down the pace of the race while it does not slow down the pace of the rain moving in from the west. Good to see Alexander Rossi able to get out of that car fairly quickly, Matt. No complications getting out.
Yep, as we touched on, didn't we, about an hour or so ago. Looked like he was out fairly smartly, and there wasn't too much smoke or flame to concern him too greatly, which is good news. Teams are all lined up and ready to go for pit stops, but because of Will Power's car being parked in the access road, the warm-up lane in turn one, we are yet to see pit lane open, and the field is just going across the yard of bricks now on lap 95. Should we catch up with some comments, Matthew, if we have any?
Yes, let's get to the comments section here.
Delay before the pit stops open.
Yes. Christian, I can't remember if I said this. Christian says, can't wait for United to be back in the Champions League.
Yes. We did touch on that.
Our guy Jarek Rubel commenting, not in the comment section, sending messages on social media. Send the messages on the YouTube. That's very important. Send as Rossi just getting a look at him hobbling out of that car again. He's put his helmet back on. I don't think they're going to get that car back on the racetrack, but he's put his helmet back on. Now might be unlatching it again. Could very well be a lengthy cleanup there on the access road of turn one, Matt. We might cross over halfway during this caution.
Yes, you would assume so. A lot of cleanup, as you say. Rossi, now with helmet off again, is crutching his way down the walkway behind the pit boxes. And I'm sure getting a good reception from the crowd there on the infield grandstand.
Won the race in 2016, nearly won the race in 2019 in that duel to the finish with Simon Pagenaud. And the driver from Nevada City, California that won it as a rookie in 16 will not win it a decade later. Again, this fluid laid down by Will Power right on the access road coming out of pit road in turn one. That's why this is going to be a pretty lengthy yellow, and pit road will be closed for quite a lengthy time here, Matt. So, should we do, nearly halfway through the race, on this day in racing?
Apologies, I've just been calling Alex Rossi an Andretti driver when clearly he isn't. He's a carpenter, which is silly of me. So yes, let's do quickly on this day in racing while the fog of the cement dust down there in turn one is cleaned up by AMR. We do this every week when we do the NASCAR races, so you don't have to do this later because we're doing it now.
Right.
Yes, you can. Okay, you can if you want to. On this day in racing, we'll start with some birthdays. We mentioned it's Chip Ganassi's birthday to him, and his two of his three cars at the front of the field. Joey Logano in action later at Charlotte. Happy birthday to him. Ford factory Mustang driver in the IMSA Championship, Christopher Meese, his birthday today. Former A1GP driver Adam Khan for Team Pakistan, his birthday today. The lovable rogue Aussie Kenny Habul, his birthday today. Ricky Craven's birthday today, as well as Ivan Capelli, almost winning the French Grand Prix in 1989, and Randy Pilgrim as well. The last Cup race to happen on this day was the 2020 Coca-Cola 600 won by Brad Keselowski. Be fairly emotional if he wins later today at Charlotte. 2015, the Monaco Grand Prix was won by Nico Rosberg. 2015, also Coke 600, of course, that day. Carl Edwards, the winner, and Juan Pablo Montoya's second win came on this day at Indianapolis in 2015. In 2014, Kyle Larson won at Charlotte in the Nationwide Series, the History 300. Helio Castro Neves' 2009 win, that was an emotional one after the court case and all that. So that came on this day in 2009, as did Jenson Button. Monaco Baby Yeah, 2009 in the Brawn. The now late and very great Kyle Busch won a Nationwide Series race at Charlotte Motor Speedway on this day in 2008, the CarQuest Auto Parts 300. Excuse me. Matt Kenseth won, again, the CarQuest Auto Parts 300 at Lowe's Motor Speedway in 2003 in the Busch Series, as was then. Jeff Gordon won the Coke 600 on this day, Matthew, in 1998. And Mika Hakkinen won that day's Monaco Grand Prix for McLaren. Paul Tracy won at Gateway on this day in 1997, the Motorola 300. in kart when, of course,
would have been
they all should have been here.
Yeah, that would have been on a Saturday before the 500.
Yep. You'll never know what it means. You heard it in our opener earlier. Al Unser Jr.'s Indy win in 1992 came on this day, the 24th of May. Pits are open. We'll come back to this list in a moment.
Closest finish in 500 history. Al Unser Jr. over Scott Goodyear. Pit road. Scott McLaughlin has been brilliant on pit road so far in this race. Can he gain more positions here as the leaders are in the pits for, who knows, maybe their last stop of the day? So having a fast pit stop and gaining positions would be very vital here. It hasn't been that great of a stop from McLaughlin this time. It's a really good one from Dixon. Has he beaten Palou out? Believe he has, from Malukas. Yep. And McLaughlin, who I was really watching there, Matt, didn't have as great of a stop as I thought. It's Dixon from Palou, then Malukas, Newgard, and McLaughlin. All Ganassi and Penske up front. Then Pato, who did gain places, and Rosenquist, who lost them.
Yeah, indeed so. So a bit of shuffling going on there. But it is Dixon who holds sway. Back to the Honest Day in racing. We'll get this finished off smartly before we go back to the green. Dale Earnhardt Sr.'s Charlotte Motor Speedway Coke 600 win in 1992 was on this day, as was Kyle Petty's win in their race in 1987. Al Unser Sr. won the 1987 Indy 500 on this day.
Well, his fourth win.
His fourth.
Could we
another Unser win?
Could we see a 4-time club member get to 5?
Bobby Unser won the 1981 race on this day here at the 500, and that is the last 500 certainly that's on this list that I can tell you about. 81.
Okay, so really Mario Andretti won the race on this day, and then later in the summer it was overturned.
Yes, did forget about that. And a final Grand Prix to tell you about that happened on this day in 1964 at Zandvoort. Was won by everyone's favourite Scotsman apart from Dario Franchitti, and that is Jim Clark.
Very good. Always enjoy the segment.
And Jim Clark is Dario's favourite Scotsman as well.
Well, Dario, a 3-time winner. Of course, the last time that we didn't make it to the finish of the 500 because of rain, Dario was the winner in 2007. All 3 of his Indy 500 wins came under caution at the finish. 2007 coming while driving in absolute bucket loads of rain, driving under caution to the checkered flag.
Looks like that Rossi retirement, by the way. We might have an exclusive call on that because it was under a Fox commercial break. Looking at messages, of which I assume they're under right now before we go back to racing, as they're about to start the halfway lap. Cross flags will be readied.
Yeah, so they will be given the halfway signal from Aaron Likens at the flag stand next time around as we start lap 100 here under yellow. And I just get the sense now, Matt, game on this restart.
Yeah, looking back from the Scott Dixon car as we are now, there's a fairly sizable cloud coming from turn 1. That's blowing sort of past the circuit, but we might get the edge of it as wind is blowing across from behind the grandstands on the front straight across the track, across the precinct, as you would like to say around these parts, across towards the golf course at the back end of the racetrack. We're not going green this time, so no need to worry about that yet. But yes, weather is looming. We've been talking about it for the last couple of hours, but this is why, because now we've got to halfway. We just need to complete the next lap of the race, and then it will be an official race, no matter what happens.
You could just see that if it would hold off until 4 o'clock, we'd be good. But it's that 3 o'clock hour between 3 and 4 that you just don't know. By the way, Matt, if we don't make it the full distance today, and we're going to complete the halfway lap right here under yellow, Scott Dixon bringing the field to the yard of bricks, and now we are 250 miles into the 500-mile race. So this race is now official. will not be coming back tomorrow. Check that one off the list.
Yep.
But if we don't make it to the end of this race today, we might be taking ourselves out of some history. Half of this race is complete, Matt, with 45 lead changes. That is already 5th most all time.
Wow.
The record is
Goodness.
68 from 2013. We're on pace for 90 if we would make it the whole distance.
And sorry to burst the balloon, but oh wow, it was all fuel saving at the front of the field, and they were just off in position to save fuel. However, they're still doing 200 miles an hour plus.
Yeah, funny how we
As
don't
my
really
Facebook
hear
memory
that from
came
people.
up on, as my memory on Facebook came up the other day from a few years ago, it's the first day of Indy practice, and it's 230 miles an hour average already. Average. In capital letters.
So we're going to make at least one more lap under caution here. I'm sure the entire field and the crowd and us begging to go green here like as soon as we can. Obviously,
the racing could be very spicy.
Yes, and we knew it was going to be a length of yellow because of all the fluid dropped by Willpower.
No one to go signal the line.
Because I'm going to tell you, when the rain comes, it's here.
Yeah.
It's not going to be here for a long time, but it's going to drop an absolute load of rain. Looking at my weather app here, says when that first burst comes in that time between 3 and 4 o'clock, it is going to drop over 1/10 of an inch.
What? Who are you using for said?
This would be through the Weather
Weather
Channel.
Channel. Let me see what AccuWeather says to give a comparison hourly. Yeah, 2.2 mil, 73% chance in the 4 o'clock hour. We're at 64% now and 40 at 5 o'clock. So, yeah, umbrellas at the ready.
There's that small cell that comes along by the look at this radar that I'm looking at. That small cell that comes along around 3 o'clock that's just might touch us or miss us from the northwest. If that misses us, we have a chance to get to 4 o'clock. And then it's 4:15 when the heavy stuff does come that we talked about. So really all of that, and we've been talking about it throughout the day, it all comes down to that small cell that's going to get to us first. Will it miss us or will it hit us? But good gracious, would we like to go green right now?
Meanwhile, Scott Dixon continues to add to his stat book with more laps led as we crawl around under caution. The Alex Rossi car was still being wheeled away last time the leaders came down the straight from pit lane, so adding to the delays slightly there, but it doesn't. Yeah, the light's still on the Corvette pace car in turn 2, so we're going to get at least one more lap.
They've just found some debris apparently in turn 1.
Okay.
So, has it been there the whole time? Been a pretty lengthy yellow.
Parts and pieces being dropped. Someone's going to be underweight if so.
Oh, jeez. Again, the Coca-Cola World 600 for the NASCAR Cup Series later tonight here on the channel. Hopefully, weather plays nice with us there as well for one of NASCAR's crown jewel events. But it will certainly be a very somber theme when we get to Charlotte.
Yes, feel like that break after stage 2 will be even more relevant this year than it always is. We've had our Indianapolis pomp and circumstance before the race. The Coke 600 has theirs at halfway. I wonder where Catherine Legg is right now. Is she still here?
Yes.
Is she on her way?
Someone get eyes on Catherine, please. Ross Chastain, of course, the defending winner of the Coca-Cola 600. Talk about Legacy Motor Club sending some members of their team out to pit Ryan Hunter-Ray in this race. And just because I mentioned Ross Chastain, at Trackhouse, Justin Marks really wants to do this race one day as well. And we'll see if that ever happens.
The next new happening on the Trackhouse horizon, apart from them finding another team principal for their MotoGP team, is San Diego, by all accounts, for Project 91's return. The Cup race out there in, 5 weeks' time? The next great American holiday.
Yes. We have been under this caution for 17 minutes.
And continue to be so.
Talk about long cautions on this channel this year.
Had a few, haven't we?
I'm not 100% sure I know what's keeping us under yellow here.
Yeah. And light's still on this lap of the...
JT has just sent me a message behind the scenes. I'm going to send him a message back. Why are we still under yellow? Holy smokes. We were really clicking off at a really good pace and gave ourselves a chance to maybe get the full distance out.
Apparently and this is why you're now about to see on the New Garden camera, precipitation has arrived at the Speedway. Which is why we are still under yellow.
Okay. So,
It's only a light sprinkle at the moment. And one of those, once it hits the ground, it burns off jobs. But if it gets any harder, then we might be having more of a problem. Oh,
goodness, we're going red.
I was just about to say, are those red lights flashing? And they are.
Oh, that's not what we wanted to see. It is what they wanted to see.
Yeah, Emma's happy.
Oh, my.
Down there in the Team 9 camp.
Oh, my. If, well, let's be honest. No one wants to see this race end this way. But as much as this speedway has taken away from Scott Dixon the last handful of years, I don't know. You wouldn't hate it for him, let's say.
No. Indeed so. So everyone to the pit lane. Scott Dixon has pulled up at the mark, which is right by the scoring tower. And everyone will file in behind him. All the teams will be out there to see their drivers and cool the cars down, because we don't want them sitting there getting too hot. Engines, of course, will be off. Any fuel they would have burned under the caution there will not be saved, because it also won't be replenished either. And we play the waiting game for the first time today.
Well, this has been as good of timing as Scott Dixon has had here since 2008. Because, again, to the point that we've been making, the longer we sit here, the closer the really heavy stuff gets, and the likelihood of not restarting this race gets higher and higher. Now, granted, let's just say this for what it's worth. Heavy rain is on its way. But it does not seem as if it is going to be a persistent rain for when it gets here. And IndyCar officials will, if we get heavy rain and then it moves out, will try to dry this track and restart the race if they believe there's a chance to do so. So, that to say, Matt, all this heavy stuff that we have been teasing, if you want to call it that, if it comes in and it leaves pretty quickly and it soaks the racetrack, but it's out within an hour, maybe they try to dry it, and then we restart. I mean, just think about how late we started and how late we finished 2 years ago.
Yeah, indeed so. Indeed so. We'll have to wait and see what weather bringeth or not, as the case may be.
Sunset is 9:01 p.m. local time.
I Googled while you were talking there because I wanted to know rather than ask you the question, and I found the answer to my question. This has got the makings of 1976.
It does, yes. You are right.
Which was the last shortest Indy 500, which ran only 102 laps, according to Wikipedia.
Mm-hmm. It was the only time in the history of the race that the winner walked to victory lane, Johnny Rutherford.
Yeah. Yes, and how many? Well, that was his second win.
Mm-hmm.
That day, Rutherford took the lead for the first time on lap 80.
Right.
Wasn't so far away from when Scott Dixon led for the first time today. That was about then as well.
Right.
And that race ran 103 laps, so we've just gone past that thanks to those laps under caution. So this won't be the shortest 500 in history, but it'll be a close second.
For what it's worth, drivers have not gotten out of their cars. Well, we're not new to playing waiting games around here with weather. I mean,
no, this is new in terms of us being on YouTube to do this race, but we have done our fair share of rain delay.
We never set out to do that.
So our first rain delay, certainly my first rain delay on this portion of network history. Haven't had a NASCAR rain delay yet this year.
No,
for the Cup Series.
Thankfully not. Now again, to what I just mentioned, that it may rain and then they may try to dry the track and get it back going. Obviously, if that happens, we will have to think on our feet and adjust on the fly for Coca-Cola 600 coverage. So just bear with us on that front.
When is the scheduled start of that race?
Oh, let's see. I know who has the answer to that. It's just finding his tweet, because bless him, Bob tweets a lot. Lane Riggs, I can say, just by looking at Bob's Twitter, Lane Riggs is officially the winner of the truck race from earlier today. That race apparently finishing on a time limit. Is that what
Yes.
you said earlier? So yeah, so Lane Riggs
wanted to get that out and done before this started.
Yes.
I feel like.
Yeah, has to be.
The NASCAR app says 11 o'clock my time, but that's obviously the start of the proceedings on Prime.
Yeah, here we go. Green flag at 6:29 Eastern and local time. Again, that race very well could have its own weather issues. So often, you'll have weather issues early in the day at Indianapolis, and then it'll just all move south to Charlotte.
Yeah, and if it has weather issues tonight, it could have weather issues tomorrow.
Yes.
And Tuesday. The last person to win a Cup race on a Wednesday, Kyle Busch.
Right. That would have been at Texas in 2020. if my memory is accurate on that. So as you see, red flag, Emma Dixon down there hugging Marco Andretti, and Andretti not in the 500. Yes, and Andretti not in the 500 for the first time in ages. And so again, you've got Scott Dixon in the lead at the time of the caution for Will Power's spin. We knew that would be a lengthy yellow because of the amount of fluid that Power laid down on the track. And then because it was such a lengthy yellow, Matt, just some raindrops came in, and still there's not... I mean, here on the main stretch, I don't see anything at all. But obviously...
No, and there's a puddle
unlike NASCAR...
in between the wall
yes.
next to where Scott parked, and it is not having water hit it.
Yes. And unlike NASCAR, which we cover on a weekly basis around here, where they can go green if there's just a sprinkle or two spitting out, not the case here in this this discipline.
No.
At the speeds that they run.
If we were anywhere else, well, I was going to say anywhere else, but if we were here a few weeks ago and we've had some tremendously wet Indy Grand Prix, we've covered both of them off the top of my head. Notable for the first one being my first call on the network, and secondly the Colton Herta super save in the second race. But if they'd been anywhere else, like even Long Beach, which has never had we've never ever had a wet Long Beach Grand Prix, and I pray one day that was going to be the case because it will be fun. Just because it's never happened before, we can't go racing in the rain around this place. Now, at the moment, they've got the AMR safety crew burning fuel. It's a high commodity around these parts, don't you know, at the moment, in the economy.
You said a mouthful there. Okay, word on the street is that engines are going to be refired at 35 past the hour. That's 3 minutes from now.
Okay, I'm going to take the opportunity then while we've got 3 minutes.
Yes, indeed. And I will take the opportunity to tell you that, of course, on the channel with, again, might have to be on our toes tonight. We do hope to bring you the Coca-Cola 600 tonight at Charlotte on the channel. Obviously, it is a big day, or a big week, rather, on our network coming up with all kinds of hockey and basketball as the conference finals continue tomorrow night. You've got a Game 3 between the Hurricanes and the Canadiens, and a Game 4 between the Knicks and the Cavaliers. That is tomorrow night. Tuesday night, Game 5 of San Antonio, Oklahoma City. Game 4 of Avalanche Golden Knights. So the NBA and NHL conference finals continue throughout the week. Next week, NASCAR is in Nashville for the Cracker Barrel 400 at the Nashville Super Speedway in Lebanon, Tennessee. That is a Sunday night race around 7 p.m. Eastern Time. IndyCar, as has been the case for many years now, straight from Indianapolis to nearby Detroit to run the Chevrolet Grand Prix. That is next Sunday at noon Eastern Time in the downtown city streets of Detroit. Then that takes us into the month of June, where we'll have Roland Garros on the channel, the women's final at the French Open on the red clay on Saturday, June 6th. The men's final Sunday, June 7th. Also on that June 7th, the NASCAR Michigan 400 at the Great Michigan International Speedway. By then, the NBA Finals and Stanley Cup Final will have started. And then, as we've been building up to for months now, the 2026 FIFA World Cup starting on Thursday, June 11th. And when Matt returns, I will take...
I'm here.
Okay, very good. So I'll let you get settled. Was just reading off the upcoming week's calendar on the channel. And now that I've gotten to the World Cup, I will take the opportunity to step away and let Matt tell you some of those World Cup games that we will have on the network for you.
timed it perfectly almost. So yes, as we mentioned earlier on, it starts on the Thursday, and the red flag's about to be lifted.
Almost as if we planned it there.
Indeed so. As the red flag's about to be lifted. So the World Cup starts on the Thursday in Mexico, with Mexico against South Africa in the opening game, a repeat of the opening game of the 2010 World Cup, which was in South Africa. So that's the Thursday game. Certainly we'll have more than this, but this is my portion of the early week. On the Friday, it is Canada kicking off their World Cup campaign against Bosnia and Herzegovina. Then on the Saturday, I'll be doing the second game from Group B, which is Qatar against Switzerland. Monday, Belgium against Egypt is my scheduled game on the 15th. On the 16th, we see what France can do in their redemption story after Qatar losing in the final against Argentina. They kick off against Senegal on the Tuesday. Then I'm not doing a game on the 17th, I believe. Yes, I am. It's England against Croatia. So that's a big one, clearly, for me anyway. That's on the Wednesday. Thursday of the first week concludes with Switzerland against Bosnia-Herzegovina in Group B. And then the US against Australia is in my sector. Their second game, they start against Paraguay, of course, and they play Australia, and they finish off against Turkey in Group D. Then after that, I've got Germany against Ivory Coast in Group E, which I'm very much looking forward to. That should be a cracking game. That's on the Saturday. And then it's the Netherlands against Sweden to complete the second sort of the first week, really, of the World Cup. The red flag has been lifted at Indianapolis. We are now under yellow again, which is a good sign. And we're just about ready to get cars back onto the racetrack very shortly. So the precipitation clearly has stopped. They just waited for a second to see what would happen. And they have now got cars back on the racetrack, getting up to speed, which is good news. And we are back counting laps down. So any thoughts that this would be the second shortest 500 in history, you can perhaps put them to bed now. We're on lap 107, and as you can see on screen, but let's do a full field rundown. Scott Dixon is your race leader from Alex Palou. The two Chip Ganassi cars at the front of the field. Three Penske's next up: David Malukas, Joseph Newgarden, and Scott McLaughlin. Pato O'Ward is sixth in the leading McLaren, ahead of Felix Rosenqvist. Marcus Ericsson, Connor Daly, and Marcus Armstrong round out the top 10. Kyle Kirkwood is the leading Andretti, and he is in second Andretti, because Marcus Ericsson is leading Andretti in 8th. He is in 11th place. As I wait for this to scroll back around again on the screen to tell you the rest of the team positions. Kirkwood from Ferrucci in 12th. Simpson, Siegel, Dennis Hauger, top rookie at the moment, in 15th. Helena Castroneves 16th, ahead of Takuma Sato and Christian Rasmussen. That's your top half of the field, down to 18th place. So Castroneves still in and around with a chance of a score, and if things go weirdly in the second half of the race, then perhaps that might increase.
Don't tease everyone about that.
Yeah, I think so. But the best news of all is that the cars are on the racetrack. The red flag is lifted, and we are rolling again. At slow speed, granted, but we are rolling again.
Yes, we are. So, hoping that we can get some good racing and a good amount of laps in. Again, as we were kind of teasing before that red flag got thrown, though, Matt, if we can get to this green flag, the restart is going to be it's going to be mental.
Yeah, exactly. As you've been saying, the heavier stuff comes in after 4 o'clock. We're about to get one to go, and we are getting one to go, which is great news.
Oh dear.
That's only 20 minutes away. 4 o'clock.
So, 3 o'clock.
Sorry, 3 o'clock. Not 4 o'clock. The 3 o'clock hour.
Yes.
So that's only 20 minutes away. So this little portion here might be a little bit hair-raising. If you are watching and or listening, get behind your sofa as Graham Rahal, interesting manoeuvre, topping off with fuel. That might come back later on, mightn't it?
Yeah, it might very well. 40 years.
But here we go then.
Since Bobby's win.
Yeah. Here we go. As Scott Dixon leads the field down the back straightaway and back towards the grandstands at this end of the racetrack in turn 3. We're about to get the Indianapolis 500 back underway after a short delay, and it'll be lap 110 once we get it.
Most of the time, we know what lap we're racing to at Indianapolis. Today, the last lap could be any lap, so every lap has to be done at 100%, full throttle. Scott Dixon brings the field off turn 4. Green flag goes up in the air. Further back, they are spread out 4 and 5 wide. Alex Palou jumps to the outside of Dixon. So too does David Malukas. In turn 1, Palou to the lead. Malukas follows through to second. Dixon caught in the turbulent air is going to lose third to Newgarden in turn 2.
Connor Daly whipping around the outside of Scott McLaughlin to go to 5th. So it's not worked out well for the Kiwis. Here comes Ferrucci to try and pass Scotty as well. At the front, Joseph Newgarden has got around Alex Palou.
So David Malukas shoots to the lead in that number 12 car for Team Penske. The driver from Chicago looking for his first ever IndyCar win in the 500. Further back, Santino Ferrucci around the outside of Helio Castroneves in turn 4 makes a pass. Malukas leads. Palou look to his inside. Malukas defends going to turn 1. Malukas leads into the corner. Palou is second. Newgarden is third. Daly is fourth. Dixon backslides to 5th.
Sorry, misidentification on my part. Too many red cars. Newgarden was in position there to have a look at Palou, but he was looking at his teammate. Daly now in 4th, looking at the back of Newgarden. Can he pop out to the outside? He will. Going to turn 3. Connor Daly up to 3rd place.
Tremendous move by Connor Daly up into the podium places. He needs 2 more to make Hoosier history. Meanwhile, ahead of him, Alex Palou loads up a run out of turn 4 and goes after David Malukas. Wheel to wheel at the yard of bricks. Alex Palou back to the lead. Malukas backslides to second. We're on lap 112.
Order resumed. Alex Palou leads an IndyCar race, and he leads it well, but not by a lot. Here comes Malukas, who's got a great run through the middle of 2. Wow. He's going to be right underneath the wing on the exit, and he will breeze past down the back straightaway to retake the lead. That might give Palou the opportunity to get him back. He gets in the slipstream, but he won't be close enough by the time they get to 3. What a run through the middle of turn 2 for David Malukas, and he re-leads.
We've only seen passes today at the end of each of the straightaways, Matt, but as I said, you never know what lap is going to be the last lap. You never know when that caution might come out that could end the race for good. If you have a chance to make a short shoot pass, you're going to do it from here on out. David Malukas from Chicago leads the Spaniard Palou, then the Hoosier Daly in 3rd.
And then the man from Tennessee, Joseph Newgarden, in 4th. You would absolutely put your house on David Malukas making a wild move if he has a chance to win this race, and that might be the sort of a half-wild move there to get back to the front. And he's held it for over a lap now as they head towards turn 3. I'm really interested to see what Connor Daly can do from 3rd place here. If he can get a run on Alex Palou going, it all depends if Palou's got the run on Malukas, I suppose, onto the front straight.
I'm sure there are race strategists on pit road, Matt, saying we have to at least plan as if we are going to lap 200. But if you come across the radio and tell your driver right now to save fuel, they're just going to turn off, they're going to just rip the radio out. Palou back to the lead in 1.
Yeah, especially if you're in this front group, and Palou does go back to the lead. He's saying, here comes Malukas. He's got another great run off too, and this time he pops to the inside and takes the place heading back towards 3, the 12 car. Back in front, Roger Penske's car on Roger Penske's property in Roger Penske's series leads.
Well, David Malukas has shown us a lot of muscle since this restart, Matt. He has told us that he doesn't have to load up a run. He can be passed and then repass 1 or 2 corners later. Back to the lead goes Malukas. Sitting behind him, Palou, Daly, Newgarden, Dixon.
Yeah, kind of first time we've seen that, haven't we, where someone's just decided to go back to the lead immediately or not waiting for the next run to turn 1. And Malukas keeps the lead as they head down the back straightaway at this moment in time. So we'll see what happens this time as they come through 3 and 4. Everybody loading themselves up on hybrid boost. See if they can use it again down the front straightaway, which Palou will surely do here as he attempts to get the lead back.
Malukas leads up out of turn number 4. Palou right in behind him. Is he going to try to make a move? Yes, he does. To the outside of Malukas, who takes a defensive line. First real defending we've seen going to turn 1, and the yellow is out. Yellow is out as Malukas defended the lead and held it as the caution flies. No accident on the racetrack. Presumably this is for more precipitation. Malukas defended the lead at the perfect time, Matt, and he kept it.
Yeah, right on the clock there for Dave to keep the lead. Now it's he who'll be doing the rain dance, as we talked about Colette and Grosjean earlier on. But they're well out of it now. And doesn't look from the heli shot that there is a lot, if much. But now we've gone on board with Malukas. Yes, proper rain now hitting the camera on the 12 car.
Well, David Malukas, I mean, he lived up to everything that we said would happen on that restart. You've got to go all the way in here on this restart, and he did multiple times to take the lead. Now the question is, do we stay under yellow here, or do we go back red? I don't know how many laps that was. It wasn't many.
6. I think I said it was 112 coming to the green, so not long at all. Bigger drops hitting the camera there this time than last time, you can say for certain. So I'll have to wait and see how this progresses over the next couple of minutes.
So David Malukas putting himself in position. And I just to think if this rain sets in and we don't go back green and Scott Dixon has lost another 500 like that, which just be unreal.
That's now 49 lead changes.
Goodness gracious.
The 4th most ever.
So yellow out again. And
110 the green flag was. It was a 7-lap run.
Okay. So we wait again. Driver named David has never won the Indianapolis 500.
You would have thought that would have happened, wouldn't you?
You would.
Not an uncommon name.
No.
I know we're now under caution, but I'm going to make a point here as we get this wall shot coming out of turn number 2. People walking around the racetrack and not watching the race while the race is going on. Why are you even here? Unless you're going to the bathroom or the concession stand, like we've just done under that last break.
Yes.
Yeah, why are you here?
By the way, when that green flag came out, you mentioned it was on lap 110. Well, 2
Yep.
laps after that, at the completion of the 112th lap, Matt, Elio Castroneves made more Indianapolis 500 history. He has surpassed A.J. Foyt for the most miles completed in Indianapolis 500 history.
Wow. Very good. Kind of had the feeling he might have had that already, but now sitting here thinking about it, as the cars are coming back to the pits, which is, or is that all of them? It might be just some, actually.
Yeah,
yes, it is. It is just some, not everybody.
Yeah, they're making proper pit stops here. Lundgaard, Harvey, and a few more. All right.
But yeah, you would have thought that Helio had had that record already, but actually thinking about it, AJ did come here for a very long time.
Yes, and while we're on the subject of names, 808 different drivers have attempted an Indianapolis 500. 808 different drivers have taken the green flag in an Indianapolis 500. Now with the 4 rookies this year. So that's a lot of different people that has started an Indianapolis 500. You know, the most common surname in America is Smith, but yet no one with the last name Smith has ever started an Indianapolis 500.
And that's why Matthew Owens is the Indy 500 Oracle.
That's why you tune into this channel, you know, to get those kinds of nuggets about names. David's never won it. Smith has never started it. When's the day that David Smith wins the Indianapolis 500?
Yeah, absolutely. Is there a David Smith somewhere in the Indy ladder somewhere? We can pencil him in for a 500 win in the next 10 or 15 years. Tick both of those boxes as a rookie.
Sure, yes, of course. 5 drivers out of this race: Will Power, Alexander Rossi, Ed Carpenter, Ryan Hunter-Reay, and Catherine Legg out of this Indianapolis 500. We're about to complete the 120th lap, which is the 300-mile mark of this race. Leader, as you see, is David Malukas, leading at the timing of this now second, well, I guess this isn't the second caution for rain, is it? This is the first caution for rain, but we've had a red flag for rain that came during a caution for a spin, if that makes any sense at all.
And this is the 4th caution?
Yes.
Of the day? 1 for Legg and RHR, the 2nd for Ed Carpenter. The 3rd one for Will Power, which then led to the rain delay, and now this one. And not getting a one to go gimbal this time by Eva.
And I know it drives people crazy, because it drives me crazy, that we're not seeing rain falling on our screens, and all we're doing is making caution laps. But again, these cars, these speeds, you just cannot risk it.
No.
One of the you can't risk it like we did at New Hampshire a few years back in the NASCAR race, and that was one of the many stories told about Kyle Busch this week on the Sirius XM NASCAR radio channel. They brought former official and pace car driver Kip Childress on to talk about Kyle, and Kip was remembering that New Hampshire race where they started it in that drizzle or the sprinkles, and then Busch was among the cars that spun, and then after that happened under the caution, him putting the bumper of his damaged car to the back bumper of the pace car. Fairly classic Kyle Busch story.
Yes. There will be, it has been already over the last couple of days, and will continue to be over the next couple of weeks, I guess. Lots of them. Heard a clip of Adam Stevens yesterday on SXM. That was pretty heartbreaking to hear him talking about his wins with Kyle back in the day.
You know, I think, it's, as I said earlier, Nashville is a Sunday night race next week, so Matt won't be on with us for NASCAR coverage for a couple of weeks until Michigan at the start of June. So, I mean, we're given the opportunity here, but we don't want to be under caution for rain, but we are. Given the opportunity to talk about Kyle and share some stories about Kyle, one thing that has struck me during the week is all of the people saying, we just wanted to see him win one more time in the Cup Series. And that had, Kyle, listen, for the hefty majority of his career, Kyle was not exactly a fan favorite. Now, he had his Rowdy Nation and a good amount of loyal fans himself, as Romain Grosjean has just been penalized for passing under the yellow flag. So he is going to go to the back of the field for whenever the next restart happens. And I suppose,
this is
Matt,
coming into
this
the
is,
pits.
Yes, coming into the pits, he passed Christian Lundgaard. I don't think he thought Lundgaard was pitting because of how high up Lundgaard was, but then when Lundgaard committed to pit road, that's an illegal pass under yellow by Grosjean. But as happens with a lot of drivers, particularly in NASCAR, Matt, Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson, Darrell Waltrip,
Kevin Harvick.
Kevin Harvick, yes.
Denny.
Drivers, we have this phrase around here. We love to penalize prosperity, and when drivers win a lot, NASCAR fans usually fall out of love with it quick. And then when those drivers get towards the end of their career, like it happened with Jeff and Jimmy and Darrell, and it was happening with Kyle, the fan emotions do turn, and you want to see them win. And I think a lot of us were so looking forward to Kyle Busch winning again in the Cup Series at some point, Matt, to have that moment like we got with Jeff Gordon at Martinsville in 2015. Yeah. We were just so looking forward to that. And there are so many pieces of this tragedy that just makes you break down. The racing part of it is that 8 team is finally starting to show some life this year. Top 10 at Talladega. Had speed at Dover in the All-Star race, the non-points race, and ran extremely well at Watkins Glen. They were finally starting to turn a corner, not only with the 8, but with the 3 as well. And that's again, something that just breaks your heart.
Yeah, the worm had finally started to turn, hadn't it, after a tricky start to the year on both sides for the 3 and the 8. So yeah, it's, as we talked about at the top of the show, absolutely heartbreaking story. And you think about Dover last Friday and what Kyle said, and knowing what the two of us have been told, and it's not public knowledge, but what some of the things that we've been told over the weekend, the comments from Kyle on the grid to whoever it was he was talking to from Fox, and then he said the same thing in the press conference afterwards about, you never know when your last one is going to be, which everyone has obviously picked up on. Very poignant words, and clearly he perhaps that doesn't make sense, but you know what I'm getting at, wasn't quite as well as he could have been last Friday, but still managed to out-muscle everybody and win a truck race, and that was his second win of the year after winning at Atlanta in the spring.
On our channel, and I don't mean this specific channel on YouTube here, I mean in our, the old platform, multiple old platforms going back to the very early days, as it looks like we might be going green here. We covered 26 Kyle Busch wins. We've only covered 5 drivers winning more since we've been on the air. And, it just, goodness, it strikes you that we're never going to get to call another race of his, which is so sad. All right. Chevrolet Corvette pace car has pulled away from the field. We are going back green here at the completion of the 125th lap. It is 75 laps to go in the Indianapolis 500, but as I told you on the last restart, you just never know when the last lap is coming today. And a crash! Coming out of turn 4 on the restart, Joseph Newgarden slams into the wall off of turn 4, and before we even get to the green flag, the 2-time champion of the 500 has slammed the turn 4 safer barrier. Newgarden will not win number 3.
Goodness me. What a shocker, and that went fast. AMR safety crew there. He's getting out of the car being assisted, but that was a quick and heavy hit for Joseph Newgarden. Let's see him replay.
Oh, he just lost it.
Is he just a little bit low?
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Safer barrier, of course, doing its job in the middle of 4. Was he a little bit lower than...
Oh, Oh, he was.
I think he touches the concrete.
He did. He touched that little bit of curbing between the asphalt and the grass. Oh, that is a mistake you would not expect Joseph Newgarden to make.
Especially when it's just been raining.
Oh my gosh, and what a hit. What an impact. And a lot of debris off that race car, Matt. It's going to be another lengthy yellow.
Yeah, hopefully none of it ended up going through or over the fence, which is the first thing. From the onboard in the helmet cam, he got his hands off the steering wheel very quickly because he knew it was going to be a big one. They might look slow at caution speed or getting up to speed there in turn 4 on a restart. They are still traveling immensely quickly. And we were also lucky that no one got caught up in the stack up there.
Yeah.
As everyone weighed up, getting towards the pit attenuator, which of course was clattered into a few years ago by Marcus Ericsson. Hopefully everyone down there in turn 4 in the grandstand is okay. Didn't look like anything went too badly that direction, but there can be shards.
Gosh, a number 2 car spinning on a restart and slamming the turn 4 wall, just as it happened to Mario Andretti when he drove the number 2 car in 1992 on that famous 1992 race in the cold conditions. On this day, yes. On a restart, lost it in turn 4 on cold tires and cracked the wall. Same day where his son Jeff Andretti had that grinding crash in turn 2 that badly broke his legs.
Ashley Newgarden, Joseph's wife, looking very emotional down there in the pits as well as the crew.
Goodness gracious, Matt. This was a guy that started 23rd on the grid, and he was just about to take the green flag with 75 laps to go, running 4th. And in position to go for a 4th win in this race.
He's out of the car. He's just having a moment, resting up against the Silverado down there with his head in the back window.
He's going to be very embarrassed by that mistake.
Yeah, that's a second year in a row of a Penske error, unforced error, by their 2 top line drivers.
Wow.
He's going to be. It would have taken the wind out of him. He's going to be sore. Yeah, embarrassed. And he'll know immediately what happened. But once he sees the replay, he will know exactly what mistake he's made.
So, still under the caution, we never officially got back green. .128 laps now complete. And in the nicest possible way, to borrow a Murray Walker phrase, his teammate David Malukas wouldn't have liked to have seen his teammate in the wall, but he certainly doesn't mind the extra caution laps.
Especially if the rain comes, exactly right.
And by making all of these caution laps, I just want to point out to, everyone listening, looking to us for answers, which, if you do that,
good luck to you.
Might be on you. But with all of these caution laps, I've totally lost my mind on what the fuel game is now.
No, exactly right.
Couldn't tell you who's where on fuel.
Well, they pitted just before the halfway, didn't they? That was the last, apart from the guys that have been back in and topped off, like the Graham Rahals and the Jack Harveys of this world.
Yep.
And we're on that 120, whatever we're on. But a lot of those, if not all of them, have been under yellow.
Yeah, right.
So if we continue to make yellow laps, there's going to be a short sprint once we do get going to the next stop, which we'll still need one more to get home from the next one. So it's still at least 2 if we go the distance, of course.
Right. And we have just 4 minutes ago crossed into that 3 o'clock hour that we've been talking all day about.
Yeah.
That's a hard crash, as you said. Not at very high speed, but boy, it's a hard crash.
Well, yeah, the sort of point I was trying to make was it doesn't look like it's at high speed, but they are still. I mean, they're above highway speed at that point,
Yeah.
even on a restart. So, granted they're doing 230 to 240 normally. Newgarden has walked to the ambulance, which is, to add to the embarrassment, going down the front straightaway between the canyon of grandstands while his car is winched. They'll take Joseph to the medical centre to get him checked out. But he looked fairly okay, but he will probably wake up in the morning and go, oh yeah, that hurts.
Yeah.
In more ways than one.
Yeah, for sure. If you are new to the channel, you like what you see, and more importantly, you like what you've heard, be sure to hit the like and subscribe button and the notification bell, of course, to get notified when we go live. Again, the hope is to be on tonight for the Coca-Cola World 600 at Charlotte. Again, you know the situation with Mother Nature right now. We'll keep you up to date with proceedings for the 600. Obviously, our friends at JB Motorsports covering that race and covering the Formula One Canadian Grand Prix. When does that start again, Matt? Is it about an hour from now?
Yeah, just under an hour.
Okay. JB probably...
So Josh doesn't want to push laps either.
Yeah, I was just about to say JB probably now fully panicking. Yeah, well, again, F1 putting that race on this date is mind-blowing.
They could have had it last week.
Yes, they
Absolutely
sure could have.
They wouldn't be rushing back to get to Monaco for next weekend.
Yeah. Yeah, extremely well done. Follow us on Twitter at usportsnet. And for highlights of the channel, as we've got, good amount of cars on pit road. Felix Rosenquist, Pato O'Ward, Santino Ferrucci. Can't quite tell who that third car in line is. It's Marcus Armstrong, Christian Rasmussen, Takuma Sato, Jack Harvey. Hopefully in the car doing a pit report on his pit stop. All pitting here. Well, if they're pitting here, Matt, either one of two things. Either they're pretty confident that they're going to go to the end, to the 500-mile mark, or they're just saying, well, we have nothing else to lose. And why not?
I guess this gets them out of the next green flag cycle.
Graham Rahal on pit road again, too. My goodness. How many times is Graham Rahal going to pit in this race?
They could go from here, if we were to go green in the next couple of laps, which we should do once the clean-up's continued, they could go to lap 160-ish with some fuel save. Then it'll be a bit of a close run thing to get home. Whereas all the guys that stayed out have still got to make this stop that these guys have just done.
Yeah. Just to finish up that last thought, for highlights of the goings-on on this channel, follow me on the TikTok at Matthew Owens PXP.
That's the TikTok.
Yeah, that's right. JT loves when I say that.
And for those keeping score at home, this is race number 241. I was trying to get to 250 for this, but it didn't quite work out that way.
Yes, follow.
But my second Indianapolis race of the day, Matthew, because I finished watching the Battle of the Brick Sims of 6
I
hours
did see
this morning.
that, yes.
So my second Indy race of the day.
Do follow Matt on Twitter.
At Watching Racing.
And the other one I'm blanking on. What is it called?
Blue Sky, much
sorry.
like a lot of other people, kind of given up on Blue Sky.
Oh, okay, very good. I didn't know. I didn't know if you were still there or not. Yeah, I couldn't remember the name of that.
I am there, but I've gone home as such. Like a lot of people have left and come back, I am one of those people. Looks like we're about to go back to green.
Yeah, speaking of back home again in Indiana, Back green, we will go here. It will come with 68 laps to go. Hopefully we get to the green flag this time. Chevrolet Corvette pace car is zoomed away from the pack. David Malukas leads the field through the north short chute. Alex Palou hot to trot. Connor Daly behind third, then Scott Dixon, then Scott McLaughlin. Here's the field out of turn 4, gaining speed. Green flag up in the air. The leader is David Malukas, but Alex Palou jets to his outside. Connor Daly to his inside. 3 wide for the lead, 4 wide at second. Connor Daly thrusting forward to the lead in turn 1. Scott McLaughlin follows him in line second.
And the leader at turn 4 is 5th by the time they come out of turn number 2, David Malukas. So it's Daly leading from McLaughlin, who jumps to the inside, going down the back straightaway. Palou will follow in the 2 yellow cars. Past Connor Daly, McLaughlin leads. No, Daly holds on a second ahead of Palou.
Daly with absolute nerves of steel, sticking it in around the outside of turn 3 to stay ahead of Palou. Double file further back. Scott McLaughlin leads, but for how long? Connor Daly to his left elbow at the yard of bricks takes the lead. The yellow cars wheel to wheel behind him. McLaughlin holds off Palou. Dixon 4th. Marcus Ericsson out of nowhere to 5th.
Then Malukas, Kirkwood, Simpson, Castro Neves inside the top 10 and Marcus Armstrong into 10th. Down the back straight, the train comes with Connor Daly, the locomotive, at the front of it. McLaughlin second. Little gap back to Palou. Maybe he's trying to bide his time here and get a run on the front straight. Daly a little bit high in 3, but he keeps it together. Through 4 they come.
Connor Daly from Noblesville, Indiana leads, but Scott McLaughlin is right there. Peels to his inside of the main straightaway. Palou is with him right underneath the rear wing of McLaughlin. Redemption, thy name is Scotty Mack to the lead at the 500.
And now all he's got to do for the next 45 plus laps is to hold off the Palou Makotif behind him. But as they come down the back straight, those two have gapped the rest. Here comes Scott Dixon in 4th place to try and get past Daly, who throws a block, and it keeps him behind. Ericsson will peel up to the back of his ex-teammate, but it is the 2 yellow submarines from 2 different teams and with 2 different sponsor logos on the side out front.
Connor Daly absolutely lets it rip out of turn 4, closes in on the top 2, as at the main straightaway, Palou creates another lead change, gets by McLaughlin, who will hold on to second against Daly, who has to back out of the throttle on the approach to 1. Palou back to the front.
It'll get back from Daly to Dixon and Ericsson there together. Malukas recoiling after being absolutely pounced upon on that restart. He's going to try and make a move on Ericsson down the back straightaway.
Oh, man!
Is he through? Yes, he is.
Jack Harvey nearly in the grass back there. Sorry, Matt. Made the pass. Or was that Louis Foster?
Yeah, it could have been either. They're very similarly coloured cars. I think it was Foster. But Malukas making it through, and he's up to 5th on the home straight, though. The 2 yellow cars side by side. McLaughlin back to the lead, and here comes Daly up the inside of Palou for second.
Daly gets by Palou up to second, right behind McLaughlin in the south short chute and back to 2.
Through 2 they come. Palou just has a breathe for the moment. Now he's been jumped upon in 3rd place. Scotty Mack out front at Indianapolis, a bit further back. Here comes Malukas. He's going to get past Scott Dixon. We know that 12 car is fast, and he's back up in 4th place.
Where in the wide world of sports has Kyle Kirkwood come from? He's up to 7th. Elio Castroneves is shot up to 9th on this restart. But at the front, the fight for the lead is on, and the crowd rises to their feet as one of their favored sons, Connor Daly, shoots back to the lead, passing McLaughlin, who holds off Palou, who stays in line 3rd.
Scott McLaughlin's best friend at the moment, I think, is going to be Little Dave, because if he can get past Palou, that would create some separation, but that's all to come, perhaps. Down the back straight they come. Daly leading by a car length and a half from Scotty Mack. Then it's 2 car lengths back to Alex Palou, with Malukas tucked up behind him. Through 3 and heading to 4.
Connor Daly heads to turn 4 with Scott McLaughlin right underneath his rear wing. Out of turn 4, back up the 5/8 of a mile main straightaway. McLaughlin jumps to driver's right. He'll pass Daly at the line for lead change number 56, but Alex Palou screams around the outside of both cars. A double overtake by Palou, screaming back to the front.
Talk about Mr. Where did he come from? Palou to the lead. And he has gapped McLaughlin, and Daly has fallen back, and he's going to get pounced upon by Malukas on the back straightaway. Malukas back to P3. It's all gone wrong in the last few seconds for Connor Daly. He finds himself fourth all of a sudden.
If you ever wondered what an Indianapolis 500 would look like when all the drivers treated every lap as the last lap, we're finding that out now. Here's McLaughlin back in the slipstream of Palou. Cuts to his inside. Wheel to wheel at the yard of bricks. McLaughlin clear to the lead in turn 1. Next time around, it'll be 60 laps to go.
Absolutely no fuel saving going on here. These guys are giving in everything, and Malukas has sucked himself up onto the back of the 2 yellow cars at the front. Connor Daly is on his own in 4th. Here comes Palou, this time at turn 3, and he will take the lead back from McLaughlin as they head into there. So another lead change, and it is again the pulse hitter Alex Palou to the front of the field.
Oh, the drivers acting like it's the last lap. You might be asking why the 2 Matts are calling this race like it's the last lap, because it may very well be. Palou back to the lead. 60 laps, 150 miles left to run in this race, but only if Mother Nature allows it.
Not sure we can keep at this pace for 150 miles, but we'll try our best. 3-2 they come. McLaughlin's got to run this time, it looks like, off of there. Daly was way up towards the wall but kept it out of it. Here comes Scotty Mack. Which way will he go? Heading to 3. That's the wrong camera shot, director. But there's the leader, and it's Scotty Mack flying past Alex Palou as they head towards turn 3.
Scott McLaughlin left Australia a handful of years ago as one of the greats in supercar racing to take on a new challenge. Now in the famous yellow submarine, the Pennzoil number 3 for Team Penske leads at Indianapolis. He'll hold on to that lead here to turn 1. Palou backed out that time down the straightaway, Matt. That allows both Malukas and Daly to draw in. Marcus Ericsson as well.
Where has Marcus Ericsson come from in this race to be in this position? Much like the year he won, he doesn't seem like he was at the front often, but here comes Palou back to the lead. He will repounce on McLaughlin in turn 3. Have a bit of that, he says. And Palou back to the lead in the 10 car.
Amazing to think that these drivers are now looking to make the pass for the lead at the end of every straightaway, Matt. At some point, that's a lot of pressure to, at the end of every 5/8 of a mile straightaway, to make a pass cleanly. McLaughlin will do it here in turn 1. Yet another lead change. McLaughlin zooms to the front. Lap 143.
Yeah, you're right. These ones are a little bit easier, let's say. They're giving each other a little bit more room. There was a few right at the restart where it was really, really spicy, but a lot of racing room now is being given, and this time Palou doesn't have the opportunity to go back past Scotty, heading towards turn 3. Malukas with a watching brief in 3rd.
Malukas, right on the back of those 2 yellow cars in front of him. Out of turn 4, Palou looks primed to make another pass on McLaughlin. He'll choose to go to driver's left. They are wheel to wheel at the yard of bricks. Palou back to the lead, trying to become just the 7th driver to win back-to-back 500s.
And again, they've got a couple of car lengths in front here as they come through 2. So perhaps this time McLaughlin will not repass heading back towards 3, but he might actually be under pressure from his teammate. Here comes Malukas. No, not close enough, heading towards 3. This time to make an opportunistic move to go to 2nd. Ganassi, Penske at the front.
Yeah, that's really the game right now, isn't it, for these top 2? They're going to keep changing the lead back and forth, but when you're the one getting past, Matt, you cannot lift off the throttle enough to where you get passed by Malukas, because then you're going to be in that turbulent air and you might not get back to the front. Palou holds on to the lead this time at the end of the front side.
I know it was a little bit different because it was on the restart, but look what happened to Malukas when he was pounced upon by everybody, because he was pushing the air and everyone was in the clean air behind. It took him a while to get back to this position, and he hasn't gone higher than 3rd in this run. So we'll wait and see. This time at turn 3, McLaughlin not close enough to make a pass. Can't be far away from pit stops for these guys. I tell you, it's not going to be too far away.
Right.
And then it is really going to be a splash and go to the end.
And again, we really don't know how long these guys can go on fuel because of how many caution laps we had. Here's Malukas in turn 1, on the attack, on the prowl, and passing his teammate Scott McLaughlin. Malukas now 2nd.
I've watched for long enough, and now it's my turn to use a bit of eye fuel and try and get towards the front of the field. So the change of the Penske cars, McLaughlin slipping back a little bit, but as we know so far throughout the day, he's got looks like a fairly handy pit crew in the Thirsty Freeze camp. We'll get to that in moments. Through 3, and then through 4, Palou leads, but here comes the 12.
David
And a
Malukas.
bit of a run.
Yep, big run. Here he is, loading it up out of 4. Swings down to driver's left. He'll have his full car ahead of Palou at the yard of bricks. David Malukas goes to the front. There are 54 laps remaining in this race if we can make it that far.
And Malukas back to the front. He's taken it since the restart then to get back to the lead, and he's got it now. He looked like he had a pretty decent car in clean air earlier on. But what can Palou do? He's probably got the best car here all day, which is not surprising considering he was on the pole and it's Alex Palou. Doesn't make a pass at 3 though, and we'll sit him behind through the north end.
Oh, Malukas coming to pit road. Malukas and McLaughlin come to pit road together. The Team Penske teammates coming to 53 laps to go. Coming to pit road, and McLaughlin did have a little bit of trouble getting it down to pit road speed. Hopefully, he won't be charged for speeding. It leaves Palou in the front from Daly, Erickson, Dixon, and Kirkwood.
So those guys will come down the straight. McLaughlin being serviced, tyres done. Fuel done. Good stop for the free team. He's well away. Malukas a little bit further down pit lane, and he is clear of his guys as well. And McLaughlin jumps back in front, so a change there.
And that 3 team has been picking up McLaughlin spots on pit road all day long. Palou's pit crew is ready. Just saw as they blasted down off the exit of pit road. Palou's pit crew is out and ready to service the number 10. He's on pit road this lap. So is Daly. So is Erickson. Scott Dixon stays out. He leads with 52 laps to go. Here's Erickson pulling into his box to the crew of his Andretti Global team. Daly and Palou are over towards the turn 1 into pit road. Palou's got the number 1 box as the pole sitter. Here's the DHL Honda in. Also, the Kingspan, number 23, Connor Daly, into his box. Need a clean stop here. Maybe a bit of a bobble on the left rear for Palou. Is he out cleanly? Yes, he is. 7 3/10 seconds left. We'll watch the blend between Malukas, and McLaughlin as on the main straightaway. Malukas is passing McLaughlin now on the racetrack. Where will they be in relation to Palou?
Up into turn 1, that move for Malukas, so he's back in front, and he's going to clear Daly.
Going to clear Palou too, I think.
Where is Palou?
No, he hasn't.
He's in front. Palou is in front. Palou has cleared the 2 Penske cars, so that he's still got to get up to 100% speed here. So Malukas will be on the prowl, heading through 4.
Coming around a complete lap 150, Scott Dixon leads this motor race. He's yet to pit, but what will be the fight for the lead, or what we're assuming will be the fight for the lead, David Malukas passes Alex Palou on the way to turn number 1. Still waiting for a lot of cars to hit pit road, Matt. Scott Dixon does on this lap. Gives the lead to Kiffin Simpson. We're still waiting on him. Rosenquist, O'Ward, Armstrong, Schumacher, Hauger, VK, Ferrucci, Lundgaard, and Siegel, and Sato.
Here is Dixon as the leaders head towards 3. Dixon in towards the attention of the 9 team. Stops perfectly on the marks. Tyres done. Little twist of front wing for Scott Dixon. Fuel done. He's away.
Palou with a run on Malukas on the racetrack out of turn 4. Should be able to easily make this pass with McLaughlin and Daly watching. He does. Palou gets past Malukas. Kiffin Simpson, the first ever Caymanian to run the Indianapolis 500. Currently leading. See where Scott Dixon blends in at here, Matt, amongst the leaders.
He's going to come out in 4th place behind McLaughlin, but he will get pounced straight upon by Daly. Meanwhile, Malukas down the inside of Palou. Positional change there, which will be for the virtual lead. Malukas through.
Kiffin Simpson holding on to the lead. That is at least, Matt, a dozen cars that haven't stopped. Actually, it's 16. Malukas is at 17th position on timing and scoring right now. Palou is going to break to his outside and pass him on the run to turn 1. But with now 49 laps to go in this race, make it 48. Kiffin Simpson leads. And there's a lot of those guys that pitted under the cautions that we were in to top off that might be able to go quite a bit longer.
Yeah, and the guys that didn't mess around at the front of the field as Malukas repasses Palou into turn 3. While these guys were all battling, everyone else was sitting in the queue saving fuel. And, or as you said, the guys that stopped. So hold on to your hats here. This last little 45 laps or so could be a bit wild and woolly. And we might end up with a completely unexpected winner Still a long way to go.
Yeah, I do believe we might need to get a camera on Kiffin Simpson and Felix Rosenqvist, who are only separated by 0.3 of a second at first and second. Meanwhile, Palou back past Malukas.
Yeah, at turn 1. And this could open the opportunity for McLaughlin maybe to get past Malukas. No, didn't quite have the run on him through 2. But yet, all these guys staying out is extending this run and getting rid of a potential splash and go towards the end, which some of these guys that we're watching may still have to get through.
Kiffin Simpson has been on his fuel run for 36 laps. Then everyone else behind him that haven't stopped on this cycle have been out there for 24 laps. They've got more cushion to go. Malukas repasses Palou. Do just want to say to the people at Fox, you might want to get a camera at the front as Kiffin Simpson pits this lap, handing the lead to Felix Rosenqvist and Morgan Wallen.
Christian Rasmussen, by the way, out of the race, and I'm not entirely sure why, which is a shame. We never saw it, but he's been listed as a retirement. Anyway, at turn 3, Malukas leads this part of the race, but I feel like there's 2 stories going on here, as you say. Rosenqvist has passed Simpson. Simpson did not pit. He stayed out.
And meanwhile, Matt, here on the main straightaway, as Alex Palou passes Malukas, a special guest appearance by the sun, shining on the main straightaway for the first time today.
It wants to see the end of this race too, and hopefully we can. And we're on board with Felix Rosenqvist, who's now the leader with 44 to go, with Kiffin Simpson about a second or so behind him. Then it's O'Ward, Armstrong, Hauger, Ferrucci, as you can see on your screen. But there's a big gap between Hauger and Ferrucci in terms of time. O'Ward in this little group here of the guys that are sort of hanging this on as long as they can.
Now the question is, for this group that have yet to stop, what are we at here, Matt? We're completing lap 156. That's 44 to go. The question is, can they go another 12 to 15 laps for their next stop to be their final stop? Because all these other leaders like Palou and Malukas do have to pit again.
Yeah, absolutely they will. So that's going to be the key to see what happens there. Here is Rosenqvist. He's the race leader. He's in the queue behind the race leaders, if that makes sense, from the other group. But Willow is a pit stop fairly shortly, not coming this time. But he's getting a bit more extra fuel saving going on here by tugging up to the back of his teammate, Helio Castro-Neves.
Meanwhile, trying to figure out what has happened to Christian Rasmussen here. There's no obvious reason why the car is out of the race, at least given on social media. But what that means, Matt, it's a nightmare day for ECR. That's all 3 of the Carpenter cars out of the race.
Before lap 150, because I think it was on the screen before then. So not a good day for them, with various incidents and accidents for one of the hometown teams. So it is Rosenqvist by a second on Kiffin Simpson, and then Pato O'Ward in this group might well have played himself into a position here later on in the day, but we'll see. Palou up the inside of Malukas again to turn 1.
Yeah, those two just keep passing one another.
For 16th place.
Yeah, the World Championship of 16th, as we like to say around here. Again, might very well cycle back to the lead at some point if it stays green. And Malukas is going to repass him again on the back stretch. Goodness gracious.
Into turn 3. So another position change there. Imagine if these are all lead changes. But Felix Rosenqvist is the leader. And he's, I was going to say, semi-comfortably. The gap is now half a second.
By the way, I said Kiffin Simpson stopped. He did not. He stays in line second behind Rosenqvist. I thought when I saw him drop down the order that just meant he stopped. He didn't. So that means...
Stingray Robin.
That means Simpson has gone way over 100 miles on this fuel run. Obviously got a lot of help with caution laps, but Simpson's gone a lot of laps here on this run on fuel. 41 to go.
Fox focusing in on Pato O'Ward. He's third at the moment with Dennis Hauger behind him in 4th position. We said it was a great day for the rookie Kyle Collette earlier, leading 9 laps, but Dennis Hauger might be playing himself in here. But again, we'll see. 40 laps to go. Any leaders coming to the pit lane this time? No.
And if this is the group, the guys that are at the front now, the top 14, if that's the group to decide who wins the race, Rosenquist, Simpson, O'Ward, Hauger, Armstrong. I'd put all my chips in the center of the table on Pato O'Ward doing whatever he has to do to win this race.
Yeah, absolutely. It's going to be perhaps that top 5 because there's 10 plus seconds between Armstrong in 5th and Ferrucci in 6th. Not sure how that gap has happened to itself, but it has, as into the pits comes Marcus Armstrong.
So Armstrong.
Oh, no, it's Kiffin Simpson. Apologies.
Oh, Kiffin Simpson. Yeah, and he had been out longer than the rest of the guys in this group. So Simpson comes to pit road trying to finalize how many laps he ran. Believe it was around 45. Again, a lot of help with yellow laps, so that's a long, long run of well over 100 miles. Puts Rosenquist in front and saving fuel by sitting behind his teammate, Elio Castroneves,
who's 23rd in the running order and the last man on the lead lap. But he's doing the team game here and helping Rosenquist around. Any takers this time? No. So there might be a couple more laps before this next group of 4 come in, which is Rosenquist, O'Ward, Hauger, Armstrong, because they were guys that pitted under the caution. And as you've just heard from Matthew Owens, Kiffin Simpson went a very long way since the cautions around all of the rain stuff. It won't be long before this group comes.
Won't be long until this race is over one way or another. We've made it under green here. A good amount of laps, 38 to go. And I think if you would have asked anyone at the start of the day, would you be happy if we got past the 400-mile mark, we would have said absolutely. So we've made it past there. Don't want to jinx anything. Could we possibly make it all the way to the end? We'll see. But
Christian Lundgaard in.
What a fascinating race playing out right in front of us now, because all of a sudden we have 2 races going on all in this one same race, Matt, and it's not a multi-class event. No, it's just the biggest race in the world.
No, absolutely right. And we wait and see. If the rain comes, it's going to fall on one side of the coin or the other. These guys, or the guys that have pitted in the the leaders group,
right?
Paloma, Lucas, McLaughlin, Connor Daly, etc. As here comes Pato O'Ward, he's given it up. He's coming to the pits from 2nd.
So O'Ward pits from 2nd, and this comes, oh gosh, Matt, with 37 laps to go. That's a long way to go. 36 to go, I beg your pardon. That's a long way to stretch it to the end. But it'll be their only chance.
Yeah, exactly. Right on the edge of the window. But get your stop done when you can think you can make it, just in case there is rain.
Right.
Because others might not be able to, and you might cycle to the top. It's not a very good stop, though. A little bit slow on the right-hand side. 7.6 is okay. Just looked a little bit slower than would be normal. Dennis Hauger this time comes to the lane from 2nd, and he's bringing Marcus Armstrong with him.
Dennis Hauger, the first Norwegian driver to start an Indianapolis 500 since Gil Anderson in 1912, the pole sitter for that 1912 race that ended up finishing in 16th position in the 2nd ever Indy 500. Comes to pit road, that 2nd ever 500-mile race, of course made famous by Ralph De Palma leading 198 of 200 laps, but failing to win as his car broke with just 5 miles left. He tried to push it around to the finish. Joe Dawson from Indiana came through to win that day. Felix Rosenquist hitting pit road and struggling to get down to pit road speed. Locked up the rear tires just a tick. And he went a pretty long way here, Matt, before pitting. 35 to go when Rosenquist pits. We'll see if Sato, Grosjean, and Rahal can go even longer.
Yeah, a couple from the other group stopped on the last lap. Ferrucci was one of them. And Sato's in this time, as is Grosjean. So Graham Rahal stopped, we know, twice under the last caution, so he might go a few more laps longer. But he's on his own on a little island. Good stop for Rosenquist. He's down and away.
Rosenquist perhaps the fastest car here. Sato, Grosjean, and Rahal pit with him. So now it will cycle back out, Matt, to David Malukas leading. And somewhere, when all of this has been going on at the front, Malukas has not only passed Palou, but he's got a car between he and Palou. It might be Jacob Abel in the Texas Roadhouse car.
Yeah, Jacob Abel in the 51, and Palou gets past Jacob into turn 1. I think it's just where Jacob pitted a few laps ago. He's already a lap down before that anyway. So now finds himself 2 laps down, just where he came out of the cycle. So Award has cycled into 4th position behind Scotty Mack.
My goodness, that is terrific for him, because now not only is he in it on fuel, he's in it positionally. If he wants to do it, he's in this positionally. Oh, Dennis Hauger speeding on pit lane. Will have to serve a drive-through penalty. That's a shame for the rookie. Might take him out of contention for Rookie of the Year, which right now might go to Mick Schumacher running in the 12th position.
He might end up with a top 10 the way this is going if the last shuffles. 32 laps to go. It'll be 31 in a moment when they get back to the line. David Malukas is the leader after all that cycling of pit stops from Alex Palou, Scotty Mack, Pato O'Ward out of nowhere to 4th. And here is a lead change.
Yeah, Palou past Malukas. Behind them, McLaughlin gets around the Abel car. So the top 3, Palou, Malukas, McLaughlin, let's set the scene on that, Matt. They have to pit again. They've gone 20-plus laps since their last stop. Pato O'Ward and Felix Rosenqvist in 4th and 5th might not have to pit again. It's right on the edge.
They're going to be on maximum fuel save, you would imagine, but also you've got to keep up. You don't want to go slowly, and they're right next to each other on the racetrack, although at the moment separated by a lap car. So it could be between the 2 guys formerly of McLaren, Felix Rosenqvist, and his ex-teammate Pato O'Ward, as Malukas goes back to the lead at turn 1.
And I just wonder, if you're Pato, he's got to go 37 laps. Felix has to go 35. If you're Pato at this point, I know what you just said. You have to keep up. I think it's more of a game. You just have to not make sure Felix doesn't pass you, or if he does, don't let Felix get too far ahead of you. Let the other 3 go. Certainly let the top 2 go, and then just draft off McLaughlin.
Exactly. He's got to stay with Scotty here, who's dropped a lot of time over the last couple of laps against the front 2. Either he's dropped time or they've pulled away, one or the other. But Award's got to stay in the slipstream to get a bit of fuel save, but he's also got to play the defensive game of keeping Rosenqvist behind him as well.
And I think Felix is in... I know he pitted 2 laps later than Pato. I think Felix is in the same boat as Pato here, and I don't think he's going to be going all out to pass Pato. I think the 5 and the 60 are where they want to be right now.
Yeah, I agree. The Connor Daly fight seems to have faltered. He's the next guy behind those 2 in 6th place, but he's 5 seconds off the lead. And still going to get past Jacob Abel as Palou, again, ranges up to the back of Malukas at turn 1, but wasn't close enough to pass.
Told you earlier, David Malukas, one of the favorites to win this race, despite never having won an IndyCar race. No driver has won the Indianapolis 500 to score their first IndyCar win since Alexander Rossi did it in the 100th running of this race 10 years ago. Malukas not only trying to do that, but also trying to join an incredible list of drivers that won the 500 in their first 500 attempt with Team Penske. The roster of drivers that made that achievement, Matt, I mean, my gosh, where are you going? Danny Sullivan, Al Unser Jr., Elio Castroneves. Those are the 3 that won the 500 in their first run with the captain. David Malukas trying to do it today and write his name into the history books. He was the runner-up last year to the guy that he leads at the current moment.
And it's pulled away from, using Jack Harvey as a good toe there down the back straightaway, does Malukas. The gap's up to a second at the front of the field.
That's the largest lead we've seen today.
Yeah, indeed so. Perhaps there is a bit more fuel saving going on. If there is a caution for anything other than rain in the next 10 laps, pretty much everyone will pit and take tyres. So that would rule everything out, because it would just square everything off, because everybody would come again, and then we'd have a shootout to the end. And where have we heard that before? Over the last 10 years in this race especially. So, yeah, unless it's rain, and people will try and stay out, I guess. Let's hope there isn't, because this is the best the weather has looked above the racetrack all afternoon.
It has. It's unbelievable. And hopefully it'll stay that way. We'll pray for the next 27 laps. that we get a full finish, and we get a safe finish, and we get a great finish to the Indianapolis 500-mile race for 2026. We wait all year to get to this point, and other than a couple of delays for rain, this race has not disappointed any way possible, Matt. This has been a spectacular race, approaching a record number of lead changes with now just 26 laps to go.
And David Malukas up to 2 seconds now in front of Alex Palou. He's picked his way through some traffic, which has helped, but he's got a decent-sized gap there. As you say, the largest it's been all day, and he can use that to a bit of an advantage as well, because you don't need to win by 2 seconds, as Al Unser Jr. will tell you. But you can have a bit of a buffer there to save a bit of fuel if needs be.
Back to the main straightaway. Malukas is in. Malukas is pitting with 25 laps to go. That's exactly right. He was trying to stretch it out for his final stop. David Malukas with 25 laps to go pits from the lead of the world's greatest race. Here's his pit stop, Matt.
Spot on the marks for Malukas. A little bit slow in the right rear coming off, but should be covered by fuel, and is. And away he goes. A little bit of a slow getaway as well for Malukas. We'll see how this cycles through. That puts Palou in the lead.
And Pato O'Ward just overtook Scott McLaughlin on the approach to turn 3. Wonder if Scotty Mack's pitting this lap. Is Palou pitting? McLaughlin is.
Yep.
And Palou also. 2 yellow cars, Palou and McLaughlin on pit road this lap. The leader is Pato O'Ward. And now with a bit of a gap, Matt, perhaps a chance to backpedal here and save some fuel. A gap of about 1 second to Felix Rosenqvist. He'd really like it if those 2 lap cars right in front of him would come back to him a little bit. I think one is Graham Rahal, the other is Hauger.
McLaughlin 6.8 his stop time according to the Fox clock. So that's a good stop for him. And Palou is clear as well in 6.7. Shorter slightly because they don't need as much fuel perhaps, but they're both clear of the lane. Here's a schmozzle. What's this going on here? Kiffin Simpson, Christian Lundgaard.
Nolan Siegel.
Close quarters in turn 2.
Yeah, a bunch of them all around there. This is outside the top 10, but these are all cars that will be ahead of Palou, McLaughlin, and Malukas.
Yeah, and here they come down the straight in all separated. They've all got their own space to work with. They've all kept on the lead lap, which may or may not be important. Mick Schumacher in this time, as is Connor Daly. But it's, as we kind of prophescated towards a little while ago, it looks like it might be, if everything stays true, a shootout here between Fro and Pato.
Ericsson in 3rd, Dixon in 4th, Kirkwood in 6th. We know all of them have to pit again as Ericsson does this lap. Pato O'Ward chooses not to stay behind Dennis Hauger. Instead, he'll pass the Norwegian rookie on the run to turn 1, and that puts the Dale Coyne car between Pato and Rosenqvist, but still Pato with a car ahead of him to draft off of. Matt, it's Graham Rahal.
Good person to draft off of, but it's not gone Graham's way again this week, or this year really, at the 500. And O'Ward gets very, very close to the back of the 15 car through turn 3. Ericsson has pitted on this lap, as you mentioned. So he's out of contention. O'Ward from Rosenqvist. Scott Dixon up to 3rd. Watch out for the 9 car.
O'Ward does have a run. Dixon's in the pits along with Kyle Kirkwood. O'Ward ran up on Rahal. Could have passed him. I believe he chose not to. Still Hauger between the cars being scored 1st and 2nd. Next time by will be 20 laps to go.
I think there's that Jack Harvey actually in between.
No, Harvey's further back. He's behind Sato, is that?
Okay.
Or no, behind, he's behind one of them.
Oh, yeah, you're quite right. A bit more green to the top of the aero screen on the Harvey car. Kirkwood pitting this time, as you say, and Dixon, so they will tumble down the running order. 20 to go.
20 laps to decide the Indianapolis 500. 50 miles if we can make it that far. Rosenqvist attacking on Hauger will pass him. O'Ward does not look to pass Rahal, but Rosenqvist got caught in the wake of O'Ward. Matt had to bail out of the throttle as he went half a groove high.
He got very close, too close perhaps, and it's checked the queue up behind him, but still plenty of time to get back to the tail of the McLaren. Zach Brown is here rather than at Montreal. He is desperate to win this race with his driver. And it has not been the month of May that McLaren perhaps would have wanted. They have not been showing the speed, but their lead driver is in pole position when it counts.
And a race that he has narrowly lost on multiple occasions. Pato O'Ward leads, 19 laps to go, half a second ahead of Rosenqvist, then a 3-second gap with multiple cars between Rosenqvist in second and Marcus Armstrong third. David Malukas leads the group on the other strategy. He is 8th. He is 25 seconds off the lead. That group will not catch the leaders unless these leaders have to pit again. And again, they're trying to stretch the fuel. For Pato O'Ward, he pitted with 37 laps to go. For Felix Rosenqvist, he stopped with 35 to go. Pato is stuck in behind Graham Rahal for the last handful of laps, saving fuel. He'll pass him here. Rosenqvist will as well. Pato and Fro leading into turn 1 with 18 laps to go through the South Short Chute.
Yeah, Felix Rosenqvist there saying, I don't think you can get away from me, sunshine. And he will latch onto the back of the 5 car. I'd love the Fox people, if they can hear me, to change the graphic to see the last laps led, because the laps since the last pit stop, because I'd love to see the numbers again, as Rosenqvist with a daring move there to get past Hauger in replay. That was almost contact in an aeroplane crash heading towards turn 1.
Well, I can tell you for the very least the top 2. We come to the line here, 17 laps to go. 20 laps since Pato's last stop, 18 since Felix's. The run to the finish for Pato would be 37. The run to the finish for Felix would be 35.
Malukas up to 4th, but he's 23 seconds away. So the positions he's just gained, great, but the time coming down is not coming down quick enough. But now he's got a bit of clean air perhaps to work with, see if he can get forward on the fresher tyres. Heading towards turn 3, it is O'Ward and Rosenqvist. They've got 3 seconds or so on Marcus Armstrong, who's in a little bit of a lonely 3rd place here, staring at a podium.
And we've gotten this close to the checkered flag, but I remind you, coming to 16 laps to go, rain is still part of the equation here. A quarter of an hour away from 4 o'clock Eastern time here at the Speedway. Rain's still a part of the mix. Also a race to finish these final 16 laps, Matt. A race against the clock, a race to the checkered flag, a race against rain, a race to win the biggest race in the world.
And here is Rosenqvist, and he's got a run this time onto the back straightaway, but didn't do anything with it.
Oh!
And coming through from behind, who's that passing
Mick
Dennis
Schumacher
on the fresher tyres?
That car has caught me out multiple times today. It looks very similar to Takuma Sato's car, but that is Schumacher on fresher tires trying to unlap himself. He's in the Rookie of the Year conversation. Rosenqvist at the yard of bricks to the inside, and past O'Ward. Felix Rosenqvist proved last Sunday he's got a very fast car. He's just taken it to the front.
And now he's got to use it if he's got the fuel. He's been sitting in behind. Has they pulled the pin with 15 to go on the Meyer-Shank Racing at the Honda at the front here for Felix Rosenqvist? He's got 0.7 of a second on O'Ward.
And again, has 2 laps more fuel than O'Ward as well. So Felix Rosenqvist puts it out of turn 4 and opens it up on Pato O'Ward here. The gap is 8 car lengths as they flash across the line. O'Ward will try to reel him back in. Mick Schumacher, as we mentioned, on fresh tires, directly behind the McLaren.
Malukas is still 19 seconds back with 14 to go, so unless there's a stoppage of some kind, Dave is out of it, as with all of that group. They'll be picking up the scraps, as it were, but it's going to be between these two at the moment. And O'Ward just keeping Schumacher behind him for this moment in time. I'd probably, if I was O'Ward, let Mick go and see if he can be the can opener.
Yeah, well, you're absolutely right about that. We're coming around to 13 laps to go here. That delta, though, between Malukas and the leader is really tumbling down, and the more the leaders might have to save fuel, you do wonder if maybe he can charge Shane Van Gisbergen style from a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, perhaps so.
And he's
18.5 seconds the gap now.
And he's really opened it up on Palou. He's put 1.5 seconds between he and Palou.
Yeah, Malukas has made better of the traffic in this run, as he did in the last run, really, when he turned the wick up and went for it towards the end. So if these guys get to shuffling and fighting with a few lap cars involved, Malukas might still have a chance if it stays green. but it's looking unlikely. Alpha 4, 12 to go.
Oh, Award, big run in the slipstream of Felix. Is he going to use it? No, he'll stay behind him. Mick Schumacher might pass them both. He does. Mick around the outside of both of the leaders. Swoops around. Rosenqvist and Award are now right together.
My heart was in the floor there as Mick went to the right-hand side of Rosenqvist. I thought that was going to be a huge accident, but he's cleared them. Now Felix has got a chance to use a bit of slipstream off the Mick Schumacher car in front of him to help him in defense against Pato.
Dennis Hauger just in behind these two leaders, and Marcus Armstrong running a strong third in the Acura colors. Still a part of this. Don't forget about Marcus Armstrong right now, as across the line come the leaders. And I think this might have really worked out well for Ericsson, for Rosenqvist here, Matt, because now he can draft off of Mick and have that bubble of air to keep him ahead of Pato. As we saw last year. Right. When we had lap cars in front of the leaders. So, yeah, that you might be right. Armstrong, of course, another of the MSR cars in third place. So, could be a double podium for them, perhaps, but still a long way to go. 10 and a bit laps as they come flashing through the north end again. Felix Rosenqvist leads with 10 to go. And with 10 laps to go, something went wrong on the last pit stop for the other MSR car. Elio Castroneves will not win his 5th Indianapolis 500 today. He's 1 lap down in the 21st position, as you can see bottom left of your screen. 10 laps to decide the next Indianapolis 500 champion. Off of 2 come the 2 leaders, with a little train of lapped cars in behind, with Marcus Armstrong, tagging onto the back of that. And now Pato, again, he probably is going to be having some flashbacks from last year, but it's not Alex Palou that he's trying to chase down. It's his former teammate, the sneaky Swede, Felix Rosenqvist. Speaking of Elio in that Meyer Shank car, he is actually right along here in this group with the leaders. Yeah. They flash across the line. It is 9 laps to go. The gap from Rosenqvist to Malukas, 16 seconds. It's not coming down quickly enough for Malukas. No, and Palou 17 and a half back as well, so he's not making any headway. So it looks like it's going to be between these 2 and maybe 2.5 if you include Marcus Armstrong in third position. If he has got anything, he needs to show it now, pick off these lap cars and get onto the back of O'Ward. But it's Rosenqvist still at the head of the field through turn 4. But can these 3 leaders make it to the end on fuel caution? No. Big crash back straight away, Kyle Collette! Big, smoky, fiery crash for Kyle Collette, who was running in the top 10. And a day when the rookie has showed up. Oh my gosh, the wheel. Fiery end. The wheel is Zach rolling. My goodness. Half a mile behind where the car is landed. The right front tire is rolling down. Caution with 8 laps to go, and we haven't mentioned it yet today, Matt. There is no overtime in this race or in this series. This could be a lengthy yellow. Would they continue to run under yellow, or might we see a red flag to try to preserve a green flag finish? Let's hope that Kyle Collette is okay. Most importantly, he's being looked at by the AMR guys down there on the grass, about halfway down the back straightaway, actually, where he's come to rest facing the wrong way. And yet, fiery crash for Kaio coming out of turn 2, which claims its traditional race day victim. Its second one of the day, actually, I suppose, if you include RHR from earlier on. Red flag. And the red flag has been thrown, to your point. Okay, there's a lot to dissect here as they are slowly trying to get Kyle Collette out of his car. The rookie has taken a really huge whack here, obviously. But a lot to dive into with this red flag coming out in the final 10 laps. Here's Kyle coming out of the car. He's moving around, just doing everything very gingerly. I'm sure that young man has not taken a hit anywhere close to that kind of size in his life. But here he comes out. And hopefully, which is great to see. Hopefully he's okay. He's going to sit back down, try to catch his breath. So as the field just came down pit road, Matt, to come to a halt with the red flag, they did click off another lap. So it's 7 laps to go. First, what went wrong with Collette?
I lost the rear. He was following Scott McLaughlin. Oh, man. And that's a hard hit. And all of the whatever's in the right-hand side pod of that car obliterated and caught fire. Luckily, by the time it came to rest in the grass, it had put itself out. But that is a huge impact for the young Brazilian. And what a great day he had. Real shame that it had to end that way, because he was looking like he was going to perhaps sneak a top 10 finish on his Indy 500 debut.
Now that we know that he is okay, because that was our number one concern, let's now dissect what this caution means, Matt. It means that we are likely going to go back green with somewhere between 3 and 5 laps to go. It also means that everyone will be bunched up together for another wild restart. You're going to have 3 guys bringing the field to green that don't know if they can go the rest of the way on fuel, and they're on much older tires of 30-plus laps. With enough fuel to go to the end and on fresher tires, you'll have the cars that have dominated the day, Malukas, Palou, McLaughlin, Santino Ferrucci's in there too, but he's of the group that hasn't pitted, I think. And then, I do just want to mention, so we're covering all of our bases, depending on how long this red flag is, we are not guaranteed a restart of this race if the weather were to move in.
Yeah, indeed. We've got every red Chevrolet Silverado in the state of Indianapolis, or in Indiana, sorry, on the racetrack in turn 2 by the looks of things, trying to get the clear up done. Pensive looking Zach Brown, even more pensive looking Mike Shank, because his car leads the race. Shake of the head. Yes, you're quite right, Mike. I don't like this either, but unfortunately, these are the rules of the game at the 500 at the moment. We have to ensure a green flag finish. Even now we know Collette's okay. We should be rolling the cars and getting them back on the racetrack, but we aren't for entertainment purposes.
And that's what we are. We are an entertainment business. There are millions of people watching around the world. We've sat through a rain red flag earlier, multiple rain cautions. I get that there are people out there that don't like this, and I know that you don't either.
No.
400,000 people in this arena came to see the finish. They're going to try to give it to them.
But who's going to be at the front when we get to the finish? And or, with the driving that we've seen on the restarts, are we going to get a finish?
Right.
Because it's been wild. We've got a... do they get the lap cars out of the way? Yes, they will do. Surely. Not entirely sure on the rule on that. But that will put David Malukas 4th in the queue.
Yeah, they'll wave around.
Yeah, they will. So Malukas on fresher tyres. Because surely if you're the Armstrong crew, the O'Ward crew, on the Rosenquist crew, you don't pit here.
No.
You have to stay out. So Malukas on the fresher but not fresh tyres, and definitely enough fuel to get to the end, has a chance to come from 4th and do what they did to him on the last restart when he was leading and got absolutely kiboshed.
And it does feel like, now that we've gone this deep into the run, Matt, that on this restart, Malukas and Palou and McLaughlin, which McLaughlin's much further down, he's being scored 10th. He's behind a lot more cars than Palou and Malukas is. But Malukas and Palou, their advantage here on the restart is they have a bigger advantage on fuel than they have on tires now.
Yeah, not the last run that Scotty Mack wanted at all. His race has sort of faded away a little bit. Yeah, it's whatever we get here, it's going to be hold on to your TV set stuff.
Oh.
Don't tune away from this to what's about to happen in Canada. Let me tell you that now.
Oh my goodness.
They moved this back in the fear that this would happen, and it's happened.
Well, I will say, for Felix Rosenquist, and I know they are very upset with this red flag being thrown, but, you know, there is precedent for this over the last handful of years. But you can understand the anger because he just went from being in the best possible place, right? He's got 2 laps more fuel than Pato. He had a lap car in front of him to serve as a buffer. He just went from being in the catbird seat to now being the biggest sitting duck of the day.
Yeah. And another Swede. It happened to Marcus Ericsson, didn't it, in this same manner?
But
a couple of years ago.
I will say that doesn't mean that Felix Rosenqvist just has to pull over and let everyone through. He can still have the restart of a life and win this race.
And we've got we've got 7 to go, haven't we? So we're going to be going green with probably 5, maybe 4 to go.
Mm-hmm.
Once they've done the cycle for the pass through and given them a couple of laps to warm up. We're not in the same position as we were in a couple of years ago with the 1 lap and go job when Newgarden won.
Rosenqvist might actually be very happy sitting here on pit road for a little bit longer. That rain moving in from the west, about 15 miles west of us here.
Yeah, he's probably sitting there hoping that the AMR safety crew take their time over there in turn 2, and any other track sweeping that's going on is slowed for whatever reason, so that he ends up winning the race on pit road.
He can walk to victory lane just as Johnny Rutherford did 60 years ago.
He's parked fairly close to it at the moment too, in terms of geography, so not that far away.
60 years? No, can't do math. 50 years ago.
50 years ago.
76 is 76 is 50 years ago. My mother would have died if she had heard me say that the 70s were 60 years ago. My.
Well, we seem to become getting a bit of a habit of this, aren't we, at this racetrack in this race? That's the thing that annoys me. And if Colette hadn't crashed, the race would have been over by now, even if the rain was coming or not.
Right. By the way, no one has left.
No.
I mean, talk about just the greatest crowd in sports.
If you had a grandstand seat and weren't using it, you're going back to it now. For whatever reason, this is the best time. If you were holding on to the end of the race to go to the bathroom, do it now. Go and get that final hot dog or burger or whatever. And most of the crowd won't leave after the race because they want to see the winner go round the racetrack with the trophy.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, it's a tradition that rarely gets talked about.
If we get this race restarted, Matt, we're... you almost get the feeling we're guaranteed at least 1 lead change. And if we get it... 1 lead change would tie the all-time record of 68. We're at 67 right now.
Oh. I thought you were going to say we were guaranteed at least 1 more caution, because that's a possibility as well. The way some of the stuff we've seen today.
I have no idea what's going on.
I feel like we've seen some scarier 500s in past with the older cars from time to time. Compared to this one, as the red flag is about to be lifted and engines are being refired.
Wow, I was just literally texting JT in the background asking if there was any word, because to get to the end without rain coming, we have to get going.
Yeah.
It's moving in from the west.
Look around. So that would be coming from behind the main grandstand.
And off we go. As you see, top of your screen, yellow flag back displayed. We'll see how many caution laps they run. More caution laps they run, by the way, Matt, helps Rosenqvist and O'Ward make it on fuel.
True, yeah. Very true. So the pace car bringing them back up to speed through the warm-up lane of turn 2.
What could be going through that man's mind, Zach Brown?
Oh.
And even more so, Pato O'Ward, who has had just defeat ripped from the jaws of victory at this place multiple times. He has been on the receiving end of a lot of the agony of defeat at this racetrack. Pato O'Ward, he wants the thrill of victory just once. He wants it almost as much as he needs to draw his next breath.
I'm going to say this out loud because I don't think it's ever happened. I'm pretty confident that no team has ever, one driver maybe, but no team has won and held the Formula One World Championship for drivers and Indianapolis 500 at the same time. Might be wrong on that. But Lando Norris being world champion and Pato O'Ward being Indy 500 winner has got a nice 6-month ring to it for McLaren.
McLaren has won the 500 3 times. You would have to tell me if a McLaren won the World Championship in 1972, 74, or 76.
I'm not going to do that right now, but I can check afterwards. The laps cars have just been sent through the pits to get them out of the way as such and put them to the back of the field. I wish other series would do that. Hello, Formula One. Again, but they don't. And here is, we're going to get at least one more lap of caution. So we're probably going to get the green here with 4 laps to go.
To answer your question, it's happened twice with McLaren.
Oh, well, there you go.
Emerson Fittipaldi was the world champion for McLaren in 1974. Then James Hunt for McLaren in 1976. Is that all correct? I think that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Emerson 74, Hunt 76. In those years, 74, Rutherford won the 500 for McLaren and then did it again for McLaren in 76. 1 to go signal.
Yeah.
With 5 laps to go.
Just in the way I was thinking. Okay, yeah, I'm with you. Okay, so it's going to be a 4-lap shootout then for the 110th running of the 500. Can Felix Rosenqvist and Pato O'Ward make it? The sun is back out again, so that's a good sign for the next 5 minutes.
That's all we need.
And or can David Malukas pull something out of his Chicago-shaped hat from 4th?
He went from 1st to 5th on the last restart. Oh my gosh, Matt. Batten down the hatches. Batten down the hatches, Matt White. Here we go.
Here we go indeed. Felix Rosenqvist and Pato O'Ward short on fuel, but could probably make it from here, along with Marcus Armstrong in 3rd position against the red hot head of David Malukas charging from 4th. Into the restart zone, perhaps for the last time today. Felix Rosenqvist will lead them through turn 4. Matthew Owens will take us to the green flag.
4 laps, 10 miles for immortality. It's a qualifying run to win the greatest race in the world. Rosenqvist brought them down very slowly. Now he takes green, and Pato O'Ward goes to his outside. Marcus Armstrong to the outside, 3 wide. Malukas trying to see if he has room to make it 4 wide. He doesn't. Marcus Armstrong to the lead in turn 1. David Malukas behind him second. 1 car up in the wall. Caution is out. Armstrong leads. Yellow is out. 1 car hit the wall in 1. It was either Takuma Sato or Mick Schumacher.
Finding out, trying to scan through the field.
It's Mick.
There's Mick. He's still running, but he did touch the wall.
Can they clean it up? Can they clean it up? It was just a touch of the wall. Marcus Armstrong to the lead of the 500. Can they get a safety truck there now?
There's a one on the way on the front straightaway. I don't know why it's had to come all the way from turn 4, but it has. Let's see. Hey, way up in the grey was Mick, and it's not a hard hit. It's a brush right at the end of the safer barrier on the exit of turn 1.
Same thing happened at the end of 1997. Tony Stewart brushed the wall off of turn 4. They threw a caution because you just about have to throw a caution anytime one of these Indy cars hits the wall, but it wasn't a very hard hit. And in 97, we got a one-lap dash. Can they give a quick thumbs up here and load them up for another restart? Malukas with a very important dual one there around the outside of Rosenqvist to take second. We're at 3 to go.
Continued on its way round. So the safety truck didn't stop. It's now on the back straight going towards turn 3. So perhaps they had a look and went, yeah, fine.
They would have to give 1 to go this time to get a one-lap shootout.
Watch 4 on this restart, because I saw him on the last restart. The guy that's suddenly in 5th position, Renus VK, he was passing cars all the way around turn 4. And I wonder if he'll get a penalty for jumping the restart, but we'll get back to that at the end, because I saw it out the corner of my eye. It was madness.
They must give 1 to go this time, or Marcus Armstrong is an Indy 500 champion. 1 to go.
And we are.
25-year-old from Christchurch, New Zealand, has never had a moment bigger than this. But you wouldn't favor him getting it back to the checkered flag first.
And watch the guy that was in first on the last restart is now third on this restart. It's another Shank car. It's Felix Rosenqvist.
O'Ward is 4th, maybe in a better position than he was on the last restart. Roman Grosjean carrying Kyle Busch's number today, running in 8th with a shout. I'll say it one more time, Matt. I'll say it one more time. Here we go.
Marcus Armstrong about to do the biggest 2.5 miles of his adult life as he tries to win an Indy 500. He's got one of the fastest cars on the day behind him on this restart, which is David Malukas. His teammate Felix Rosenqvist in 4th. And then the fan favourite in this, Pato O'Ward, in 4th position. Armstrong has gone early here.
Armstrong goes early in 4. They come to the green and white flags. Can your heart stand it for the next 40 seconds? This is the final lap of the Indianapolis 500. David Malukas around the outside of Marcus Armstrong and through. Malukas to the lead. Wheel to wheel at second between Armstrong and Rosenqvist.
Armstrong keeping a nose in front through 2. But it's side by side as they come off the corner. Malukas leading and clear, but will they have enough chance to run him down before the bricks on the straight? Who's that coming through from 4th position? Is that Ferrucci out of nowhere? Still side by side between the MSR cars. Turn 4, last lap.
Rosenqvist cleared a second. Armstrong falls in line 3rd. Here's the run to the flag. David Malukas or Felix Rosenqvist. Checkered flag is out. Side by side at the line. Rosenqvist ahead. Rosenqvist wins. Felix Rosenqvist has won the Indianapolis 500 in perhaps the closest finish in 500 history. Felix Rosenqvist for Meyer Shank Racing does it. He pulls out and passes David Malukas in the final few feet. And on the anniversary of the closest finish ever in 1992, 2026 goes down as the closest finish in Indy 500 history. Felix Rosenqvist, by 23 one-thousandths of a second, has just joined the Brotherhood of the Best. He will live forever in history, in immortality, as a winner of the Indianapolis 500. Can you possibly believe what we've just witnessed? The greatest race course in the world, the greatest race in the world, providing us an all-time finish.
What can we say? What a last lap that was from Felix Rosenqvist. He knew he had to get past Armstrong. It took him 2.3 miles to get that done. And he did get it done. And he provided himself with a slingshot engaged off of turn 4 to rob David Malukas at the line. Forget what I said about the red flag and stuff. Rosenqvist wins anyway. The team are out there on the front straightaway. Rosenqvist has pulled up. He is out of the car and stands on the aero screen and double pumps the air. Another Swedish winner at Indianapolis.
Just the third Swedish winner. He joins Kenny Breck and Marcus Ericsson as Swedish superheroes. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my Lord. He gets mobbed by his team on the front straightaway. The closest finish in Indy 500 history. It'll never be forgotten. Meyershank Racing with their second 500 win. That's why you never give up on the Indianapolis 500.
Oh, David Malukas is crushed in the car, hands on head. He hasn't taken his helmet off. His crew are getting him unbuckled. Oh, it's going to be a long week for the 12 team.
Oh, it's going to be a long
second last year,
365
second again
days.
this year.
It's going to be a long 365 days for that young man. Oh, my Lord. The finish of a lifetime at Indianapolis. Felix Rosenqvist, an Indy 500 winner. Jamie Little to speak to the driver that's now on top of the world.
Felix Rosenqvist, you are an Indy 500 champion. Congratulations. How does that sound, Felix?
I don't even know what to say. What a car, what a car. Massive thanks to the team. We had two cars there in the wind at the end, and that's a very luxurious situation to be in for a team. So thanks Meyershank Racing, Honda, Sirius XM, the Morgan Wallen car. I think we were the best car today. I felt like we were in all situations. We kind of had it under control. That last yellow didn't help us, but it kind of worked out the right way when I got back to third, and then I just had a flat out lap on the high line, and it stuck. It was just the coolest way you can finish a win in Indy 500. So I really miss my wife and my newborn child Stella here. I wish they were here with me, but my sister is here somewhere, so I'll celebrate with her. Thank you.
How has your new baby girl Stella and your family supported you to help you get here? You have been fast all month long, and finally you broke through and got it done.
Yeah, unreal. I still don't believe it. This whole month, becoming a dad, and then
Stella!
Yeah, and winning the 500. We joked about it in the beginning. It's like, oh, maybe you'll win the 500 and have a baby, and yeah, it's just unreal. But good job to Marcus and David at the end. They raced really cleanly, and it's because of drivers like that, you get really good racing. So, cheers, bud. Thank you, man. Thank you. Thank you.
New father, huh?
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you, man. Yeah, unbelievable.
How about that last stint? You were dealing with weather, you were dealing with saving fuel, and then the yellows. What is going through your mind as you know you have to do it all over again, that final restart?
No, it was the perfect situation for us before that. We kind of had everything lined up. Pato was struggling with fuel, and we were pretty rich to the end. So I was like, this is going to be great. At some point, we're just going to pass him and hopefully cruise to the win. But then in the end, everything just flipped upside down. But you just have to reload. I was a little negative at first when it happened. I was like, yeah, of course this happens. Kind of like Long Beach. But then you just have to think forward. And actually good when I got back to third, because I felt like I was like hunting instead of being hunted, and it paid off.
Congratulations. Felix Rosenqvist is your Indy 500 champion.
And I do sincerely hope that someone is down there to talk to David Malukas, and I don't mean media. Oh, my Lord. The checkered flag was within half a mile. Yeah, Georgia Henneberry to talk to him.
Away, take me through the last lap.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what else. I don't know what else we could have done. We were the fastest car that whole race. I don't know. I gave it 150%. I mean, I almost crashed this damn car every lap. and we still end up with the P2, man. I can't believe it. I don't know what else I can give, so.
That was the closest finish in Indy 500 history. How proud are you of this team?
I mean, I give everything to this team, man. I mean, we've had such a stellar season this whole month. I mean, they've given me so much support, everything I needed, and yeah, I mean, it's just, I can't believe it, just so close, but oh, this place, man. We're gonna come back again, though. I mean, we're gonna bring it everything. We're gonna give it 160% next time. Thank you to everybody here for staying here through the rain and everything. Incredible race. Thank you everybody at Team Penske, and thank you Roger Penske for believing in me when nobody else did. We're gonna keep on going.
Wearing his heart on his sleeve. That's David Malukas.
And someone that knows of finishing second in this race. He's done it twice as Pato Award with your 4th top 4. Did you have a chance to fight at the end?
I mean, we were definitely in position, but I was sitting duck. We had excessive amounts of brake drag, and yeah, just in traffic by ourselves. It's impossible to get any runs on people. Maybe we could have gotten a wing in, but we know how the wing ends up. You got to get a car there to be able to have just a chance to be able to overtake. And yeah, I felt like a sitting duck all day, really. It was a very long day. I'm glad it's over with.
You also get to see your friend Felix Rosenqvist. What do you feel about this?
Very happy for him, and he just had a baby, so I'm sure Emil is ecstatic back home, and yeah, this is a day he's gonna remember for the rest of his life, and very happy for him.
Pato Award didn't win today, but his friend Felix Rosenqvist does.
And the celebration continues and will continue. Said 50 years ago was the first time a driver walked to victory lane. I think Felix Rosenqvist is on his way, walking to victory lane. Matt, we just watched one of the greatest Indianapolis 500s ever. You can be prisoner in the moment, as I've just have, and call it the greatest Indianapolis 500 ever. What else would you call it for the 500 that in its 110th edition gave us a record amount of lead changes and the closest finish ever? What more can you say about this place, about this race? Never give up on the Indianapolis 500. Never give up on the magic of this race.
Yeah, I mean, what can I say that you haven't already said? I mean, that is, it's a little house quote, that is what Indy means. And start with the weather and stuff, and we got the whole 500 miles in, which is great. Felix is on the phone home, on the FaceTime home anyway, as he does indeed walk the victory lane. Yeah, speaks for itself, doesn't it? Record number of lead changes, closest finish ever, 1 lap shootout, which is great, and a new winner. Just yeah, as much as I'm happy for Felix, you've got to be crushed for David Malukas.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And for Marcus Armstrong, who we haven't heard from, who was the leader at the green flag.
I mean, God, I'm exhausted. 600 miles to go. I don't know how. Rinus VeeKay finished 6th.
Yeah, his jump on the penultimate restart was the key to his race, as I documented before. When you watch it back, you'll see. Because we never got a replay of it. We're getting a replay now on Fox of the final lap. You thought for sure in turn 3 Malukas had done it if they were going to do side by side.
Yeah, the teammates.
But
the teammates slowing each other down. How in the world did they sort that out?
And then to give Rosenqvist the run through 4 into the draft, bit of hybrid boost, bumping and weaving to the flag. and Rosenqvist does it by a nose.
Pure insanity. I don't know. I don't know what to say. I don't know what's more shocking, the finish or the fact that we made it to the finish. Can we just take a moment and realize that against a lot of heavy odds, we made it to the finish of this race? To all the idiots on social media that love to say, "Oh, we'll see you Monday, Bob." Get out of here. Oh.
Yeah, I don't know what more I can add. Dead air is a crime, but I don't really know what more I can add. I'm afraid to what you've spewed in the last few minutes from that finish, because yeah, you've covered everything. Never give up on the 500, and it always delivers something, and it delivered in absolute spades today.
Oh my God. You mean to tell me we have to wait 365 days to do this again? Come on. Do it again tomorrow. Oh, Lord. Well, that is... In all seriousness, that's what makes this so special. You only get one chance a year, and that's why we saw the tears in David Malukas' eyes, because he knows, Matt, he may never come closer. He literally came to within 23 one-thousandths of a second, a snap of a finger, a blink of an eye, of winning this race.
Yeah. And to think that he'll now have to wait until, well, even later in the year next year, because we're another weekend away from the 500 next year, because it would be next weekend, is, yeah, just what a horrible feeling that must be, and you don't wish it upon anybody. Scott Goodyear breathing a sigh of relief.
Yes, absolutely.
He's now no longer the man that's got closest to winning and not winning the 500.
He knows that feeling. 23 one-thousandths of a second. We talked earlier, if you want to call it the close era, the DW12 era of Indianapolis 500s, Matt. We've had a lot of great races, and we have had close finishes. We've never had a side-by-side run to the checkered flag, though.
No.
And we gave you earlier that this race has been decided with a last lap pass in 2 of the last 3 years. This one, not just a last lap pass, it's a last straightaway pass. Just the 5th time ever, a last lap pass to win the 500. This one coming in the final few feet. And Matt, we called it last Sunday. He wasn't fastest when he needed to be, but overall he had the fastest car here. And when it came to a straight line drag race finish to the checkered flag, the fastest car here with the biggest top speed got to the yard of bricks first.
Yeah, absolutely. He wasn't fast when he needed it to be, but he was faster when it mattered the most.
Yes.
And that was the 0.7 of a mile from the middle of turn 4 to the bricks, or whatever the measurement is. He's in victory lane. He's got the reef. He's got the milk. Tradition's almost complete. It's over the head of Felix Rosenqvist. He don't mind the cold. He's from Sweden. So fresh milk out of the fridge isn't going to bother him.
33 orchids on that winner's wreath to represent the 33 starters. And now the milk as well for Felix Rosenqvist. The new father, the 3rd Swedish winner. It will be his face to forever be on that trophy. Not too far away, not too many places away from the last Swedish-born winner, Marcus Ericsson, who's in victory lane with him. So is Elio Castroneves. celebrating with this Meyer-Shank team. There's Marcus with a handshake. Jamie Little trying all she can to get the actual victory lane interview here. There's
Full
the
of
ring.
bling. Beautiful. Look at that. Felix, the 110th running here. The traditions here at Indy. Look at how beautiful. It's a wreath inside. Felix, how does reality compare to all the moments you've seen drivers in your position right now with that milk and that wreath?
I don't know. It's a mix of, having dreamt about it a lot and not really daring to think that you can actually do it. Today, I don't know, the last 5 years I've been in the front, and I've had a good enough car probably to win it. But today there was just something more. I don't know, even in qualifying, to the race, we just had something extra. These guys at Meyer-Shank Racing and the Honda, they just built an absolute rocket this month. And yeah, it was still there in the race. We weren't super happy on carb day, rolled out in the race, and it felt really good, really good on fuel. Everything was just rolling so well. And yeah, here we are. I don't know. It's so cool when it actually happens. You can allow yourself to take it in, because you're flirting with a thought when you go to bed, and like in the winter you're thinking about it. But yeah, now it's not what you think, but it's even better.
It's even better. Well done, Elio Castroneves. Yes, just climb over the race car. We'll talk to you right here. Elio, 4-time winner here. Now you're a winner as a team owner. What is this moment like for you?
What a mixed feelings, same time I'm right there with this guy. I see him behind me. I'm like, what can I do to help this guy, But in the end of the day, it's all about him. It's all about MSR. They did an incredible job. The people from the shop in Ohio, obviously working so hard and to win this race. And when I saw 2 cars of us like right there, I couldn't believe it. So obviously credit to each one of them. Honda did an amazing job. I just can't think enough of all our partners. So, wow, it is a mixed feelings because this is amazing, but this guy did a great job. Well done. What a finish.
Elio, it was a drive for 5. Are we going to see you try again next year?
Let's see. We got to work on it, but right now, let's celebrate this win.
Congratulations, Elio Castroneves, co-team owner for the race-winning car. For
AJ Foyt jokingly says that he's got 4.5 Indy 500 wins. The 4 as a driver and a half as an owner. Elio Castroneves equals him now with 4.5. And Matt, the photo finish cameras, again, providing proof. Closest finish in Indy 500 history as the nose cone of the Sirius XM Honda of Marcus Ericsson hits the start-finish line at those famous yard of bricks, 23 1/1000ths of a second ahead of David Malukas, who I doubt he might be listening to a lot of sad songs here over the next couple of days or weeks, but I bet it won't be any of Morgan Wallen's.
Or perhaps ABBA. Yeah, it's going to be a long couple of weeks, isn't it? Certainly for Malukas, and it doesn't stop from here for IndyCar. It's not like they've got a couple of weeks off. It's straight to Detroit for next week, and that ridiculously stupid circuit around downtown Detroit. It is rubbish. Bring back Belle Isle.
Yes, please.
And yeah, what can we say that we haven't already said? Incredible race from start to finish, and what a finish.
I don't know what else to say. As you said, I don't know what else to say. JB Motorsports, tune in over there now for the Canadian Grand Prix. I don't know why in the world anyone would want to watch that over what we just watched, but, have fun with that. And tune in if you would like for tonight's Coca-Cola World 600 at Charlotte. If we're all still living and breathing, I suppose we'll bring you those 600 miles.
Get the heart rate down.
God almighty, it starts in less than 2 hours. How in the hell am I going to do that? Matt, this was special. This was special in so many different ways. Our first on this channel. First of many, I hope. And we could do 50 more, and it won't be better than this.
No, that's the problem, isn't it?
That's the way to sell it, man. Come back next year. It won't be better than last.
You just missed the greatest thing of all time. No, yeah, brilliant stuff. Enjoyed qualifying last weekend. We had to sit through some rain and whatnot there as well, and extra delays on Sunday. Well, not delays, but scheduling on Sunday. All worth it to get to that point at the last couple of restarts, although we didn't really get much. The one before was only a run to turn 2. But for the final run, magic stuff, and congratulations again to everybody down there at Shank, and of course to Felix Rosenqvist.
It never fails to disappoint. And yet again, a classic Indianapolis 500. Something up above us helped us get 500 miles in today. And I'm so grateful for that. This was my 11th 500. I still haven't had one pushed to a Monday, and I still haven't had one shortened. I want to keep that record going as long as I can. Listen, I truly do understand that there will be conversations about the red flag and the controversy. We've been there and done that. I get it. I do get it. But I do hope that everyone gets where I'm coming from and where a lot of other people are coming from. We build up to this for a full year, and then we pack about 500,000 people in here with millions upon millions others watching. That's what we want to give them. Not a finish under yellow. Sure, it has to happen sometimes, but if we can prevent it, we prevented it today. David Malukas will have to wait another year to try to finish first. He's finished second each of the last 2 years. This one, total and complete and utter heartbreak. Felix Rosenqvist will come back and try to defend his 500 crown, something that Alex Palou was unable to do today, but certainly you'd have to think that Palou will be in the mix today. From here on, over the next few months, IndyCar's attention turns to the championship, which Alex Palou, of course, has a great chance of winning for the 5th time in the last 6 years. You know, the sun poked out multiple times over the last 100 miles of this race. It's now suddenly extremely dark. Rain might be coming in on this speedway any moment now, but we avoided most of the raindrops today. And we just watched perhaps the greatest Indianapolis 500 ever. An absolute privilege to do it with my great friend Matt White, great partner. You've been amazing. And, well, we'll re-rack. You got 2 weeks to catch your breath before Michigan. So have fun with that. We'll hear Matt next at Michigan, and then, of course, the World Cup. Coming up at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, that's about an hour and a half from now, here on the channel and on JB Motorsports, the Coca-Cola World 600, where we honor the life and legacy of the great Kyle Busch, who we should have seen run this race one day. I certainly hope that he enjoyed watching this one today. I know we did. Felix Rosenqvist is the newest winner of the Indianapolis 500-mile race. We will rejoin you from the Indianapolis 500 in 361 days, but who's counting? So long from the world's greatest race course.